25 late, I got money on my mind. Live life great, but I'm always on the grind. Real hustler, baby, throw my roller in the sky.
Get ready for blast off.
3, 2, 1. I don't like to brag, but I'm really on 25 late, I got money on my mind. Live life great, but I'm always on the grind. Real hustler, baby, throw my roller in the sky.
Get ready for blast off.
3, 2, 1. I don't like to brag, but I'm really on 25 late, I got money on my mind. Live life great, but I'm always on the grind. Real hustler, baby, throw my roller in the sky.
Get ready for blast off.
3, 2, 1. I don't like to brag, but I'm really on 25 late, I got money on my mind. Live life great, but I'm always on the grind. Real hustler, baby, throw my roller in the sky.
Get ready for blast off.
3, 2, 1. I don't like to brag, but I'm really on 25 late, I got money on my mind. Live life great, but I'm always on the grind. Real hustler, baby, throw my roller in the sky.
Get ready for blast off.
3, 2, 1. I don't like to brag, but I'm really on 25 late, I got money on my mind. Live life great, but I'm always on the grind. Real hustler, baby, throw my roller in the sky.
Get ready for blast off.
I wake up and I repeat, it's only me that I can beat. I might drop a song a week. Let's go, 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 go.
To live your life the way you want. Compete like the toughest challenger. Dance like there's no tomorrow. Celebrate every second you are alive. Life has no rule books, but we can give you a stage.
Phillips.
I wake up and I repeat, it's only me that I can beat. I might drop a song a week. Let's go, 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 go. 3, 2, 1. I don't like to brag, but I'm really on 25 late, I got money on my mind. Live life great, but I'm always on the grind. Real hustler, baby, throw my roller in the sky.
Get ready for blast off.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and a very warm welcome to all of you guys. I see a lot of people here in front of me, and I have a simple question. Pune, how are you guys doing? Not doing good? Well, we'll make sure that you guys are doing good at the end of the day, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the OMEN Valorant Challenges South Asia Split 1 Cup 1 Finals. और आज का दिन बहुत ही exciting होने वाला है. We have the top 4 teams in the country competing for massive stage on this very stage. But इससे पहले कि दिन की शुरुआत करें, huge thank you to our lovely sponsors. This OMEN Valorant Challenges South Asia is powered by OMEN with our styling partners Philips OneBlade and of course brought to you guys by Nodwin Gaming. अब स्टोरीज जाने हमको हमारी 4 फाइनलिस्ट टीम की, क्योंकि अभी तो यहाँ पे कोई भी मौजूद नहीं है. बट इन अ लिटिल व्हाइल द प्लेयर्स आर गोइंग टू बी जॉइनिंग अस ऑन द स्टेज एंड दे विल गेट रेडी टू compete अगेंस्ट ईच अदर. कंपटीशन बहुत ज़्यादा टफ होने वाला है और एटलीस्ट दैट इज व्हाट वी सॉ इन द ग्रुप स्टेजेस. लेकिन फाइनल्स के अंदर कहानी कुछ अलग ही हमें नजर आती है. बट लेडीज एंड जेंटलमैन, इससे पहले कि फाइनल्स की कहानी को आगे बढ़ाएं, आई एम गोइंग नीड अ लिटिल बिट ऑफ हेल्प, क्योंकि अब टीम्स की जर्नी फॉलो करना उतना ज़्यादा आसान नहीं रहता. देयर इज अ लॉट दैट हैपेंस बिहाइंड द स्टेज, देयर इज अ लॉट दैट हैपेंस वंस यू रीच द फाइनल्स. बट उसी के साथ आई नो यहाँ पे एक्सपीरियंस करने के लिए काफ़ी ज़्यादा कुछ मिलेगा, ना सिर्फ प्लेयर्स को बट फॉर यू गाइज एज वेल, बिकॉज वी आर कमिंग टू यू लाइव फ्रॉम द IGS पुणे, लेडीज एंड जेंटलमैन. और यहाँ पे इस ओमन वैलोरेंट चैलेंजेस साउथ एशिया के स्टेज के साथ towards my right I have the amazing OMEN booth as well, जहाँ पे आप लोगों के लिए कुछ amazing experiences हमारे लिए बहुत ही specially prepared है. So do drop in to IGS Pune, join us here in the arena. And for now, as I said, teams की journey जाननी है. Let me help you guys. In fact, I'm going to need a little bit of help. और ये help करेंगे मेरी हमारे amazing talents, ladies and gentlemen, जो इस वक्त wait कर रहे हैं backstage. So let's head over to Mr. Krat with Divyanshu and Shubham.
Welcome once again, ladies and gentlemen, to OMEN's Valorant Challengers South Asia, presented by Nodwin Gaming with our styling partner Philips OneBlade. I'm going to be your host and caster Necro, of course, Sean alongside. With me on the panel is going to be Shai Shanu. And Shai Shanu, we're not Krat, we're not Fritz, we're not Spartus, but we're someone else. We've taken a direct wildcard entry in the grand finals, or in the finals at least. How do you feel, man?
It's one of the most exhilarating experiences to join in the action during the playoffs itself. But yes, I'm really excited to see how things are going to unfold, considering how group stages have unfolded a lot of drama.
That is true. As you mentioned, a lot of drama has unfolded. Another thing needs to be unfolded in front of us, and that's going to be the overall prize pool for not just Split 1, even Split 2. $66,000 on the line for now. And in Split 2, it's going to be $64,000 on the line. A lot of money, but as you move on forward towards the distribution, the first spot will be getting $15,000. That's a lot of money, man.
Indeed, and the second spot will drop down to less than half. That's just $7,000. Third and fourth, so basically if you're at LAN, you will be getting at least $4,000 in your pocket. Fifth and sixth are going to receive $1,000. Seventh and eighth, $500 for themselves. So we already know Reckoning, Orangutan, MLT and Carnival have received their end of the spectrum.
I mean, once again, you're still getting away with a decent amount of money, a decent amount of chunk in your hands, which is really important for all the teams that have not been able to make it. And some of those teams are also quite the big names. Reckoning Esports, for me personally, was quite a massive shocker when I did not see them move on forward in the final brackets, which is unfortunate. But hey, now we've got some of the best teams yet now, and what a way to start things off the day as well, right? Between True Rippers and Revenant Esports. As we move on forward with the brackets, ladies and gentlemen, the second matchup of the day is going to be between Grayfox and Metal Esports. It's a double elimination brackets, so teams will have another chance to rise back up on the occasion.
It's going to be super fun yet again because just as you mentioned, it's a rematch for both of these teams. Back in group stages, we saw Revenant winning against True Rippers in a 2-1 fashion. Grayfox and Medal ended up in Grayfox's way. So it's going to be a redemption arc for the teams who were not able to win against their nemesis. And again, what best time to show your opponents a defeat when you are in the playoffs itself and the stakes are extremely high.
Time to talk about some of the best players as well from these individual teams, right? In my opinion, SK Rossi has, of course, been performing up to the mark. Yeah, we're seeing a little bit of struggles even from his side, but then we also need to consider that there's a big shift in the role as well. Now he's playing that initiator role. His presence inside of the game is much more important for his team compared to back in the day when he used to play duelist. All he needed to do was just press W, get a lot of kills in his hands, but now he needs to support the team as well with his usage of utility. As we move on forward towards the team cards in front of us, we're going to have skills, SK Rossi, Severine, DOS9, Paradox. Severine and DOS9's addition has been phenomenal, especially DOS9. This man on the duelist has been ripping things apart.
Yeah, true. I mean, the reason why we see SK Rossi on that initiator role on Sovas and Skies is because of the fact that DOS9 is the one who's been playing on that duelist role. But again, we've been talking about Revenant. Let's have a quick look over True Rippers as well. One of the anticipated lineup which promised a lot of potential. And honestly, yes, you could say that they still need to tune up their performance a little bit. But always being in the playoff, LF, Deathmaker, Disrupt, RU, Techno, this is a power-packed roster.
That is true. It definitely seems like a powerhouse of roster, but still, when this roster was announced, we all thought that, oh, this is probably going to be the Indian super team. But then later on, it's at the split one. Now the struggles have been clearly there. And we know they also barely qualified in the finals bracket too, so still there's a lot much more things to be ironed out. There's a lot of things that needs to be patched up. But let's move on forward and look at the head-to-head graphic between these two best players. As I was speaking about SK Rossi, of course he's one of those players that's going to be on the graphic too, and on the opposite side it's going to be Disrupt. And Disrupt a little bit lacking when it comes to the stats, but not that far behind.
I mean, here's the thing, right? Previously, True Rippers would put Disrupt on that duelist and everyone else would be just flexing all the different roles. But now, Disrupt has basically switched back towards that initiated role. So having an ACS of over 207, that's also still pretty solid considering your opponent is, of course, SK Rossi, the man who's basically been playing in those VCT Pacific leagues. He's got a lot of experience. So I would still say it's a very neck-to-neck matchup in terms of who frags the most. It always comes down to the situation in the game. But yeah, I would still say that Revenant, they have got a powerhouse in the form of SK Rossi, plus they also have a lot of flexibility in terms of Paradox. He always picks up all the kind of weird shenanigan roles that you could expect him to, and he's basically played all three apart from just a controller. So really looking forward to what they're going to bring on the table now in this playoff, because True Rippers would have to do something out of the ordinary.
I mean, the last time when these two teams duked it off against each other, the scoreline was completely evident. I mean, we knew it was Revenant Esports coming out on top, but still, True Rippers, they showed a lot of struggles. And Revenant Esports is another one of those teams that heavily likes to rely on their mechanics. And now that True Rippers, also they've got some mechanic-heavy players, for example, Deathmaker, including Disrupt as well. I want to see how this competition once again is going to be starting in front of us, because one thing is for sure, Revenant Esports' strat book should be read by True Rippers.
I mean, this is the team that has not yet lost even a single series. They've only given up on a few maps, one of them being the Evident Icebox, in which they've got a less than 50% win rate, played 7 times, won only 3 times. But yeah, that's an entirely different story. As you know, the teams were trying to practice out their map pools and everything. But on the other end of the spectrum, one thing I really love about True Rippers is the fact how that Maker is now on that duelist role. As you also mentioned, that they've been setting things up really well. So I'm looking forward to how it's going to happen.
I might drop a song a week. Let's go, 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 go.
To live your life the way you want. Compete like the toughest challenger. Dance like there's no tomorrow. Celebrate every second you are alive. Life has no rule books, but we can give you a stage.
Phillips.
I wake up and I repeat, it's only me that I can beat. I might drop a song a week. Let's go, 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 go.
All right, I know एनालिस्ट डेस्क की जो डिस्कशंस होती है बहुत ज़्यादा टेक्निकल हो जाती है, लेकिन टेक्निकल चीज़ों के बाद हमको मज़े करना भी तो बहुत पसंद है. और अब वही मज़ा शुरू होने जा रहा है लेडीज एंड जेंटलमैन, बिकॉज अब बारी है हमारी टीम्स की टू टेक ऑन व्हाट इज राइटफुली देयर सीट्स ऑन द स्टेज एंड बिगिन द एक्शन. टीम्स को बुलाना शुरू करेंगे एंड allow me to introduce to you guys the team that was at the top of the leaderboard at the end of the group stage, ladies and gentlemen. A new revamped Revenant Esports. Here they come, here they come. The man has not changed at all. Paradox, ladies and gentlemen. Can I have a round of applause for them, please? That is Revenant Esports, ladies and gentlemen. हमारी सबसे पहली finalist team. Lads, I would request you to take your particular stations on your side of the desk. Thank you. Yes, अब इनका swag तो हम सबने देखा, and I'm pretty sure it's going to be tough to beat. लेकिन challenge नहीं होगा तो मजा कैसे आएगा? So, allow me to introduce to you guys the team that will be competing against them on this very stage right now, ladies and gentlemen. Group stages में भले ही ये number 4 हो, लेकिन these guys sure know how to rip them all. Ladies and gentlemen, True Rippers! Let's go, let's go. A little more cheer for the True Rippers. Alrighty, True Rippers, I would request you guys to take your stations as well. लेकिन हेलो, आप मेरे साथ रुकिए यहाँ पे थोड़ी देर हम बातचीत करेंगे. And Rossi, can I have Rossi? Everyone wants Rossi, but only a few can have him. How are you guys doing? First of all, Helef, how are you feeling?
Feeling good, confident.
All right, Rossi, you?
Yeah, feeling good, confident.
यार ये सेम आंसर है. एक सवाल है जो आपके लिए थोड़ा अलग होगा. घर वापसी हुई है, कैसा लग रहा है? You're playing with your boys, new set of players, new team. How are you feeling?
I mean, I'm more hungry now to win and get back to the stage where I want to be. So that is the goal, to do it with every one of my teammates now.
And Helef, your team is very special in one regard that you guys have become brothers in arms. सबसे ज़्यादा लंबा time आप लोगों ने अभी साथ में stick किया compared to everyone else. Do you think कि उससे आपको एक edge मिलेगा? Because he just said he's very hungry.
Of course edge मिलेगा. हम लोग का bonding बहुत अच्छा है and team understanding ज़्यादा अच्छा है वो लोग से. So I think वो edge मिलेगा हम लोग को.
Are you hungry as well? Breakfast किया?
Yeah. Everyone is hungry here.
All right, perfect. Thank you guys so much, Rossi. Best of luck. Helef, best of luck. And well, for you guys don't need luck. What you need is, अगर आप पुणे में हो, join us at IGS Pune, ladies and gentlemen, because यहाँ पे हमारे OMEN Valorant Challenges South Asia का grand finale तो चल ही रहा है, but उसी के साथ साथ जैसा मैंने बताया, there's an amazing OMEN booth as well right next to me. अगर आपको बेजोड़ gaming experience करनी है, this is that one spot where you can experience it and see what the max potential looks like. But I guess अभी बस एक ही चीज का इंतजार है. मैं भी बहुत उतावला हो रहा हूँ. I'm sure you guys are excited for the action to begin as well. Are you excited for the action? All right, I see a lot of people who are waiting for the action to begin, and उसी के लिए हम लोग चलेंगे एक बार फिर से हमारे casters के पास. Ladies and gentlemen, so let's head over to Mr. Kratz, Spartus, and Fritz.
Man, the vibe in the arena seems quite nice, and I wish, man, I was over there, but unfortunately, no, that's not the case. We're just sitting at the home, we're casting this event, but hey, it feels great to be over here on the desk. Now, still, a big question and a big mystery still lingers around. What is going to be the map veto? Because last time when these teams duked it off against each other, Revenant Esports, they went for the Sunset ban, and True Rippers, they went for the Bind ban.
I mean, there have been a few maps where teams do not usually like to play, right? Just as you mentioned, Sunset for Revenant Esports, and for the other side, True Rippers. You've already mentioned about Bind. There's also the map of Breeze that True Rippers have not yet touched on yet. So, I mean, there could be two things, right? Either they are not very comfortable on the map, or they're just cooking something up. You may never know which one of that is going to be, because Bind, again, being the kind of map that we haven't seen a lot of teams play on or actively pick on in the entire group stages, I'm also expecting teams to potentially bring it out to show us some new strats that they might have developed. Because normally in competitive scene, we would see triple controllers, maybe double controllers, and switch things up in terms of those initiators. But I would also love to see some of that being adapted to the Indian ecosystem as well. You would always want to see those adaptations.
And now, once again, Rossi being added inside of Revenant Esports brings in so much of that experience factor. Rossi's been on the international stages. He can bring in so much experience for the team. He can bring in that maturity that needs to be there. Paradox is one of those players that is known to overheat in certain situations, and hopefully he's not going to be doing the same thing once again over here. SK Rossi, considering he's not playing the duelist role anymore, I'm assuming he's, of course, not going to overextend as well, because his value to the team means a lot more now. So SK Rossi, I'm not expecting the same thing. Disrupt is one of the most clinical players that I've seen so far in this region, so I'm expecting the same type of gameplay that I've seen past year.
I mean, normally when players switch from duelist to some other role, you sometimes see a few problems in them adjusting to the slow-paced play of the other specific roles. Like, if it's a controller, if it's an initiator, you are obviously slower than the duelist a little bit. So, normally you see players facing some problems, but this has not been showing that at all. The man has been playing Breach. He's played it 7 times, if I'm not wrong. We saw it in the stats itself, and he's been doing such a great job at that. You always love to see these adjustments come in. And also, for True Rippers, this lineup has been together for a while. That's exactly what the host mentioned as well. They've been brothers in arms, and one thing that I really love about them is the fact that they always bring in the Gecko. So I would expect them to probably pull out a map which kind of supports Gecko. Like, they played it on Lotus as well, and Icebox, so maybe they would want to pick one of them up.
Enough for the speculations, it's time to move on directly in the map veto, ladies and gentlemen. Sunset's going to be the map off the rip from the side of Revenant Esports. The same map bans coming through, but this time, we're seeing True Rippers banning out Breeze, which is an interesting affair once again. The last time these two teams, when they faced off against each other, Bind was the one that was being banned, and now that they are going for the Breeze ban, I want to see what the pick is going to be. True Rippers instantly going for that Bind pick against Revenant Esports. I want to see what the reply is going to be here from Revenant.
Indeed, because this is the first time both of these teams will be playing on Bind itself in OMEN Valorant Championship. So I am going to be super excited to see how it's going to roll out. As you mentioned, Revenant taking away Lotus, not going to give the edge to True Rippers and don't want to face their Gecko composition. The question is, are True Rippers going to ban Ascent? Because they did lose previously against Revenant.
So once again, I'm seeing a little bit of an exchange here. Last time, True Rippers was the one who banned out Breeze, or Revenant was the one who banned out Breeze, but this time it's going to be some other team. This time it's going to be Revenant Esports doing the same thing. Now, as you do on forward, even Lotus being banned out by the players of Revenant Esports. So once again, you can't say they have traded the bans a little bit here and there. The only change we're seeing is Bind now that's being picked up in the pool. I want to see what the adjustment's going to look like. And once again, as I mentioned, Revenant Esports is one of those teams that likes to rely heavily on their mechanics. So I highly doubt we're going to see any type of struggles from Revenant Esports on towards Bind. But if you speak on the opposite side of things, True Rippers, it all really comes down to how their mental is going to be looking like in this first game.
I mean, mental is really important, but again, I'm still confused why they would actually want to actively pick Icebox yet again. Maybe the entire thought process for their side was that, yeah, we've played that map a lot, we've already practiced a lot, so why not just pick it up in the playoffs itself and show us what we have been cooking on that map. But yeah, in terms of this map veto entirely, it's going to come down on how Bind is being played by True Rippers. It's their pick, they've pulled it out of the box, and I really am excited to see the kind of even composition they would probably bring up on that map. But yet again, Split previously when both of these teams duked it out, It was True Rippers who could not qualify and who could not close that thing out. It was 13 and 10, if I'm not wrong, last time
Yeah.
when they met on Split. And True Rippers actually had a pretty solid attacking half. They faced some problems on the defense.
That is true. I mean, on Split, as you mentioned, the scoreline was 13-10, and then later on, when things moved on forward to the decider, the scoreline was 13-7, where Revenant Esports closed off the entire series in a 2-1 fashion. For Revenant Esports, 2-1 has been looking like the meta so far, right? Majority of their matches have went in 2-1. There's only one match in the league stage that went 2-0. So once again, I want to see the same stuff repeat over here. Maybe Revenant Esports, if they do 2-0 the likes of True Rippers, it's going to be a massive, stark statement that they make in these brackets.
It's one of the most important factor as well when you always look into how a team has been qualified for the playoffs. But you know, most of those 2-1s, they've lost the map on Icebox. I mean, they played it 7 times, they've lost it 4 times. So you could clearly see that they have been practicing all along those group stages. One of the main reasons was because they were super confident about the fact that, you know, we will win the next 2. So why not just practice things out on Icebox and include that in our map pool itself? But on the other end of the spectrum, once you're looking at the side of True Rippers, you could always see that they were facing some problems early on in the tournament when that Maker was not on that duelist. And once he went to the duelist and everyone else settled into their own specific roles, they went in for those, you know, double initiator compositions as well, pulling in the Gecko Sovas on Icebox, and also bringing in the Gecko Breach on the map of Split. It kind of slowly settled in and worked out for them. So I'm expecting to see the exact same thing. One thing is there for sure, that they've basically won and lost on all of those above maps. Icebox, Split, Lotus, Sunset. They've kind of lost it once or maybe twice as well. But Ascent has always been the map wherein they've basically lost every single time. They face a lot of problem on those attacking sides. And I really love how they banned it out.
Now that even that map's being banned out, so once again, the possibilities, they open up a little bit more, right? And we also all took a look at Disrupt's face a while ago. I still remember the first time when we saw his debut on the Indian stage over here, in the South Asian stage, I mean. This Filipino player impressed a lot of the Indian fans, that's for sure. The amount of mechanics that he showcased inside of the game. He's also a man with a lot of patience too, and he was also clutching some of the insane clutch scenarios as well. So Disrupt has been one of those players that has been impressing me from the start. And now that we get a chance to witness him once again inside of this year, 2024, I'm pretty sure the improvement's going to be even more. So I just want to see what Disrupt has got in stock for these finals, because if he's not got something new, then once again, True Rippers might just struggle. They might just move down to the lowest bracket.
And that's exactly where you do not want to be, specifically in playoffs when you're so very close to that grand finals, that $15,000 prize pool. And again, True Rippers have literally got some things to prove for them and their own fans out there. Because as you've already mentioned, this is a packed roster. This has got a lot of promise. And with the way how this team is now playing, with, just as you mentioned, Disrupt being one of the key pillars, Deathmaker on that duelist, giving those amazing entries to the team, Helif as well, settling onto the Gecko more than the Breach, because of course you're the IGL of the team. Breach requires you to have a lot more technicality, so IGLing and breaching at the same time, it kind of is a difficult combination to pull off. Not saying that it cannot be done, but it's very difficult to do that. So he gets a little laid back on Gecko, gives him enough time to probably analyze what's happening around the map, and that is one of the reasons why we are seeing a good increase in attack round win rate for the side of True Rippers. They were struggling on their attacking side a lot previously, but they've been working on that. And I really feel that the way they select those agents now, it has also impacted on the way they play inside the game itself.
That is true. Even the Gecko composition on the map of Split is something that's definitely catching me off guard over here. Helif is the man playing the Gecko, but then another composition that we saw where Disrupt is now also playing the Breach side, which is something that I have been sort of getting caught off guard with. Disrupt has been a person who has
because सबने बहुत मेहनत करके तो सबका रन अलग-अलग टाइप का हुआ है एंड आई थिंक एक टीम जो हो सकता है जो मतलब आई वांटेड लाइक फेल्ट लाइक दे कुड हैव कम वो रेकनिंग बट बहुत क्लोज हो गए वो लोग बट या दैट्स
interesting. Helef having some choice words to say over there in that interview, but then once again we get back inside of the arena where you can feel the intensity on the players' faces. DOS9, one of those young players who has been performing up to the mark from the side of Revenant Esports. It's his first time ever playing inside of the South Asian region, including Severine, and both these players have been able to perform up to the mark without any issues. DOS9 has been at the top of the table the entire time in the league stage as well, and now the same type of performance or even better performance is expected from this man.
Nodwin, again, just as you mentioned, yeah, there are certain situations wherein he kind of pops off like anything. But, you know, whenever you look how Revenant has been playing, the pressure has not been on his shoulders that much, right? Because all the other players of his team, they've been kind of going in with that supportive set of mindset, and they have also been fragging really well. But yeah, on the other end of the spectrum, if you look at how Skills has been doing, I mean, we know that Skills being in this lineup as well has provided a lot of room to his own entire teammates, and with the way that he kind of settles in onto that Sentinel role, he's also got that Cypher in his pocket, he's got that KJ as well. I really feel that the way he holds on to the site itself kind of gives the leeway to his team to try and go in for some late rotations as well, which let them have a lot of map information. So all of these technicalities, they kind of work in together, and this creates a very solid roster. Now, you mentioned it multiple times how well Revenant has been technically and also mechanically gifted players. I mean, all of them, but the way they synergize as well and the way they adjust, it kind of is one of the main reasons why they have been so very successful and gone unbeaten back in the group stages.
Oh man, you're throwing a lot of information over here. Even I'm losing track of what some of the words that you've been saying, man. I guess you gotta dial down on that nerdy stuff a little bit here, my friend, and just enjoy the vibe in the arena, right? You can't see the stalls in the back as well. One thing is for sure, if you are in the arena itself, if you are there at the land spot, you guys are gonna have a lot of fun. There's so much stuff to look around for. There's also the Omen booth where you can go and check out some new devices where you guys can go and game yourself and have a lot of fun. In general, you can also make a lot of new friends, maybe meet some new teammates for your ranked games. There's so much stuff, there's so much possibilities that can happen in that arena. So I really request you guys, if you guys live anywhere near Pune, make sure to visit it right now and be there for the LAN event. Feel it for yourself, because I'm pretty sure if you guys have never visited a LAN tournament, it's an experience you guys would want to feel at least once in your life.
I mean, you would never want to miss a LAN event itself, because again, you've got all the players that you've been looking up to right in front of you, they're playing in front of you, and all of the goodies that you can check out for multiple
Rank
booths, as you
yourself and
also
your
mentioned.
opponents on which
But yeah,
position they will finish in VCSA this year.
If I have to rank us and other teams in the playoff, I think definitely we'll rank ourselves one. Of course, we're a new team, and we are just here to grow as individuals, because at the end, winning Split 2 and going to Ascension is what matters. But on the other hand, we also want to build momentum by winning all the tournaments that are in front of us. So I'd obviously rank us one. Second, third, fourth, doesn't really matter. I mean, not in a bad way. Not thinking about any other teams. I'm just focusing on our players and our teams, and बाकी जो भी plays दूसरा team आएगा, I don't think my focus is not there at all.
Interesting. The man's quite focused, and that's what we like to see. SK Roxy, this man's probably going to be in his practice range, just warming his hands up, getting ready for the competition that's ahead of us. And we know what SK Rossi is capable of when he gets his hands warmed up. But then on the opposite side, Deathmaker, another man who's going to be the one to watch out for in this competition. And as you mentioned, that role change when he came in through, Deathmaker, once again switching back to that duelist role, sort of got the True Rippers squad back on the line.
No, I mean, they've started off with quite a few jitters early on in those group stages, and the qualification, as we also discussed about it, was kind of shaky, wherein 3 different teams had the exact same scoreline of 4 wins and 3 losses, and only, you could say, 3 of them were supposed to qualify. Yeah, that was 2 of them that were supposed to qualify. Reckoning, unfortunately, were the ones who picked up the short end of the stick. At the end of the day, True Rippers and Medal qualified. True Rippers barely. So, Yeah, switching onto that role and settling down was basically the key for their side. But on the other side, though, now I really want to talk about Icebox in general itself, because we have seen Revenant Esports, I mentioned it multiple times, have not had a very good win rate on that map. However, for the side of True Rippers, they played it 5 times. They have won it 3 different times, only losing it to a couple of times. So I still feel that even last time True Rippers won against Revenant, so True Rippers should have a little bit of an edge onto that map, and they're going for that double initiator composition against the double sentinel of Revenant itself. So I think so True Rippers should be able to have it in the bag.
They should be, without a doubt. And you can clearly see, I guess, there are some technical issues going on towards the desk, so that's why we're taking our time over here. And the players as well, this also gives them a little bit of a chance. This also gives them a little bit of more time to sort of settle down, get used to the vibe that's currently around them, so they can once again later on focus up, right? Because imagine, if you're there in the arena, if you're seeing all the crowd in front of you, if it's a LAN tournament, it can really catch you off guard. But ladies and gentlemen, I guess because of these technical issues, it's time for us to toss to a short break. You guys don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
so we know. Go, 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 go.
Well, welcome back after that short break, ladies and gentlemen. Hopefully the technical issues have been sorted out on the venue itself. But yeah, this also gives us a little bit of a room to talk about what the upcoming game plan is going to be. Now, as we know, we're going to be kicking things off with Icebox, and then the second map is going to be Bind, which both of these teams haven't played so far. So I want to see how things are going to be looking like on Bind. We're going to kick things off with Icebox, and True Rippers, they have been looking promising. So I'm a little bit worried for Revenant here.
I mean, if in case True Rippers have prepared Bind really well, so I still think it could potentially be a situation where True Rippers might steal the series away. Because yeah, as you mentioned, Revenant, their Icebox has been shaky and they did lose to True Rippers last time. But yeah, I'm really excited to see how things will eventually pan out, because this is potentially one of the first few times where I have noticed the map veto could potentially favor the opponents.
I mean, you've got a solid point right there. As you mentioned, the map veto definitely can't favor the opponents, which is going to be True Rippers. But then you cannot forget, Revenant Esports is one of those teams that sort of likes to rely heavily on their mechanics too. And if they're winning those duels, then what else can really stop them, right? At the end of the day, no matter how many strategies you use, it's always going to be boiling down to those duels. And if those duels are being lost by the team in the front side, then it's a big problem. And Revenant Esports, somewhere down line, they have got a mechanical heavy lineup. Escape Rossi in the roster. Then you've also got Severine, DOS9, a man who's been just topping the charts all the time. Do I really need to say a lot? But then on the opposite side too, are you Disrupt? Specifically, Disrupt is going to be my main focus here. If Disrupt pops off in a really good fashion, things can be really solid for them.
I want to look at Deathmaker, man. I really want to see this man pull out his rays and then show us. And which better map than Bind to bring your race satchels out and use the showstopper right on the faces of your opponents? You love to see that happen, right?
I mean, I still remember Deathmaker all the way back 2-3 years back, man. This was the man who used to play Raze on that Bind map, and that's what you used to do, bro. Just satchel back in the site, just make some poppy plays happen and impress every single person that's watching the stream. That's what Deathmaker's known for. One thing is for sure, this man is going to be going for that Raze on Bind. That's for sure. But I want to see how the adjustment's going to be looking like from the rest of his teammates. At the end of the day, it's also going to be down to those set plays, right? If they set Deathmaker up for perfection, even if Deathmaker gets killed trying to enter the side, it's all going to be the backup. How well you're able to back it up, how good your traits are going to be, and make sure you're not really going for those dry peaks, because we're probably going to be seeing a lot of those today.
And that's where Disrupt, Techno, they are going to come into play, right? Along with RU as well, and Helef, of course, the IGL man himself, because they need to trade their players once they enter in those sites. But I mean, dry peaks, I'm not quite really sure, because there's the fact about how Gecko is also utilized. You've got that refreshable flash,
Gecko.
right? You can utilize that flash multiple times now. You can pick it up as many times as you want. So maybe they might flash peek on every corner.
I'm not gonna lie, Sky's nerf sort of hit me as well when I saw that you cannot refresh the Sky flashes anymore. That was like a big nerf right there. A big nerf hammer on top of Sky. But then later on, once again, Gecko was sort of revived now. I want to see the Gecko's utilization, not just in the map of Split, not just in the map of Sunset, maybe in some other maps as well. I want to see how well these guys adapt and use those new compositions that can bring up so many more possibilities. I want to see the Harbor Viper composition too, bringing something new in the mix, because we've seen a lot of those Viper omens.
I love the Harbor Viper compositions, and I'll be honest, when they released Harbor, this was the kind of composition I first thought of, like that. What if you actually run the Harbor Viper onto those maps wherein Viper is basically the staple pick? You can try and pull in a Harbor as well, use that double controller to open up a lot of space for yourself and deny a lot of room to your opponents themselves. And that's the kind of comms that I would be looking forward to, specifically on the map of Icebox. That is one of the best compositions that all the other teams out there use.
I mean, specifically talking about with how the intensity in the first match is going to be, I would really love to see the duelist pop off. Let's be honest, at the end of the day, it's all going to come down to the entry fraggers as well. There will be flashes in the backlines. If the entry fragger is able to get one, or maybe even the chain up kill on the second one, the site can be opened up quite easily. But then,
Yes.
once again, if the entry fragger is not able to pop off in that good of a fashion, if the entry fragger is having a tough day, which is of course DOS9, then things can be quite a bit of a problematic factor.
All
Now,
right.
speaking
Thank
of
you so
Revenant
much for that,
Esports,
lovely casters, Spartans and Fritz. But हाँ, जनता नहीं, Revenant के supporters हैं मेरे साथ, मेरे को audience पे मिले. How you doing? How you feeling seeing your team on stage?
Very good. And I am supporting Revenant Esports. I feel like SK Rossi will dominate the arena.
अच्छा, अभी casters कह रहे थे True Rippers बहुत confident लग रही है. अपनी team का confidence अब आप बढ़ाओगे. I have a lot more people supporting Revenant. I would request you guys join me as well. Tricky, भाई आप बहुत दूर बैठे हो मेरे से, इधर आओ. आपसे भी जानना चाहूँगा. So ladies and gentlemen, we have Tricky with us. ये ice box practice हो गई पूरी?
क्या?
Ice box practice done complete?
Yes,
वीटो में आ गया है थोड़ा सा.
yes. लोग रेडी नहीं है जो उनको दिखने वाला है.
ये देखने में मजा आएगा कि आइस बॉक्स पे होता क्या है. Because we heard this during the group stage, they were practicing it, उसी वजह से pick हो रहे थे. But how confident are you about this match?
I couldn't hear.
How confident are you feeling about this match?
I'm feeling pretty confident. Like my team has always been dominating, so I'm confident since the start.
He has been confident since the start, and hopefully we get to see you perform as well. Hopefully. We are going to be hopeful for that. But ladies and gentlemen, ये Revenant के supporter थे. अब और लोगों से बातचीत करते हैं. Hello sir, what's your name?
My name is Arun.
How are you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing good as well. Thank you for asking. बहुत कम लोग पूछते हैं. But how are you feeling about this OMEN Valorant Challenges South Asia? And who are you supporting?
I am supporting True Rippers today, but it's really great feeling out here. First LAN in Pune, Valorant LAN. They are too much excited for the fun. Go win True Rippers!
Right, go win True Rippers from the fans of True Rippers. Revenant भी अपने टीम को लेके, Revenant के फैंस भी अपनी टीम के लिए काफी ज्यादा एक्साइटेड है, लेकिन मैचेस में अब क्या होगा वो हमें थोड़ी देर में पता चलेगा. In the meanwhile, I'm gonna still look for a few more interesting people to interview, but front row के पास अब आता है. फ्रंट में जो लोग बैठते हैं उनसे बात करना बहुत जरूरी होता है. Hello, how are you doing?
Nice, very.
I feel you are very invested कि you want to watch the game. Who are you supporting?
Actually, I'm neutral, but Revenant को ज़्यादा support कर रहे हैं.
And who's your favorite player on the Revenant side?
Obviously, SK Rossi.
Who's the second favorite player?
Helef.
On the True Ripper side, by the way. But thank you so much. And एक बारी जोर से Revenant के लिए cheer from all of you guys. Do something, Tricky, do something.
Let's go, Revenant!
With that, I guess, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for the action. Don't worry, guys. We're going to jump into the game, but उसके लिए हम लोग चलेंगे एक बार फिर से हमारे casters के पास. So once again, over to Fritz and Spartans.
want to witness once in your life. And these players, these guys that are currently sitting in the venue, they're definitely having a lot of good time. And now, speaking about the players, as we know, we're going to kick things off on Icebox. The last time when these two teams faced off against each other on Icebox, True Rippers was the one who came through victorious with 13-9 scoreline. One thing is for sure, after that, Revenant Esports is not one of those teams that's going to be sitting down peacefully, even they have been working a little bit hard on their Icebox.
I mean, that's what even Tricky mentioned, that, yeah, they have been practicing on that, but we are not ready for what's to come. And that always gets me excited to try and witness and try to decipher, what they're trying to cook. But one thing that I really love is the fact that there's that octopus toy, which has got 2 different moods. I really want to get one for myself, but yeah, at the end of the day, you would always get really excited to see how things will eventually roll out in that map itself, in that match itself. And there we go, Revenant now having their time of discussion.
It's the LAN event, ladies and gentlemen. You gotta get pumped up for yourself. DOS9 as the man who is currently been playing the duelist role. Paradox, someone who's been doing that flex role. On the opposite side, we've also got Severine doing quite a fantastic job in that roster. Like the missing piece of the puzzle, he's finally found himself in the groove, and he's able to perform up to the mark. Revenant Esports, they seem locked in and ready. The same thing can be said for the opposite opponents as well. True Rippers, now the only thing we're waiting off is the Icebox to start.
I mean, Severine on that controller is going to be, again, one of the crucial pieces of that puzzle, because normally, whenever we've seen the side of Revenant on the map of Icebox itself, they go in for that double sentinel setup, skills on that Killjoy, Paradox on the Sage. Paradox skills, they do have some ups and downs on that map, but it's fine. DOS9 always kinds of perform. Severine performs, as you mentioned, the missing piece of the puzzle. You always want to look forward to how he's going to lurk upon that Viper, how he's going to play along with that one single controller. Because here's the thing, if you've got a double controller, you can go for the default Viper wall. If not, you sometimes have to invest the Viper wall on the opposite side. So it kind of is always fun to try and decipher what they're up to. But yeah, happy faces all around the board, right?
Exactly. I mean, that's what we like to see. A good mental before moving on inside of the game. And as long as the players are going to be feeling at the top of their world, that's all that matters, right? It's all about getting the confidence high up, because in the LAN event, usually there's a lot of pressure when you see the people in front of you, when you see the crowd cheering for your opponents or maybe for yourself. There's always going to be one of those chances where your palms are going to be sweaty. It's really up to these players how well they deal with the pressure and how well their coping mechanism is going to be inside of the game. As we have seen SK Rossi being on the international stages, he's got so much experience that he brings into Revenant Esports, while on the opposite side of things, for True Rippers, they still need a face-off in some of the biggest competition yet. Maybe this can be a possibility where they can move up in the competition even more.
That's one of the most important factors as well. The experience that always comes out on the table and the potential of growth. We always love to see whenever those experienced players, they come out in local events itself and then try to utilize that and show us, basically help the growth of the entire esports community. Rossi, being on that Pacific stage, is now going to utilize that experience on the VCSA stage itself. So yeah, it's honestly really good to see the man back in the home grounds and in the home action itself, because it has been a learning experience, not just for the players of Revenant, but also for their opponents, trying to figure out how things normally work out in that Pacific League itself, or at least what kind of competition is there on that table. But here's the fact, right? When normally we used to watch all these teams previously, we did see that there still needs to be some rushing that needs to be done. But now these teams, they kind of seem ready for the action.
I mean, I just want to see Revenant Esports, specifically Paradox. I want to see how well his flex roll is going to be looking like. And I want to see how well Revenant Esports are ready this time for this icebox, considering last time when they lost out against True Rippers, it might be something that this time it might just add on a little bit of more pressure on Revenant Esports. But it's really up to them and how well they cope up with this entire pressure that's going to be in front of them. We did see the players move inside of the game. As we move on forward to the agent select, the select's going to be in front of us. Disrupt on that Gecko. Interesting. Helef on the Sova. Deathmaker on the Jet. Techno on the Viper. And RU towards Killjoy.
So here's the thing. Whenever it's the map of Icebox, it's always Disrupt who plays the Gecko. And Helef, he kind of shifts back on that Sova. If it's any other map, you will always see Helef on the Gecko itself. And Disrupt probably pulling out a breach. Yeah, but on the other side, it's a Harbor Viper composition. I told you I was waiting for this. I would really wanted to see that. They would always go with double sentinel, but they're finally settling in with the double controller composition. And I really want to do some, nerdy stuff dump in, but I will wait for the map to start and then I'll go in it.
Harbor Viper composition, ladies and gentlemen.
Love it.
It does seem like Revenant Esports are quite ready for this entire matchup, considering they have brought in some last moment changes to the playing roster. Now I want to see how this agent select is really going to be affecting the gameplay, not just to themselves, also the opponents. Because True Rippers, they've got something new to adapt on forward to. Even from the side of True Rippers, this Gecko composition was played in the past against Revenant Esports. So Revenant Esports, they might just have a lot more predictable factors.
But here's the thing, it's a double initiator up against a double controller, and you may never know, may the best team prevail, as we'll be jumping into the map of Icebox itself, ladies and gentlemen. Pistol round and one of the heavenly matchups that we've been waiting for. Deathmaker up against SK Rossi.
Exactly, True Ripper starting things off on defense and Revenant kicking things off on the attack. Let's see who's going to be the one to get the first round in their hands. 30 seconds for the first pistol round, a quick kickoff. skills on that Sheriff. We see DOS9 on the Ghost. SK Rossi on the Sheriff as well. Off the rip, you can see the confidence clearly on the side of Revenant Esports as players. They are straight up just booking it for the Sheriff, specifically Skills and Rossi, really just relying heavily on their aim in this pistol round, which is quite understandable. And then on the opposite side, it's RU to start things off, all with the Sheriff. Now, this really brings things to quite an interesting factor. These Sheriffs, of course, they can be a big deal breaker for the opponent, but also for yourself sometimes.
You always need to land in a massive value with that Sheriff itself because, yeah, a massive investment. You've got nothing left in the bank. You've got no shields, no utilities whatsoever. So that's about it. But on the end of the spectrum will finally be almost jumping into the pistol round itself. They stopped at 0 seconds. Talk about small pause, patience. I'd love to see how even Viper Fall has not been invested yet.
And yeah, I mean, you spoke of the Viper Wall, and Paradox is ready to just instantly put it towards B. And I guess still we're just waiting for some things to get sorted out. Hopefully they do get sorted out as quick as possible. Every single person is currently waiting, not just in the venue, even the people that are currently watching it online. Just waiting for the game to begin and the first round to kick off, because that's going to be the momentum setter for one of those teams. And then if a team's able to run away with the pistol, that means even the upcoming round's going to be won by them, which will be the anti-eco. So yeah,
yes,
it's going to be a back-to-back rounds. So pistol round matters a lot for the pressure to get lifted off.
The early momentum. And Valorant, we all know, is a game of momentum. If in case you've got a couple of rounds for yourself, it is almost evident that you will get at least 1 or 2 more. Yes, one of the main reasons is because of the opponent's economy. But at the same time, once you get going, once you're feeling your aim in the palm of your hand, you kind of always hit those nasty shots as well. And it kind of works out for your team. But yeah, breaking the momentum, counter-strategizing, it also becomes a part of that mid-game. And how important that mid-game is going to be is something that we will see now in a Harbor Viper composition itself. Because the mid-game timing of those walls to go up, you basically give a very small window to your opponent of almost, it's even less than 5 seconds. And then the ball will just go up again. So you've got to work your execute in those 5 seconds. It becomes really difficult. And that's why it's one of the most solid compositions. But yeah, countering that is going to be the key factor, how True Rippers are going to try to win this one map itself. But yeah, even so, Venka sitting out there, he's going to be waiting for his own matchup. But it's again a good opportunity for him to try and figure out what Revenant are going to do on Icebox.
Exactly. It's just called reading your opponents before your game starts, but yeah, it's not exactly their opponent's playing, but maybe in the future, of course, they're going to cross paths. Grayfox has been one of those teams that is being sort of coming up to the mark. They have been impressing all of us, and you guys can see the audience as well. As I mentioned, they're definitely having a great time in the venue. They're having the time of their lives. Every single person's having big smiles on their faces. We see a good mixture of Revenant and True Rippers fans, but Revenant Esports' fans are a little bit too much because they've had a flawless run in the group stage, in the league stage. So they're currently the one with the advantage in this entire matchup that's going to be happening. But if you look at the map veto, it's also favoring the players of True Rippers. So at this point, anything can happen. But then Revenant Esports, they came in with some last moment changes with some Harbor Viper composition. And the funny part is, in the pregame segment itself, we were speaking about the Harbor Viper composition. We were saying that we want to see something new. We want to see this Harbor Viper composition. And it's not like they're playing this composition for the first time. They've also played this composition in the past. So I want to see how the adaptations are going to be like.
Maybe in the scrims, because again, this composition does require you to play around with that timing. So how well you practiced it, how well you mastered it, it always comes down as one of the main reasons for making or breaking a round. But yeah, on the other side of the spectrum as well, you kind of love to see these changes. Even if it's a last minute change, you always get excited because I love this composition. And it is exactly as Tricky mentioned. There are some things that are going to happen that no one is ready for. And this comp tells us exactly that story. So yeah, it's going to be difficult for the side of True Rippers. But yet again,
here we go.
We'll just have to wait and see how this thing is going to pan out, because True Rippers are on the defense. It's going to be Revenant who will be on that attack.
Exactly. Even you guys in the chat can predict which team do you guys think is going to be the one to prevail this time and come through victorious. Will it be Revenant Esports moving it forward to the round 2 of the upper brackets, or will it be True Rippers doing the same and sending Revenant Esports to the lowest bracket? Anything can happen, so many possibilities, and here we go. We kick things off with a pistol round, and off the rip, we see a heavy presence from Revenant Esports towards A, but still the indecisive nature now starts to kick in. It's time to linger around, get some information, but on the defensive side of things, even these guys are getting quite aggressive. Deathmaker catches the first player off guard, skills taken off. Even RU follows it up instantly, and this is where Revenant Esports in the first round, they're starting to crumble down. They've got the site control in the hands, their position's compromised as well, but at least the plant's going to be there. Now in the post-plant, they need to play it flawlessly.
It was kind of ring around the rosy happening because True Rippers took a lot of space directly towards the B crane and then moved forward towards the spawn, wherein Revenant just went in for the adaptation, and Paradox now trying to equalize the numbers does not win the second. It's RU who comes out on top.
Oh, Severine moving up, but there's too many players just peeking at him, and that's it. The first round's going to be collected by True Rippers. Nicely done. I like that push and pull strategy that they did. 3 players pushing in from the B main all the way towards the spawn, catching one of the players off guard. That's a great way to start things off, right? And we mentioned this as well. If you get the pistol round in your hands in a good fashion, that can really bring you back up on the board. And that can also be a little bit of a pressure subsider.
Yeah, because again, I love how True Rippers played that round. Took space towards B. Revenant adjusted to that quickly. Went in from under tubes, directly planted at B. But the duels went in for True Rippers, and Deathmaker is popping off. So a heavy weaponry advantage. Only Dostine having a sheriff in hand. So it's going to be a full save for the side of Revenant. But yeah, I'm pretty sad that we are not seeing any outlaw, unfortunately.
Oh, this time we're seeing some quick moves, but then disrupt on the Bulldog. He's a man ready with his crosses trains, just waiting for those players to straight up walk into it. And that's what's happening. Revenant Esports just funneling in the opponent's crosshairs. They don't stand a chance. It's going to be a quick, flawless mowdown.
Just as you mentioned, and how everyone predicted, a simple, solid round for the second one. And now it's going to be a bonus being played. Though I would still say it is a very solid bonus for True Rippers, because if you're Revenant, you wanted to get as many weaponries off of the hands of True Rippers as possible, and True Rippers went in for a flawless round. So a Guardian in hand, they've still got a Vandal as well in the hands of RU, 3 Bulldogs, a couple of them paired up with a half shield. So I think so it still is a very doable round, and the more rifles Revenant are going to lose, the more expensive it becomes. And it's again like pistol round. Oh my god, what a dash back.
Oh no. This is what I was literally about to mention as well. The Viper cannot afford to get caught instantly towards man, and she does get caught. The main controller now taken off from the game. Adaptations need to be on point from True Rippers. Post-plant situation is something that can definitely put on this pressure, and considering it's the buy round, True Rippers really do desperately need it in their hands to break the economy of the opponent and just to make sure that the opponents are going to be trapped in a big economical loop. Rossi peeks out, gets the first headshot, looking to line up the second one as well. He might just do that, but gets denied by Disrupt. But then skills to just click things off and close it off.
Yeah, just getting a couple of weaponries off of their hands though. They kind of wanted to play just like how they played in the pistol round, but True Rippers, this time that reveal that came in from the SK Rossi himself. Yeah, I was just searching for the name. The reveal that came in from SK Rossi on that Sova, it was massive. Deathmaker was able to dash out, but yeah, again, Techno got caught in that situation, and eventually they could not win out or close out that round, but only a couple of rifles lost for Revenant, so they do not have any problem. And looking at the setup this time, yet again, Revenant want to play towards that B. A slow pace round. Operator in the hands of Deathmaker. Rossi finds a value on the Vandal itself, and I believe it's time to go in for that execute as everyone's just going back. High tide goes up. Along with the
Yeah.
Viper Orb as well. A good one to deny any kind of push as well. But look at the space being taken. Aryu still stands
Oh my
his ground.
God.
Cove comes in place along with the snake bite in the back. Aryu low in HP, but a bad save.
Oh, no.
Reveal, and it gets the spike down.
Yeah, he also drops down the spike in the open now. That's a big problem. The players still looking for to funnel in towards the side. The defenders, they're struggling. It's a 2v3. Anything can happen up till now. Went for the fake plant as well. The spam's going to be there too. Rossi looking for to back away. He knows there's a lot of threat lingering on towards the B side, and there is definitely going to be that resistance. Operator in the hands of Rossi. Oh, the first peek from Hello could have been quite deadly. If he was able to catch SK Rossi off guard in that moment, things could have been so different. But Revenant Esports, they really need to make it quick. There's not a lot of time left on the clock. Rossi's still all the way in the back lines. And oh my god, Helif with a quick 2-piece on the board. Shuts down Rossi and Paradox on the way. Now it's all down to skill. And he does not have a lot of HP as well. This post-plant scenario, you can just imagine the amount of pressure that's currently there on the line. And Skills, he's still just playing around with his food. Position and compromise. Skills, this is such a brilliant repositioning. And the man's got no clue. Skills still on the site, just posted up. Beautiful stuff from Skills.
What an idea to have. With the position that Helef had, he would not have known that the reposition was actually towards the spike. He got that round for his team. That was such a brilliant way to perform. But really, I mean, Aryu, when he was playing in towards that backside, he was being such a nuisance. He needed to be dealt with. But yet again, he won the fight against Severin. He got taken down. And that was one of the reasons why we went down to the last 4 seconds. But that pause of Revenant worked out really well for them. However, he left almost bringing that back from the brink. But this time around, they want to change setup a little bit, want to progress directly towards the A where they have not shown a lot of presence yet.
Yeah. And we're also seeing the same wall from both the sides, right? The Viper wall towards B, then the defending wall towards A from the Viper 2. Heavy presence this time from True Rippers towards the A side. Pretty much going for a stack. It's a gamble stack that they're going for. And if it is going to be a B take, then once again, they're going to try to play it on the complete retake scenario. So far, Revenant Esports playing things off on patience, just showcasing as much patience as possible.
Yes.
Our drone out to collect some information, and there we go. The first pick's now being found. That's going to be the information feeder right there. Severin's position's compromised as well. Some are down line, but Severin cannot afford to peek out once again. Paradox there to catch Techno off guard. B-side's completely fallen in the hands of Revenant Esports as they stroll across the B-side. And now probably Revenant Esports looking forward to back away from A2. One of the mans being caught in the front. SK Rossi. Oh, he's only taken down to 40 HP. This could have been so bad for him. If he would have lost that AR, this would have been a big problem.
Yeah, that is true, but the lurk was even better, and the reposition from Skills works out really well for his team. Undertube cleared out, it's only Disrupt remaining. Revenant played this round so very slow, and they again went in for their default Viper wall directly towards the B, showing that they might have exactly the same strategy, but then went in to show some presence towards A as well. With the high tide up, throwing in the cascade as well, you knew that they just want to play in for picks because they had both Skills as well as Paradox invested towards B to try and find the pick on that aggression. And it worked out brilliantly. So now the adjustment needs to come in from True Rippers because, yeah, they're facing some problems. The pistol and the anti-eco, those were the only 2 rounds they were able to get on this defense.
Yeah.
And since it's Icebox, you really want to get at least 4 rounds or bare minimum 3 rounds on the defense itself.
True that. And considering so far Revenant Esports winning a streak of rounds is really putting True Rippers in a big state of discomfort. Yeah, in this round they find the pick off the rip, which is a good news. Dawson taken down. That's going to be the entry fragger. Now Revenant Esports, they need to pull out some different strategy from their books. Time to pull it back. Skills as well from the top, looking forward to connect with this off angle. First pick being found. Deathmaker's going to be the man to click up this time. 2K from him. And yeah, even the third one follows up. Deathmaker's going massive from this angle. He switches the gun at the wrong time. I'm not sure what he was doing there. Out in the open, goes for the switch. Gets taken off instantly. And then Paradox now, once again, a chance to clutch it off. 1v3, we've seen a lot of these clutch happen in the league stages. maybe the same thing can happen once again. And it's all to Paradox. We know this man's got the aim and the capability to make something like this happen.
Right here.
Oh, no.
Trying to find an angle through the wall, but could not do that. LF gets the pick on Paradox, and that's another round for True Rippers. The moment we mentioned they need a round for their side, they were able to get that. And this time, Revenant went in towards that A pick, right? They went in towards that A shot again, where they were caught one after the other. That's a good adjustment coming in from True Rippers. However, most of it was them winning out their own duels and Deathmaker just popping off in that previous one. It's got the blades up as well, but on the other side, Revenant, they've got almost a full stack, a couple of away from the Blade Storm. They've got the Reckoning, they've got Hunter's Fury, coupled up with the Viper's Pit along with Lockdown. So it's a full-fledged execute this time towards the A side. Maybe going in for a fast pick. And what a good lineup yet again for this Shock Dart. Because
Solid
they knew
stuff.
LF was one away from the Hunter's Fury. They knew he would go for the orb. And he's down to 44 HP.
Yeah. Oh, ult out towards the side to make sure that the side's going to be emptied out now. And all the defenders, they're just going to back off. Try and play this one on the retake. And DOS9, a perfect lineup that was. Disrupt gets the exit onto that player, but does that really matter? The entire site now just opened up inside out. Even the Viper's Pit being invested, it's looking next to impossible to make this retake happen. You might as well try to go for the save if you're True Rippers. Good snake bite though. It's going to force out the player from that corner. Paradox still just in an off angle. The position gets revealed. Deathmaker catches Rossi, but now it's going to be the guessing game. Fake tap was there on the spike. Paradox on the top, just waiting for someone to walk in his crosshair. Paradox position gets snuffed out too. A 1v2! Out and over, the possibilities now once again back in the hand, but then Skills snatches them away.
What a close round. It basically got me directly up on my heels and on my toes at that point because it was so very close yet again. I loved the setup that came in from Revenant, but the adjustment from True Rippers was even better. DOS9 popped off up on Heaven, but yeah, at the same time, you also saw Disrupt answering back really well. However, the econ is now broken for True Rippers. They've got a couple of Guardians. Deathmaker is pulling out a hero operator in this one when a couple of players of his team are playing on a classic. Takes the space directly towards the A. Hunter's Fury being invested.
Okay.
It's gonna be pushed back. How did he even catch Severine with that? That
Important
is just
pick.
a brilliant one.
Really important pick. Even the classic able to find DOS9. I'm not exactly sure what DOS9 was doing there, but they cannot afford to lose out on those easy duels like that. Paradox has managed to sneak himself in so deep, and now all he needs to do is just wait in the off angle. Time to catch at least one of the players off guard. Paradox spots out the gun barrel, sees the player moving up. And yeah, that's going to be easy. 2 picks right there. Revenant Esports, these lurks are able to find so much value. And I like the fact that we're seeing the setups being changed all the time. We're not seeing the similar stuff being repeated over and over again. Good tap from Disrupt. Catches the man off guard. But is that really going to restore the life back in the hands? That's what I want to know. And yeah, another man of the front lines. Operator able to find that value. Paradox with a 4K looking forward to claim the ace as well. If he does get the ace, that's going to be an easy operator retrieved in the hand, which can bring up so many better future possibilities for Revenant Esports. And I like the fact that Paradox is also trying to play this one as safe and sound as possible. Not really overcommitting, just keeping himself back there in the race. And perfectly done. Ace from Paradox.
What a way to start the map off. My goodness. Right in the 8th round itself. The IGL getting the ace? I mean, that's exactly what you would love to see. Severine having a tough time in this one, but does not matter. Skills and Paradox are popping off like anything. And with that ace, he's basically just a few more points away as well from his Viper's Pit again. That's going to be the second one in the attack itself. And they've still got the lockdown. They've still got the Hunter's Fury, Blade Storm. On the other side though, apart from the Hunter's Fury, they've got a full house. So this round could eventually get very messy. And yet again, a fast play coming in from True Rippers.
Oh my god.
Nah, he's not going to find anyone.
Hold on. Deathmaker actually smoked off the dart. So he's definitely going to find one. They've got no clue. Deathmaker did not break the dart. Instead, he smoked it off. So there was no sound cue given to Revenant Esports that there's a push coming through from A. And he catches one of the players off guard. And look at the amount of info Techno's able to find as well. He can hear so many footsteps around himself. He gives his position away with that move. But considering Techno is all by himself on that mark, DOS9's able to catch Deathmaker all the way in the back lines. The free flow from Revenant is looking super solid. Lockdown was invested from both the sides in their Vico. It's time to completely vacate the site. And this is where the man in the back lines will be able to find one more. Yep, the possibilities denied.
They were searching for where the exact spike location is. But yeah, they were able to find it out. It was a good adjustment coming in from True Rippers. They were playing it pretty slow on towards the A side. So changed the pace up with Deathmaker on that Blade Storm. And he was also able to find the value, disrespecting the possibility of anyone being there. Moving forward, got the first one, and then eventually Revenant pivoted up directly towards the B, trying to get the plant down. It was a good post-plant position as well. But again, back and forth trades happened. DOS9 got a few picks of his own. But at the end of the day, it was True Rippers coming forward with the adjustment. Both the lockdowns were used. So now it's going to be potentially a Techno's Viper's Pit investment. But the question is, where is he going to invest it? Maybe towards the A, block off that choke point, and make sure that his team has got some extra members stacking up towards the other part of the map. Because Revenant kind of wants to play default. Yep, that's where the pit is.
Judge and Techno. In that Viper's Pit, one thing is for sure, the A site's on a complete lockdown. You cannot move up now. Looking towards mid, you've got Paradox lurking around as well. And skills there to back him off instantly. If things do go south for them, Hellfighter looking forward to at least overextend in that mark. His position gets compromised, but he's still safe somehow. He will be able to back away. No issues in that regard. Severine trying to go for the plan. He's going to go for that fake tap. Baits out a couple of shots. With those shots, also the positions will be revealed off the defenders. So even that position's going to be super important. Once again, Paradox catches one of the players off guard. I just don't understand how he's able to free flow all across the map so much. The amount of map control that's been given away to Revenant. It's a really big problem for True Rippers. They need to be a little bit more proactive. Just look at Paradox. He's playing in their own territory. Jeez. What is going on?
Van has just been let loose. Severine giving out the calls and Paradox making the plays like anything. That is just mind-blowing stuff coming in from their side. It's literally just as you mentioned, the amount of space that has been given to Revenant. They're just utilizing all of that. However, I would still say, since again, it's the map of Icebox, True Rippers have already got 4 rounds on defense on board. All they need is just one more round, and that should be it. They should be able to get more rounds on the attack. So it could potentially be another save round, given their economy is just not at all pretty. With 3 players not even able to afford any kind of Phantoms or Vandals. But yeah, this timeout potentially could give them a chance to break this momentum of back and forth that has been happening and figure out what Revenant is exactly doing in all of those plays wherein they've been continuously going in for those lurks. They're gonna have to just slow down the pace at this point, or maybe try to repeat what they did back in the pistol round. Because they haven't been doing that for quite a few rounds. They could potentially go aggressive towards the B. They've shown A aggression already. So that might be the name of the game.
I mean, he's been getting the kitchen control consistently. And that's a problem. Then he flows all the way from kitchen towards the spawn. He gets so much information towards Snowman, towards the entire spawn area. And that's now really starting to be a big problem for True Rippers. They need to find a way to patch that hole up. And so far, True Rippers, they're not able to find a cure to that problem. In this round, Disrupt is the man. Looking forward to welcome those 3 players who are right in the front. And DOS9 is probably going to be the one to get the first engagement in his hands. There's a man just holding that left angle. A good mosh pit. The players will need to back away, at least for now. There is a bit of a delay being added. Good pick from Disrupt. This is what I exactly like about the man. He's so disciplined, yet so mechanically skilled, that he actually does manage to connect shots like that, and it keeps on helping him over and over again. Aldrone's going to spot the players. Now they know one thing for sure, and that is going to be that A-side's in the takings, and they're probably going to try to go for the plant.
But they kind of have to just wait for their utilities to refresh, because True Rippers could flood in the site as quickly as possible, and they also want Paradox to potentially find a pick, but everyone on the side of True Rippers have already rotated directly towards the side. Gove goes in, as again we're gonna see the Thrash used up. He catches one, but that's again inside the core. LF being super safe. That's a pivot potentially. Paradox
Oh my God.
should be able to get one, but wait a second, they've only got 10 more seconds remaining. They've got to get the plant down, and that's the spike out in the open.
Oh no, rough luck. But still they're moving it towards the B side, and he will have just enough time, maybe. Oh my God, he does. Barely gets the plant down. Revenant Esports still in the race inside of this round itself. Things could have been so south. He barely got the plant down within milliseconds. And now in the post plant somewhere down line, there's a vibe that just gives it off to me that maybe it's going to be Revenant Esports with the advantage. Rossi, if he's able to get even one pick, things are going to be super good. Wingman's going to go for the defuse, and no. Oh, okay, Wingman being destroyed. That's a good news, but the Thrash is going to catch the last man, and that's it. It's done for. Skills getting knifed.
Not a knife. Not a knife. No way, Disrupt, you do that. No way. I mean, that's potentially given. If your Thrash hits and it's the last person standing, you are going to knife them. But yeah, what a thrifty round from the side of True Rippers. And
oh, but look at this. Hold on. They did get that previous round in the hands, but now Revenant Esports, they've got the Viper's Pit and also the Hunter's Fury online. So this is where Revenant Esports have another chance to close it off in a 7-5 fashion, which is probably going to happen if they use these ults in a really good fashion and in a perfect time.
hopefully, because Paradox has been popping off, and this again could potentially be an A push coming in. But on the other side, we're also seeing Deathmaker take an aggressive stance. Oh, what a high tide up on his face, and he's taken down with the spam. Hunter's fully invested. Should get a tag onto one at least. Unfortunately, no.
At least they got the information that the backside's going to be cleared up. The screens, there's no one going to be there. Information flow, clearly quite fluid. And Revenant Esports, Viper's Pit invested. They get the plant down as well. So the post plant is now completely secured off as well. Beautifully done, man. I mean, Revenant Esports, some of the executions that we're seeing from them, it's just incredible. Pushing in with the high tide. I just love that. And now Revenant Esports, considering it's time for them to just sit back, relax, and wait for the defenders to move up forward. It's a 3v4 scenario. Revenant with the man advantage. Toss9 catches one, now makes it a 2v4. Techno's quite softened up as well. I highly doubt Techno's going to stand a chance against DOS9 in this duel. And DOS9 is just going for a random spam. And there we go. Paradox to close things off into Techno.
DK catching him down to that one last HP, and eventually Revenant closing the round off, just as you predicted, mentioned. Both of those ultimates could potentially prove to be very well utilized. And again, it was Deathmaker playing aggressive, but the anticipation by Revenant that he could be there up on top, that's what helped them out to finish him off. And that high tide was absolutely perfect. He threw over the cascade as well just before taking Deathmaker down, because he could not get any kind of vision. And with the spam, he was just caught down to the 11 HP. Then one bullet from Severin did the trick. But again, the sites have been swapped. I think so. True Rippers have done a phenomenal job on their defense. However, a Harbor Viper composition, it's difficult to find the timing to break through those constant wall setups. So I'm going to be interested to see how they'll be able to do it.
A Harbor Viper composition, it just has so much visual denying potential. Think about it. You've got the Viper wall. Then you've also got the Viper orb that you're, of course, going to be tossing up. There we go. The mid's now completely blocked off. So Revenant Esports, once again, there's no information if someone's moving up towards kitchen. For now, in this pistol round, if True Rippers are able to win it off, then we might just see a tie in the scoreline. But if True Rippers are not able to win it, well, then it's a big red flag right there. And we might just have the winners of the first match. I said might. There's a chance. Pulling off the comeback will be even tougher. The bigger the lead, the more the mental pressure.
Well, made so much noise directly towards B that everyone from the side of Revenant have rotated directly towards that. And the space that has been taken by RU has given all the information to his team. Has not even broken the KJ setup yet. So now they'll not have enough time to go in for a flood retake. That's a brilliant move by True Rippers. They will get the plant down, maybe not by the wingman. So Giga is going to do it himself. Disrupt will get that plant, but to get that flank protection, Deathmaker should be able to get one. But the anticipation from Revenant is also there. They're all moving in directly from the mid.
Massive flank, Deathmaker. If he's able to get even a quick 2-piece on the board, it can mean so much for these players. Quick trades happening on the board. Paradox able to catch a 2-piece. Skills catches him instantly, and Revenant Esports, it's a sweep out of nowhere. They were just ready with the mop on the site. A perfect retake. They also catch the man on the lurk. What else do you want? Revenant Esports just winning the majority of their duels against True Rippers. Straight up.
That's such a great retake from Revenant. I mean, the anticipation that someone could be there protecting the lurk. So everyone just decided to move on together from screens as well as directly from the ramps. Were able to take them down one after the other. And Deathmaker's lurk timing, it was just a second too late, you could say, because he did not anticipate his team falling down on site so very quickly. So even though True Rippers, they were able to get that plant down, they just could not close it out in that post plan. Revenant now potentially going to increase their lead, and DOS9 is going to make sure they've got the lead in the numbers as well for this round.
Keep this thing in mind. We mentioned this too. If Revenant Esports, they win this pistol round in the second half, the lead will be too much. And the bigger the lead, the more the mental pressure. And right now, True Rippers is facing that mental pressure. Hopefully, they just do not succumb under it. Oh, position compromise. Techno. At least needs to back off. Oh, he catches a bullet from that Guardian. It's going to soften him up so much. Both those players just waiting around the corner to go for the peek. But DOS9 doing the same thing, waiting for the players to just walk in his crosshairs. That one single peek might just reveal everything. And yes, that's what happened. Skills on the top with a quick mowdown.
The man is just ziplining up out in open on top of the players.
Eco frags.
Eco frags indeed. He could have threatened his own life at that point though, but I mean it did work out for them. So
I mean, there's a lot of teammates alive, so even if he does get taken down, it's not an issue.
True. And now they've got a judge in the hands of the IGL Severin himself. 600 creds on both, so he might not have enough to full bound to the next one if in case Revenant lose this round. A couple of Guardians. They've got a Vandal in the hands of Paradox, and the man has been fragging out like a madman. However, a full direct push as well. They anticipated the fast-paced push coming in from Revenant because they were on lower weaponries. Good adjustment from True Rippers.
Yeah, I mean, they did get the pick, but look at the damage dealt as well. Deathmaker and RU,
yes,
down to 10 and 14 HP each. Techno finds Paradox. That's going to be another shorty that they get. And now there's going to be a last-minute rotation towards the B site. And somewhere down line, Rossi has predicted this rotation coming through. First caught, the second one as well, the third one lines up. Rossi! Humongous play from this man. Massive. Goes huge towards the site. And now he's also going to try to overheat a little bit. There we go. Fourth tap found. Rossi, someone stop this man on the tracks. If he's not being stopped, it's a big problem. Deathmaker catches him, but Deathmaker's too low. 10 HP only. And look at this lurk. Look at this flank that's coming through. Skills. He's going to play this entire scenario perfectly. And Deathmaker, he misses the first opportunity. That's the opportunity. He had to close it off, but he whiffed those shots. Unfortunately, Deathmaker, he will lose that round. And that was all to the bonus round for Revenant Esports. Oh my god, what a big blunder that was from True Rippers.
That was a madman play from Rossi. Getting 4 with that Guardian. And then Deathmaker missing out his perfect timing to catch skills off guard. That feels so unfortunate. He fired those bullets early on. Could not get the crosshair on the head first. Yes, those shots missed are definitely going to hurt the side of True Rippers now because that was their round to be found. But yet again, what a heroic play from Rossi. Up on top, doing God's work for his side. And yes, that's basically the bonus round for them. Should potentially give them the next one as well. The question is, will True Rippers force buy? They should have the loss bonus, but might not exactly be enough to give them those full shields along with the Vandals.
Is Deathmaker trying to warm his hands up? I mean, he was rubbing his hands together. One thing is for sure, he's not been feeling himself in the series so far. I mean, he's gotten some decent amount of kills, don't get me wrong, but I mean, you know, the Deathmaker that I know, man. But it's okay. I'm pretty sure it's just the first game, right? We cannot really judge a lot from that. The second map as well is going to be keeping a lot of value towards it. And now DOS9 with the Outlaw in his hands. Oh my god, this weapon. It's going to deny the possibilities even more, man. If they straight up just go for the peek on towards DOS9, it's a big problem. It's a big red flag.
It's basically an operator, considering that there's absolutely all the half shields up on boards for the side of True Rippers for their force. A good anticipation by Revenant. Playing full retake directly towards A. Utilities being broken, noise being made.
Oh my god. Good pick. True Rippers still a chance. They've still got a glimmer of hope. Good pick. Severine. Instant trade is there on the board. True Rippers, they've also got the side flow in the hands. A 3v4 where the players are softened up, Hellfighter and Techno. Let's see how much more connections are going to be found. Wingman's going to go for the plant as well. Beautiful pick from Disrupt. Oh, this man's really feeling himself too, huh? His aim's been on point so far. He's found some nutty shots with that Sheriff. It's a 2v2 retake scenario. Rossi needs to at least find one pick and then DOS9 to back it off. It can be even more better. And DOS9 now, he's picked up the Vandal. He's going to try to press W, that's for sure. The Sheriff shot missed. Unfortunately, the timing does not work out that perfectly because Hellf was still in midair. He went for that jump on top of that thingy. And now, DOS9 to close it off as well. Beautiful stuff from Revenant Esports. There was a bit of a chance for True Rippers to latch onto that. But unfortunately, Revenant Esports did once again just snatch it away.
True Rippers almost pulled that thrifty round, but they just could not recover those weaponries. And that's the only reason why they could not close that post plant out. They've been getting the plant down. They've done that a couple of times, but they just can't seem to hold the post plant scenarios. I mean, in the previous round, you can say, yeah, they did not have the buy. But again, in the pistol round as well, they face the exact same problem. However, full buys all across the board. Deathmaker one away from the Blade Storm. Techno one away from the Viper's Pit. On the other side, you've already got the Reckoning. You've got SK Rossi with the Hunter's Fury. They will play for a full retake on towards either of the sides. And now DOS9 yet again, this time has got the operator in the hand. So you do not want to go into that crosshair. And is holding the full B long.
Oh no. And I guess the intentions are to move towards the B site. Even towards mid, the turret's gonna find the confirmation. Yeah. You see, True Rippers aren't able to do the same stuff that Revenant Esports did. Just flood in all the way towards kitchen, get the control, and make the map feel like it's your home. The same stuff's not being replicated from True Rippers because they just can't. First pick was found, but unfortunately, the confirmation wasn't exactly there. Now there's wall in the front, so DOS9 knows that the potential has been denied to straight up enter inside of the site. Look at Argue. With the KJ, he's managed to sneak in quite deep. Skills, all he need to do is just tuck himself in that corner quite deep as well. Do not go for the peek. If you do, Argu's going to be the one to find the advantage. Skilled, he finds the lurker. Perfectly done. Deathmaker catches DOS9 too. That's another massive pick. It's still a 3v4. True Rippers, they've still got a solid chance to close things off. There was a man in the back lines, but unfortunately, his position was compromised as well. Hellfighter shutting down Severine. Now it's a 3v1. And yeah, the round's been taken away by True Rippers. Finally, something that's there. This can't be the momentum stopper, but already too many rounds have been taken away by Revenant.
So Rippers sent in RU for that lurk. If he was able to find the value, they would have directly gone for a pivot towards the A side. But since it did not, and they knew that there's at least KJ playing towards the A side, they had to brute force their way onto the side because there would have been an issue of the time as well. And with the pick, Deathmaker was able to find the anticipation that DOS9 would still hold the angle with the op. I mean, that's just great. And look at all the half shields across the board for the side of Revenant now. So It's going to be problematic. And still there's a Viper's Pit, and this time for Disrupt has got the Thrash available. So they will be able to clear that side. Hunter's Fury now being invested by SK Rossi. Tries to find a pick, a value, gets a tag on Deathmaker, but that's about it. Down to 70 HP.
Are you with this lurk? If he catches one, he's done his job, in my opinion. Position compromised. Aryu gets one important pick, but then an instant return is there too. And these instant returns, they need to be stopped. Once again, Skills has got his hands on the lockdown. Keep that thing in mind. So this retake can be easy for Revenant Esports if the timing's used perfectly. The lockdown goes down. Once again, now True Rippers, they need to evacuate the site completely. And this is where True Rippers, the real problems might just start to hit them. And yeah, one of the players being found, Hunter Fury being utilized as well. It's going to be the counter to Hellfighter. Finding SK Rossi. Skills able to shut down Disrupt on the tracks. A 2v2 upcoming. 74 HP from Severine and Skills with only 68. Skills, if he's able to execute this entire push, this might just come through. But no, Hellfighter denies it. And keep this thing in mind. Still, we're just waiting for the confirmation, and there we go. I was about to mention that the spike still not went down, but yeah, well, I guess with that lurk, the closure is being found.
The timing that Techno was able to find on that lurk when everything was just unfolding directly towards the site, that Hunter's Fury was what basically gave him that 1 second Q as well. Directly go back from the spawn, go towards the mid, and then go in directly for that lurk as well. A brilliant play from True Rippers, working things out. That's exactly what you want. And Helef, yet again, as you mentioned, a great investment of the Hunter's Fury. Even though Thrash was denied for Disrupt in that post plant, he still has it available now for this one round. And it's again a Marshal in the hands of SK Rossi. 3 Sheriffs on board, so maybe doable. We've seen Revenant already. Ace in the hands of Paradox. And that round 8 itself, the Sheriffs could potentially be deadly. So True Rippers, they've got an idea. They're anticipating a fast push towards either of the sides. So they are playing all the way back and slow.
I mean, look at the ults as well from True Rippers. They've got 4 ults up. And then towards Revenant Esports, they've only got the Viper's Pit. Economy is also in shambles. For Revenant Esports, they just need to play for picks at this point. Try and hope for the best in this round. Try and make sure the Sheriff's able to find the maximum value, including SK Rossi's Marshal. Is that really going to be happening? The chances are quite minimal. Wanted to deny Dizzy, or wanted to deny the Wingman going for that plant, but unfortunately that's not going to be happening. The plant's going to be down. True Rippers, smooth sailing so far in the round, but then Severine comes up huge with that headshot. Even Thrash being pulled out. So far, this retake is looking quite good from Revenant Esports. They're taking the control step by step. Severine's able to find RU2, but then it's going to be a big flow of kills from True Rippers towards the site, and they're ripping apart the competition.
I'll be honest, it went in way too close for comfort because True Rippers did not take any space towards the side. They went in for that Wingman plant and then went all the way back playing towards the crane. Deathmaker was the only one playing towards yellow. And once he was caught off guard as well, you could see him saying some words. Because that was not a good post-plant situation for True Rippers to hold. There was, again, all the 3 players who were remaining standing. That's such a low HP that just a couple of shots from Sheriff would have done the trick. So post-plant, again, for the side of True Rippers, need to be worked upon. But as long as trades went in their own favor, that's all you need. They had the better weaponry, and they still jiggled in with the utilities perfectly. Thrash was used up, it was denied, but Disrupt still is already a couple of points closer to that ultimate. Deathmaker with the Blade Storm, Techno with the Viper's Pit, Aryu with the Lockdown. So Paradox's Viper's Pit can be denied in this round, but Severine with the Reckoning up knows that he will be calling in to play for that retake on at least one of those sides. So they might be playing in back, might be playing in to concede a few of it. But Operator being pulled up for DOS9 yet again.
In the previous round, they were able to force out some of the key ults. And now that Revenant Esports, just imagine this, right? You've got the Viper's Pit, which is going to help you just completely put the side on the lockdown. Then you've also got the Blade Storm. Well, if DOS9's able to pop off with that ultimate, then things can be even better. He can try and go for some of those solo mechanical plays. And then you've also got the Reckoning, which is going to help you so much in those post-plant scenarios, in those retake scenarios. So in general, Revenant Esports, they should have this round in their hands if they try to go for the full commit. I'm not exactly sure if they're going to try to go for that, though. They still need one more round after this.
Oh,
But
the fountain
slowly and
timing.
steadily, yeah. True Rippers, they're moving in inch by inch. Good lockdown. Gonna force the defenders all the way in the back. The site's going to be easily in their hands. The snakebite as well to deny the entry towards the site for as long as possible, but already the entry is being made by the attacker. Reckoning being utilized, as I mentioned, to make sure the attackers are going to be forced back instantly, and that's what is exactly happening. Good proactive control. Viper's Pit being utilized as well. Paradox instantly pulls it back. Skills trying to go for the spam, finds Deathmaker, which is quite important, and now, so far, it's a 2-for-2 trade. A 3v3 scenario, actually. We'll make that a 3v1. So many trades just happening on the fly, that now we're left with a 2-on-1, in which RU is the only man trying to play for the post plant, but then Skills is going to catch him off guard.
Really was expecting the sides of True Rippers to again use that lockdown, and then when they're on the side, ask Techno to drop down that Viper's Pit as well. But it just did not happen. On the other side, the Reckoning from Severine was pulled out, and then they paired it up with Paradox's Viper's Pit, which basically gave them the entire side control. And they went in for those trades as well, because again, everyone was just trying to run away from that question. It just again feels unfortunate that True Rippers, their first half of the attack seems flawless. They find the timing through the high tide, but it's their post plan that always gives an opening to the side of Revenant to steal it away, get the side back in their hands, and then go in for that defuse. And it has been working out brilliantly. Couple of people now watching directly.
Oh
It was
my
the
God,
opening,
nice.
But Deathmaker gets Severine out of the picture. DOS9 quickly trades off Techno as well.
Good catch. But then, yeah, as you mentioned, instant trade is there on the board too, but still the man advantage in the hands of True Rippers, which is important to play off with. Paradox all the way in the back lines, trying to go for some aim duels. Even the spikes not being planted so far. True Rippers, the struggles are clearly there, but they're also getting the kills in their hands, and as long as that's happening, it's all good in the hood. Deathmaker trying to move up as well towards the site. The position's also compromised. Paradox, he still wins that duel somehow, but it's fine though. I mean, True Rippers, a good team play.
The sub was just able to get that one operator as well away from the hands of DOS9. So here's the thing. Operator for DOS9 has not been working out. He's been trying to get the picks, but it's just not working out for their side. So Revenant would need to try and work that up. However, on the other end of the spectrum, Severine yet again just 3 away from his own Reckoning. And we've already seen how well they're able to play in that retake situation. Skills as well, just 2 points away. So they might really want to just try and play for the orbs. For True Rippers, they've got the Thrash available. They've still got the Viper's Pit. So they could potentially go for a fast play. Severine gets down along with DOS9 as well. Anticipated the aggression of Revenant. So they were able to quickly adjust back to it. And now could potentially get that side control as well. SK Rossi is still present. One headshot from the Sheriff. That's all you need to take the players down. Dizzy goes up. Catches no one, so they know they can take that space. Up over on top, SK Rossi traded 1-for-1. Skills finds the timing. LF was able to take Paradox down as well. RU directly going up on top, and yeah, that's basically RU trying to find an opportunity on Skills. Going up close to a frenzy, but it's fine. He's got the Phantom in his hand to close things out. Simple, smooth round for True Rippers, and yeah, they still have their Thrash available along with their Viper's Pit.
I mean, keep this thing in mind, though. These solo rounds that they're getting, it has brought them back in the race. 10-12 is the scoreline. Only 2 rounds separating them from pushing towards OT. These solo rounds really need to be countered hard. There's a lockdown available in the hands of Skills, and in my opinion, he should use that as a resistance. Just deny the side control completely. Do not even let True Rippers just set their foot on the site. Revenant Esports this time trying to make that push and pull strategy happen. You can see the player on the A is completely pushed back, while there's a massive push coming in from B. The players have already pushed up all the way deep towards main. There's a lot of confirmation that's being given away. So one thing is for sure, soon enough, we might just see the rotation being pulled back as well. Good pick from Skills, which was really important. DOS9 as well, able to return back with that operator. Oh my god, these type of kills is really going to bring Revenant Esports inside of the race once again, and they might just get the closure. They might just get the confirmation that they needed. DOS9 switches over to Phantom, and that's it, Skills! With the closure, a 3K on the board. Beautiful stuff. Skills was feeling himself in that round. And that's it, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to be Revenant Esports to close things off in Icebox. The last time these two teams faced off against each other, it was True Rippers to take away Icebox. But now it's Revenant. They have changed the past.
Proving every analyst out there wrong. That maybe Icebox could go in the side of True Rippers, pulling out the Harbor Viper composition for the first time in this playoffs, working out so very well for them. But on the other side though, few things need to be discussed for True Rippers, because again, there were a couple of ultimates that they still did not use, or they were not utilized to perfection. A few rounds left and right that should have been theirs, but it kinda went away. Specifically the ones in which all they had to do was to hold the post plant, and that's what did not happen. Yeah, there are a few things that True Rippers would definitely need to work out, talk around that, and then move on to the next map of Bind. But yet again, a great map coming in, and what an adaptation from Revenant.
It was indeed quite a rough game from them, that's for sure. And True Rippers, man, I mean, as you mentioned, proving the analysts wrong. We all thought that Icebox can definitely be going True Rippers' way, but unfortunately that's not the case. The Harbor Viper composition working out quite well for them. And as I mentioned, at the end of the day, even duels are something you really need to come out on top from. And unfortunately, a lot of those duels are also being lost by True Rippers, which is another factor that needs to be added on towards this entire loss. Hopefully, the upcoming map, which is going to be Bind, we might just see True Rippers prevail, because Bind is one of those off picks. We haven't seen both these teams play on that map at all, so anything can happen.
Yeah, I'm also expecting that one to go in anyone's favor, because again, if in case it goes in for True Rippers' side, you could say that Split, again, it's going to go pretty close, because previously as well, it was 13-10 scoreline on the map of Split. Just one round left and right, and we might have also seen an overtime. But here's the thing, right? Revenant has again got a chance to close things out, because they have been cooking stuff up till now. They haven't showed a lot of those teams out there. Harbor Viper composition never being pulled out from their side back in those group stages, and now they enter in the playoffs, they pull out a Harbor Viper. Maybe on the Bind they can pull something as crazy as a triple controller, who knows?
I mean, hey, as I mentioned, in these type of stages, you really need to pull something new out of the box, and that's what they've done. To catch your opponents off guard is something that you really need to do, and Revenant Esports, they have successfully done that. This new composition that they brought up inside of Icebox might just make a lot of those teams second doubt their own picks so far inside of the tournament, because they just do not know what exactly is going to be upcoming when they face off against Revenant Esports. Because so far they're a step closer to that upper brackets round 2. As we move on forward with the match stats of the previous game, you guys can see the most of the first bloods, they were being found by the side of True Rippers, but then once again, it's all going to come down to those duels, right? Those later on duels on towards site, and that's where Revenant Esports was prevailing most of the times. Revenant Esports, they've got the core mechanics down when it comes to the team play. There's always another man available to get the trade in their hands. And majority of the times, Revenant Esports on the attacking side, the amount of map control they were able to run away with was insane. That's why True Rippers was getting caught off guard with those lurks over and over again, and he was paradox majority of the times.
Agreed. And even after True Rippers getting 15 first kills, they were just not able to close it out. Even in the post-plan, we saw them only converting 4 out of the 8 that they were able to get. So those again are the few things that in post-plan they really need to work a few things out. However, we're looking at the MVP from the both sides, and it's Sentinel from the one that Skills with KJ in his hand, 26 and 12, while on the other side it's going to be Disrupt on that Gecko, 273 ACS, 22 and 18. Man was really doing heavy lifting.
He indeed was. I mean, you guys can clearly see the heat map as well. And just look at the majority of the duels where they're exactly happening, right? Even towards mid, there were a lot of those duels happening. I mean, in general, in total, we witnessed 86 kills and 79 deaths, and the plants were 10 and the defusers were only 4. So in general, resistance was something that was always prevailing on the top. Retake, both these teams were sort of struggling, but then once again, Revenant Esports, they were just in much more of a better form.
Yep, and here we go. The MVP of the game itself with a 193.3 damage per round. It's going to be Skills with 282 ACS and 2.4 KDA, 8.7 first blood. Alright, he's a killjoy. He does not need that higher, but yeah, doing some really good job as well. Even on that attacking side, he made sure that he's watching out for those flanks as well, going in for those trades for his teammate. Again, here are the things, right? Yeah, there was a situation where we saw one clutch round coming in for the side of Revenant Esports, but on the other end of the spectrum, there were 15 first bloods for True Rippers. The conversion for 4v5, that's massive.
And if you remember that 4K from SK Rossi, right? The 4K Rossi curse continues. This man's just never able to get that ace. He does sometimes, of course, but, you know, it's like a little bit of a meme going on. 4K Rossi, once again, with that Guardian, unfortunately not able to close it off. But hey, I guess he was able to come on top with that heroic play and really save his team that one initial round, which was also sort of a mental breaker. But then later on, we also saw True Ripper slowly and steadily getting those scrappy rounds in their hands and also make the series quite competitive. I would say 13-10 is quite a competitive scoreline. Anything can happen in Bind.
I'm also again expecting anything to happen, but yeah, that was one of the phenomenal aces out there in the playoffs. First day itself, first map itself, we see an ace, we see a 4K, we see a thrifty, clutches. That's the pure beauty of the game Valorant itself. And again, it was the map of Icebox. There were a few jitters left and right that we did see from both of those teams, but Vine has been there for quite a few weeks, you could say.
One,
even in that competitive pool. Yeah,
again,
this
that tap was disgusting. This tap was disgusting on LF. He just sees that initial peak from Rossi and instantly gets head tapped. Like, what are you even supposed to do at that point? You just can't do anything. The first bullet is straight up just connecting to your head. But yeah, getting that 4K, as I mentioned, that was super important for Revenant Esports to sort of keep that momentum going. And initially, Revenant Esports just ran away with too many rounds. First half, 7-5 in my opinion, it was quite solid, but then the pistol round was really important too. And as soon as Revenant Esports won that pistol round somewhere down the line, we all know this can also be the nail in the coffin. But True Rippers, you really got to give it to them, man. They tried to make it as competitive as possible. They made it 10-13, which in my opinion is a competitive scoreline. And we know now that True Rippers, they've sort of tested the waters against Revenant Esports in this finals bracket. Moving on forward inside of Bind, they are going to be ready to adapt even better, and they're going to be ready for the surprises.
I'll be expecting the exact same thing because, yeah, those 4v5 conversions from Revenant was insane. The adaptation on the fly was amazing. The read of what True Rippers are going with, beautiful. Even those ultimates, I mean, specifically from Paradox on the Vipers, those Viper pits, that provided a massive value to him. On the other side, we did not really see Techno pulling out his own Viper's pit that much, right? I mean, at maximum, we only saw him do that once, maybe, on the defense. That's about it. If I'm not wrong, he even did not do that. So that's, again, a massive red flag coming in already. On the map of Bind itself, where you potentially have a Viper along with a Brimstone, the double controller is basically a staple setup. You really want to utilize those pits to its fullest potential.
And we also mentioned this over and over again, right? Reckoning from the side of Revenant Esports was super crucial as well. Yeah, they were not able to find a lot of value with that, but it's all about getting the map control in the retake scenarios on the defensive side of things, right? They were able to pull it off once successfully. They were able to push the attackers all the way in the back, get the side control in quite a proactive way. I just love the fact that Revenant Esports are so quick on the fly, adapting. And this is something that's really making sure that True Rippers is also going to fall under that pressure, because you're seeing that resistance come through so quick while True Rippers is still trying to understand the post-plant situation. And there's already the resistance available with the ultimates right there. So what are you even supposed to do when you're True Rippers? Well, I guess just be ready with all the ultimates and have a little bit more possible sense that what is exactly going to be upcoming, and realize the fact that the opponents are ready with these ults.
I mean, that's one of the major reasons why Revenant was, again, able to take care of everyone on the side of True Rippers in those post-plant situations, utilizing their utilities well. High tides always on your face. Cascades as well to help your team go in for those retakes. Even on the attack, we just saw how quickly Revenant were taking that backside control and making sure that there was no one pushing up. Why? Because there's a cascade in your face. You cannot just dry peek out of a wall. And it does slow you down. I know it's pretty minute, but still, it eventually does slow you down.
Exactly, and as I've been mentioning over and over again, with this composition, you get so much visual denying potential. It's crazy. You've already got the Viper wall towards the B side just ready, and then you move on forward towards the A side with the Harbor control. Man, it's just really tough as a defender to face off against it. And even if you are the one on the defending side of things, as an attacker in the post plant, it's really tough to breach through this entire scenario that's going to be put up in front of you. Even plus, if there is an ultimate available in the hands of Harbor, which is the Reckoning, well, then it's just the nail on top of the coffin, because you would need to give that proactive positions that you've already taken on top of the site. Once again, if the Reckoning's not available, you can always try to go for those little sneaky plays where you can just tuck yourself in a corner and hope that the person's not going to go for the check, and you will have the initial advantage in that fight. But if the Reckoning's available, you cannot pull off shenanigans like that, because your positions will be compromised.
That is true, and that's what helped Revenant go in for those retakes as well, specifically in that last round itself, when I mentioned that this Reckoning could be a massive tool for the retake, along paired up with the Paradox's Viper Spit as well. And again, our Techno was just not able to use out his own. It all eventually went in favor of Revenant because they were able to utilize those ultimates to its fullest potential. Though I would still say the double initiator of Gecko and Sova could have countered this visual denial setup with, because you've got the Owl Drone, you've got the refreshing recons, you've also got Dizzy, who would at least let you know if there are people or not. And again, you've also got the Wingman as well if you really want to use. You've got Mollies for Viper as well as Gecko itself to clear out some of the space at the backside and keep a few for the post plant. I would still say that the execute was fine, but the post plant is always where True Rippers face some problems, because the retake from Revenant was just on point.
Yeah, talking about the Gecko though, I mean, do you really feel like Gecko was used to his fullest potential? I hardly saw any glimmer of highlights from the side of Gecko, man. I mean, the Dizzy, yeah, was being utilized here and there once in a while, but it wasn't exactly able to find the amount of value that it's supposed to. And that's where, I guess, the real problems was really there. Sova, yes, the shock darts were there on the point. Even the recons were there. They were able to find the info. But then you did not expect the same thing from the Gecko, man. The Gecko, in my opinion, was just not able to find the amount of value that it was supposed to. And that's why some of the takes from the side of True Rippers on the attacking side just fell off.
Maybe, because that's again something Disrupt, he was able to find his individual value with those skills. But
mechanics, I mean, Disrupt has been there. This is something I mentioned, right? He's one of those disciplined players with some insane mechanics. But then once again, speaking about the team play, finding the value, finding the information with the Dizzy, it was something that wasn't really there that often. But then once again, I mean, in general, they just lost this match fair and square because they gave too much of an early lead to the opponents.
Specifically when the half shifted and eventually it was the pistol, the anti-eco, and as well as the bonus round. That was where everything basically broke for the side of True Rippers, and they just could not catch up to that lead. And again, kudos to SK Rossi with that massive play on the Guardian, but also at the same time to Paradox for making those lurking plays out in the first half. But again, now we've been talking about Icebox for a lot while, and as well the audience might get bored about that. I really want to look forward towards Bind as well, because every single time we have seen international teams play, we've seen some fun compositions, alright, don't get me wrong. We normally would see Sky, but now since the flashes are nerfed, do you think we will potentially see more of Gecko?
I would say no, not on Bind. I would say absolutely not on Bind. But I mean, I would love to see Breach inside of the composition. I would love to see that Breach mix coming in with the Sova. It can definitely be one of those classic compositions that we've been witnessing since the past, and it can definitely add on a little bit of a new twist to the playstyle, because once again, you're going back to the roots, and it's something that everyone's familiar to playing with. You might just feel a little bit more in your comfort zone. I mean, that's just my opinion. But you know what? We're talking about initiators and controller too much. Do you think we're going to see a Euro being pulled out?
Yeah, I was about to say the exact same thing, that maybe teams normally go with a double controller, right?
Hey, man, I want to see a Euro, man. I'm not gonna lie. I want to see a Euro being pulled out over here. Me
I
too.
love Yoru. So maybe pair up a double controller with Sky and a Yoru as for that double initiator type of setup, wherein Sky would be the main initiator, Yoru would be the pseudo one, pair him up with the Rays as well, going in with the Satchels. It's going to be super fun to potentially watch out. But yet again, there's one thing I really want to talk about, as you mentioned about Breach as well. It could be used, Rolling Thunder is usable, but the only problem that remains is that there is no potential God Flash that could come in from Breach. Sky can do that. I mean, even Gecko can do that. So that's the only thing I might think that Breach might not be pulled in.
Never know. Never know what's going to be the picks over here, because after the first Icebox Agent Select, I have been astonished. It's a change I wanted to see, but I did not expect it will be there, but it was there. So at this point, speculating anything can be something that might just bite us in the back later on. So you know what? Let's just wait for the Agent Select to reveal itself off the bind, and here we go. Agent Select in front of us. We're seeing Brimstone from Skills, Severine with the Sky. Interesting. Chamber from being pulled out from the side of SK Rossi, DOS9 with the Reyna, and Paradox with the Rays. We're seeing a double duelist over here. Interesting. And then on the opposite side of things, we're going to see a Harbor Wiper composition onto our spine. Ladies and gentlemen, I can already tell this is going to be super exciting.
Okay, hear me out. Reyna being pulled in by Revenant. What are they trying to do? Now,
Aggression, my friend. Listen, this is opposite side of the ends, right? You see a complete defensive lineup from the side of the opponents, which is True Rippers, and then you see a complete W key lineup from the side of Revenant Esports. That's what it is.
I was about to mention what kind of Paper X composition is that, but all right, I love it. I love it. So
Hey, we all love something new.
We always love to see that W key going in, and you know, there's one fun thing about the Harbor composition being pulled up, that you can also go for a W key hookah flood strategy with the Harbor itself. Because of the way you can just use high tide on towards the side, you can go in for some amazing hookah executes. I'll be looking forward for some very fun, fast gameplay.
That's what we're definitely going to see from the side of Revenant. But are we going to see the same thing from True Rippers? That's my real question. They're going for the Harbor Wiper composition, a double controller. That means one thing is for sure, True Rippers are going to play this map super tactical, while the opponents, they're going to focus on their firepower a lot more. The double duelist composition that they've got really enables them to do so as well. Use their firepower, use the Reyna Leers, get inside of the site, double satchel from the Rays as well, get the proactive control. It's going to be an amazing game, ladies and gentlemen. A defensive side versus a complete attacking composition. Revenant Esports, though, they're going to be the one to kick things off on the defending side of things. And one thing is for sure, we might just see them go proactive off the rip.
Highly possible. Rossi buying 6 of the bullets in his Headhunter. Wants to play along with that only.
Okay.
Pulling up so quickly. That's the hookah flood I was talking about. High tide goes up, everyone jumps in directly from the hookah, and they've got the side quickly for themselves.
Easily.
I mentioned it.
And now DOS9 trying to move in from the back. Even the spikes being planted. Paradox, he gets the first engagement in his hands, but he's not able to come out on top. The connections are sort of missing. Deathmaker wins that duel against DOS9, which was a crucial one. And now it's a 2v5. Both the players are quite softened up from Revenant. They would need to go for some inhuman plays to come out on top. And yeah, so far the possibilities of the inhuman plates are being completely denied. There's a frenzy in the front lines and he does not even find one. It's a flawless round off the bat to kick things off with. True Rippers, that's a good round.
I'm just going to enjoy the fact I called in for hookah flood and that actually happened right away in the pistol round. But yeah, everything pulled aside, that was a very pacey round coming in, and again, I called for it. They can potentially go in for a pacey round as well. However, the adjustment now needs to come in from the side of Revenant themselves. Some crowd fans out there shouting out for their teams and favorite players. You always love to see that action whenever it's happening on the LAN.
I like the fact that there's also a lot of True Ripper supporter.
Yes.
And I think so mainly it's going to be because of Hellfighter and Deathmaker. Oh, look at this. A push coming in all the way from Hookah. As I mentioned, the defenders will definitely try to be a little bit more proactive. And that's what is exactly happening. Being aggressive from Hookah, good picks from Techno.
Wow.
A quick haircut towards Severine. The man does not even stand a chance to fight back. And yeah, that's it. SK Rossi being the last one left alive with a lot of bullets in his headhunter. Will he be able to hunt some heads, though?
Doubt so, because again, he's got to worry about someone coming on his 6th, though. Disrupt is not the one who's making the move, but he's still got to try and move forward. Eye tied up on his face. Can't really do anything until that goes down. It finally did. No one's actually watching him? No, they are. They are, but Rossi, okay, connects to, gets the Vandal out of the hands. Helef and Techno are very softened up, so he can potentially clutch it out. Never mind. Never mind. The regrowth is there.
Pretty much. I mean, one last man on the site, and yeah, you also get spammed through the tube. Does not even stand a chance, unfortunately. But yeah, 2 rounds back-to-back so far, being won by True Rippers. This is the exact same start they had at the previous round as well, or the previous map. That's what I mean. And once again, now, this is where the buys will be there on the table. It will be a bonus round for True Rippers. And if they're not able to carry on this bonus round that well, then the problems will definitely be there. But they've still got 3 Vandals in their hands.
Yes, heavy investment coming in. So it could potentially be their round. Now that Sky Flash gives out.
Oh my god!
Snake bite. What?
Big. DOS Knight somehow gets away with murder. And instantly just backs away into that cubby. That was such an important pick too, my friend. The duelist is now out of the contention. Someone else needs to do that duelist role and go for those entry picks. And Rossi once again prevails in that duel against Aryu. Shuts him down completely. A 3v5 on the making. Severine as well, looking forward to just catch someone off guard with this flank. And Severine should be able to execute this flank perfectly as well. There's a man in the front lines. In the name of Techno. If Techno wastes even more time to make it inside of the site, then he won't be caught off guard. But Rossi immediately puts the nail in the coffin for him. And yeah, just like that, it's going to be a flawless round. Beautifully done by Revenant Esports.
What a great read. Specifically the pick from DOS9. The man survived a snake bite as well as a mosh pit, spammed through the smoke to give them the control. And I really like this kind of play that Skills is putting up a proactive smoke out of the showers, making sure that this team has got the showers control, because normally you would see a Viper wall that would cover up the hookah, the B long, go through the TP to cover out directly that shower area, give you the full control, but he's using that smoke first. And that again was a flawless round, so worked out really well for them. They've got full house on those utilities. Rossi playing on the exact same angle that he played on previously.
Interesting.
No information.
Oh my god, I like this. Severine going for the initial contact. There's 3 more players just ready around the corner. But they instantly back away too. Not trying to be too greedy in this scenario. True Rippers as well, they do realize the fact that they've already lost the previous round. If they lose on this, their economy is going to be crashing down. And now, so far, patience has been the name for the game. Good Lear with that.
Oh,
there was also a flash in the front lines. Oh my god, that was such a perfect combination right there. It's the classic Reyna Lear flash composition. You just back it up with the sky. Nicely done.
Everyone going in towards the A side. It is a stacked site now by showing some heavy presence towards B. And Rossi is going to play aggressive. Incendiary on the face. That's going to be the first contact made. 30 HP down. It still maintains the control of the lamp. Will be taken down finally.
Yeah, I mean, so many trades happen back and forth, and now we're left for the 3v3. And DOS9 going for the proactive control once again. Oh my god, DOS9, how does this man not fear the opponents at all? Some of the angles that he's disrespecting is insane. And now True Rippers, they're going to go for the plant. But it's a 2v3. But they really need to win their aim duels. DOS9's ready. The Reyna is a character that just automatically gives you the confidence that's needed to win the duels. The man's going to push in, so proactive. He finds DOS9, which was an important pick. But then Skills returns back onto Disrupt. A 2v1. Skills is way too low. This needs to be a Revenant game if they play this one perfectly. But no, that jump peek is going to catch him off guard. This could have went so south. Then Severine, he catches Techno instantly.
It was way too close for comfort, I would still say. But the hold coming in from Revenant was even better. 3 people being invested directly towards the B long, showing so much presence. Wanted to go for a set play to catch at least a player off. Deathmaker surviving by the skin of his teeth. And then a quick pivot by Revenant towards the A side because they showed so much heavy presence. Caught True Rippers off guard instantly. That was just a great game. But yeah, again, DOS9. I mean, Reina, man, you've got an extra dismiss. All you need to do is just win your duels on some nasty off angles. And that's what the man is doing.
Oh, Deathmaker with the showstopper, my friend.
Spectre.
Okay, Revenant, interesting plays. Also flashes out from both the sides and Disrupt gets caught. What is he doing in that corner? Should have been a little bit more aware of the fact that there might just be another man still. But Disrupt gets caught by Severine himself. And look at this flank. It's huge. Skills gets the man. Oh no, they're being suffocated to their death at this point. And yeah, that's it.
Eco frag go down, but
it's something we knew, right? It's something we knew.
Yep.
Revenant Esports on the defending side of things, they will be pretty much going aggressive. They will be attacking even on the defense.
And they are controlling the pace of the game. That is definitely the name.
Yeah.
And again, I love the calls being given out by Severine at this point. He's basically fragging. Top fragging as of now. Jump peek. Operator might have been spotted in the hands of Rossi. So the flash should give out some information. Trailblazer being used up to push him back from that angle. And that's the showstopper following it up as well. Oh, Rossi, that's such a ballsy play. He survives for that one.
He backs away easily. And now, oh my god, the operator, Deathmaker. You're playing with fire, my friend. But you're not Phoenix, so you will die. And Techno, ripping off skills. Important pick right there. Operator still looking to find some blood onto its hand. DOS9 able to catch one of the man flowing off. Techno shut down. Hellfighter instantly returned back with that one. The paint shield's going to do some damage. And now Rossi keeps on marching in towards the closure of this round. He dumps another man down with the operator shot.
Not a single gun round being taken by True Rippers yet. And again, the one fight, the way Rossi baited out the showstopper. I mean, how mechanically gifted you really need to be to do something like that. Re-peeked into the lamps because he knew his rendezvous was at the safe distance. Deathmaker went in for the shot and Rossi just outplayed him at that point. And as soon as the showstopper was out, everyone from Revenant just played in backside, waited for their members, and then went in for that retake. Brilliant moment coming in.
Look at the ultimates.
Snake bite.
Viper's Pit and
them.
Reckoning. They're probably not going to invest the ultimates in this round, if I think so. Unless, okay!
What?
Well, the possibilities instantly, they get just taken away. The hopes, they fade away. The dreams, they have been shattered. With that collateral right there from Rossi. Yeah, now the bathrooms area is looking like a graveyard. 2 dead bodies on the floor. Techno looking for at least check the flank angles. He's not going to find anyone there. And so far, they haven't even found the confirmation towards any other side of the map. Map control is completely absent. Both these players, they need to play with each other. They need to play in tandem, like a unit. But Rossi's still ready with the op. He's just waiting for the first initial peek. There we go. Trying to go for the jump. Peeks as well, and what am I seeing?
Wow.
Skills? He still comes out on top in that duel. The man's hands were busy with the dizzy. And he gets caught. It's quite easy.
Love the rhyme that he pulled out there. He was literally blinded and he still got that headshot. But yeah, that was again a smart play. However, this one peak, I mean, I still wanted to see a flash at that point because, again, you noted an operator in the previous one. Now you know that there are only a few angles that an operator could hold. So that needed to be checked. However, this round is going to be important, and this is a fast-paced stopper by Paradox in the face of Techno. And DOS9 wins out his duel on the other side, dismisses out of the harm's way. That is
How do they not have any fear
from Revenant?
How do they not have any fear of the opponents? Man, True Rippers really need to do something, man. They need to punish these players that are pushing up close and personal. They just need to find a way somehow. Deathmaker gets one instantly, gets traded off as well. This is what I'm saying. The players of Revenant Esports, they're playing in tandem. And the opponents are just not able to find anything. I mean, there's Tour de Force available in the hands of Rossi. There's also Empress with the DOS9. Orbital Strike as well on skills. What can you do, my friend? What can you do? The upcoming round as well just seems like an easy deal sealer from Revenant.
Rossi is just having the time. And what are the chances that we might potentially see Rossi dropping the operator for DOS9 and him pulling out his own Tour de Force? Not in this one, maybe in the next round, maybe when DOS9 gets taken down. To save some few extra crits back in the bank. 3 ultimates available for True Rippers. Viper's Pit, Reckoning, Thrash.
Oh my god. Nice flash.
Paradox.
At least they're going to deny Paradox initially right there. Another Leer being pulled out. Paint Shield's out as well. Maybe deals a little bit of a scratchy damage, but how much is that really going to value? Not a lot. A 4v5 to kick things off with. And they've still got 3 ultimates available, by the way, just saying. Operator on towards B. Rossi's just waiting for the first initial contact, which he hasn't found so far. Poison Cloud out as well. There we go. Dizzy is going to initiate the first overall interaction. But still, Rossi connects that no-scope. Okay, at this point, Rossi's just feeling himself. He can't really say much more. And then DOS9 on the top. It's way too much to deal with. Operator in the hands of Techno. He misses the first shot. Beautifully done by skills. And the up-close and personal combat, Techno does not stand a chance.
You even connect the no-scope, man. I mean, the accuracy of a no-scope on the operator is horrible. But he still does it anyway. That's just... I mean, come on. I can't even wrap my head around what exactly happened in that one. Though, yeah, understandable eco round for True Rippers. But yet again, Revenant have already ran away with 7 rounds on defense. And they have got a double duelist composition with a Reyna and a Raze. You know Paradox is just going to jump in with the satchels, followed up by DOS9 with those layers, only to follow up if in case Paradox falls, he will trade them out and dismiss out of the way. So True Rippers will face a lot of problem.
Yeah, no, this is not looking good, my friend. True Rippers are getting overwhelmed, and you can clearly tell by their faces too. They're not having a good time. Deathmaker's making a lot of those crucial calls so far. I guess he's asking his team to set him up for success in the future so he can enter the side instantly. We might see a quick, flashy play from Deathmaker this time. Let's see. Backed up with a couple of flashes. There's a chance it might just happen.
Possible, because it's there by round. Deathmaker's still 3 away from the showstopper, but on the other side, you've got the Pit, you've got Reckoning, you've got Thrash. You can combine Reckoning and Thrash to clear out the entire side. And then you can reclaim the Thrash back to clear out even more space later on in the post plant. But it's Rossi to step on the aggressive note. Rendezvous, back. Clear out all the space, and he wins out the door against Techno.
Solid.
Snaps his fingers.
Solid pick. I mean, this is just assault on top of the wound, man. Reckoning being utilized as well. Orbital Strike being used too. And once again, the push is going to happen as well towards the site. Getting the side control. Severin's all the way in the back, just wrapping around. But there's a smoke in the front. And it's his own teammates. So Severin, for him, at least for now, the potential to get any type of kills in his hands can't be denied. This could have went south. So south. This could have been really worse. DOS9 towards long. He gives his position away. He finds one through the tube. Good wallbang. And now Deathmaker all by himself, just isolated on the side. What can he do? He's being suffocated to death.
That orbital strike bought enough time for Severin to go for that backstab and as well as DOS9 to slowly come. Even though Thrash pushed back his curiosity, Revenant anticipated that there's a Thrash available, so True Rippers might want to push directly towards the CT. So they have 3 people ready to retake directly from those flanking angles. B-Long as well as Hookah worked out phenomenally well for them. And again, I can't just stop to praise that skill's orbital strike. The way it was able to delay Deathmaker's entry. I mean, that's exactly the time you need to set everything up. And this time, it should be a burst directly from a shot.
Yeah, no. Revenant Esports, they're making this series completely one-sided. It's not even like True Ripper's composition is bad. Their composition is up to the mark, man. I would say it's updated. But Revenant Esports, they're just better. That's all I can say. They're just better. It's a complete diff. It's a complete diff. Every single player is able to frag up to the mark. They're feeling themselves. Judge up close and personal. Do not go for it. Deathmaker caught. The first initial engagement won. Even towards the opposite side. Aryu gets caught off guard. What can you even do, man? What can you even do? And there's also a judge towards Hookah, so even Hookah's on a complete lockdown. Yeah, True Rippers. They're just getting ripped apart at this point. It just feels like they're getting bullied by Revenant Esports. No matter what they try to bring up to the mark, it's just not working out.
This half at least seems to be a Revenant half now. There's no way they're being able to break through those operator setup, even though they've got disrupt splashes, Hellas region flashes.
Toxins going up.
Slowly pushing up towards the lamp to take control. Rossi is already playing for the retake. A headshot connecting. Headhunter pulled out. Techno wins it, but that's just a consolation. Wait a second. He gets 2. Needs to stick the plant though, but the retake should come in quickly. Not a knife though. Nah, that's not a knife. Severin closes things out.
Yeah, I think so. It's going to be a 10-2 half.
Possible.
And then True Rippers will need to book it on the pistol round. Now, once again, you might just give them the benefit of the doubt, saying that True Rippers, they might have a better chance of winning even more rounds on the defending side because this composition is quite defensive. They need more time to understand. They need more time to set up their plays towards the site, which they can have a lot on the defending side. So let's hope that on the defensive side of things, we might just see True Rippers a little bit more dominant. But so far, they're just getting overwhelmed.
I'll be honest, I wanted to see more of that Hookah flood that they did in the pistol round, but it's just Revenant. They kind of invested a few extra members over towards the Hookahs to make sure that does not happen. Now this fast hit seems to come in directly from the shot. Flash to push back DOS9. Tour de Force has also been pulled out. Rossi is directly playing towards the showers. Seekers invested. The execute now begins. Moshpit's gonna land directly towards the back of that lamp, making sure there's no one. DOS9 caught in the action. He wins the duel.
They try to trap him. They try to trap him towards that U-Haul. But it still does not work out. What am I even watching in front of me, man? The paint shields, they might just find the confirmation. And yes, they do. Paradox, look at that 3K that he found. Humongous play with a 4K to close it off. Paradox. It's going to be a 10-2 first half, ladies and gentlemen, towards Pine. As Revenant Esports, they're completely demolishing True Rippers. They're getting shredded into pieces. It's a meat grinder.
My goodness, the amount of chaos that was on that round. But it was a good attempt of a trap play on DOS9, but again, it's DOS9. I'm not trapped with you. You are trapped with me. That's what he said to that Deathmaker. Won the duel, and then there was also the stim beacon ready at his disposal to help him out of that halls. So lamps again, control was established, but at a massive cost. And on the back of it, everyone from the side of True Rippers were just able to hold their fort on towards the backside. So the retake was just a piece of cake. Did not even let the plant go down because Wingman was taken out. And it's just as you mentioned, everything depends on this one pistol round for True Rippers now.
Oh my god, here we go. Paradox and Toss9. They kick things off, but then Argue with a quick 3K stops him in the track. A 2v3 upcoming. Good flash. It's going to catch this man off guard. Nicely done. A 2v2. At least the situation's being boiled down to even Steven stages. The man in the back lines is getting caught. Disrupt is quite softened up. A good flash from Disrupt. Catches the first and gets the second one too. Disrupt. I like that confidence.
I'm still not quite sure why DOS9 would want to peek the angle while reloading the Frenzy. That gave the opportunity for Aryu to get that 3K. The transfer was good, and also again, there was 3 people just lining up for him directly in his crosshair, so worked out phenomenally. However, this play from Disrupt, I mean, that flash play again was so very good. He's smiling and laughing. It's always fun to see True Rippers having a fun time.
I mean, True Rippers, so far, they have only been winning those pistol rounds consistently.
Ooh.
And there we go. Deathmaker, Techno, instantly there to collect the second one. I like that re-clear. 3v5. Severine, SK Rossi, skills moving up together. Rossi finds one. Good kill. His position also gets noted, though. That's a problem. Rossi, if he's able to sneak in another one, it can really mean a lot. He does! What am I seeing? Rossi! That instant flick towards the other guy. Aryu being put to sleep as well. And that's going to be the AR in the hands of Rossi. And this is where the big red flag begins. Revenant Esports. They're making sure that True Rippers, they're going to kneel down in front of them. And True Rippers, so far, they have pretty much just lost the round they were supposed to win. And Rossi could have got the closure as well. A 4K once again. The 4K Rossi curse begins.
Does not matter. He got 4 for his team. The round is almost done. A crossfire that's almost impossible for Disrupt to break. He's got no flash. And Severine with the Sheriff head shot gets a thrifty. Get the Vandal, people. No, they don't care. Couldn't reach that on time. So I'm going to do with a Bulldog and a Spectre. And it's a bonus round for them now. Because the opponents are all down to pistol. They can't reinvest. They've got absolutely no money in the bag. And it's an 11-3. Rossi single-handedly got the round for his team.
I just feel bad for Rossi. The curse continues. Not able to get the ace, unfortunately. 4K Rossi. It's fine, though.
Who even comes up with these?
As long as you're able to win it, though, that's all that matters, right? Win it for the team.
Yes.
And keep on moving up inside of the tournament. One thing is for sure, they've pretty much just secured their spot in towards the second round of the finals bracket. And look at Disrupt looking to burst out through the smoke! Oh my god, Disrupt! He explodes on top of the players from Revenant Esports with an explosive play. He sets his team up. It's a 2v2. The chances are still there. Disrupt has been a man who's been feeling himself so far with that Sheriff, and he once again makes an insane play happen. That quick 3-piece on the board was something that might just put the pieces back on the board, but this is where the closure will be there from Rossi in the end. Oh my god, that was way too close to comfort, man. Disrupt single-handedly could have just shattered the dreams of Revenant Esports going it forward to the match point.
Why did Helef not use a flash there? That is so unfortunate. It could have been a round. But what a pop-off from Disrupt getting a 3K like that. That is mind-blowing. Look at that again. Yes, show that one to us 2 times.
So good, bro. So good.
Crispy.
I mean, there's a reason why I have been talking about Disrupt so much from True Rippers. There's a reason. This man has been impressing me over and over again. Deathmaker this time starts things off on a great note. as he gets the first initial kill. Site control in the hands of Revenant Esports. Once again, they're just running away with the map control, and it's a big problem. Paradox with the judge in his hands, satchels up once again, gets caught by RU, but it's fine. The teammates are there to trade things out. Good flash, gonna catch at least these players off guard, and that's it. True Rippers, they finally get something in their hands.
Finally, indeed. And that to the round in which Paradox invested his showstopper. That's a pretty solid round, breaking the entire buy of Revenant. Only Skills is the one who can basically afford a Vandal along with a full shield, and Severine could potentially go with a Vandal half shield, but I don't think so. They're going to go in for a Force Invest, are they? Yep. Save, Stingers across the board. That's about it. Rossi has got the Tour de Force. So the question is he going to invest it now or maybe not? Are you with the Reckoning? There we go. The Tour de Force now comes in. The flash gives them the information. Rossi disrespecting the wall? Takes the space.
Pretty much.
Showers control established. They're going in for a split.
4 players moving up. Reckoning in the hands of RU, ready and primed. Deathmaker still up close and personal. Gets caught. This Tour de Force is definitely going to be something that might just find a lot of value. He does find the first one, but what am I seeing? The man was running and gunning in the front, but then Paradox get the confirmation. Nicely done. RU in the back lines able to return back with one more. It's still a 3v4. How are Revenant Esports converting this eco round in their hands? On the back of that Tour de Force, they were able to find the perfect entry that they needed. Disrupt's position is also compromised. So far, this match been feeling himself, and he wants that aim duel too. True Rippers winning the majority of these duels in their favor. Rossi wants that one, pulls out the Tour de Force, but he does not win it.
Close. Such a close round. But even though it was basically a save round for Revenant Esports, you can clearly see the amount of damage being done. Disrupt will not be able to go in for a full buy. Teammates could technically drop for him, but there's still someone who would be left to compromise, and Techno is going to be that man with a Bulldog and a full shield. And again, Revenant showed attention directly towards Showers in the previous round, and this time they want to go directly in towards the hookah, and that's where the weaker weaponry is, and that's where the slow side is. Deathmaker going for a pacey push. It's got absolutely no satchel. That's going to be the snake bite on the face. The nade is going to flush out Techno. He should be taken down. Maybe not. A support from the TP is brilliant.
Oh my god. Good mow down from True Rippers. Nicely done. But hold on, Paradox can still pull it back. He's got a chance. He's got a chance to win this, but he gets caught. Fading away. I mentioned this as well. True Rippers on the defensive side, they can definitely have the advantage because the composition heavily favors the defense.
And they're playing it pretty fast as well in the previous round. Quickly cleared out the space towards the shot, and they instantly realized that the aggression is coming in directly towards the hookah. They had to save their man Techno. And that snake bite stopped the push from coming in. And as soon as that happened, they found the timing to go in the TP and provide that support. Even though there was a smoke on their face, but again, the spam and the util dump was just more than sufficient. And then there was just a pinch that came in directly from the TP as well as the hookah. Worked out very well for True Rippers. But for how many more times could they potentially do it? They've got to find a way to stop Revenant Esports on their tracks. They can't give out the control of the site every single time. And I mean, come on, SK Rossi should not be finding the amount of values he is being able to find along with Paradox.
True that. 12-6 so far. And Revenant Esports just one round away from getting the closure. Just one round away from sealing the deal in the series too. On the defense, True Rippers will prevail. They've got so much utility that can stop the players of Revenant Esports in their tracks. While for Revenant Esports, of course, they've got the attacking composition, but overall, they just need to completely rely on their mechanics, and they're getting shut down this time. Deathmaker, a 3K, a mow down. Completely denies the entry towards that side. And then SK Rossi finds one with the headhunter.
Scout destroyed.
Is he going to be able to return back with one more? That's my question. I like the fact that Disrupt's not going for that peek. Instead, he's playing this as safe as possible. And Rossi's already managed to sneak in so deep towards the backside. Might just catch Disrupt off guard.
Maybe Deathmaker could find his fourth, and he will. Not the ace, unfortunately, because Skills was holding the lamps. We'll be able to trade him out. Recoverable weaponry, maybe.
timing.
The timing. Ah, Valo timing. Disrupt wins out that duel. 12 and 7 now. 5 more rounds still they need to try and push it to OT, but I don't think so, I'll be honest. That would be possible because again, Skill has got his orbital strike, Paradox has got the showstopper. They could really well flood in directly from the showers as well as the shot, and that's potentially what they're looking at. The Empress is also available, if I'm not wrong, for DOS 9, so they should be able to close things out. That was a good 3k from Deathmaker. The flash basically got Paradox. But yeah, this should potentially be a pacey round, maybe. But what a good
There's a big maybe right there. And then a good pick.
I've got your
Rossi finds Deathmaker. Here we go. Revenant Esports, the start they needed is in their hands. And now it's their time to close the fists and also close this game. Going in for the plant. Revenant Esports, smooth sailing so far. Rossi with the flank as well, catches the man in the front. Beautiful stuff. Orbital strike being used as well. One thing is for sure, the teleporter is now clear. Reckoning being utilized as well by RU True Rippers. They've got no room for error. They need to make sure every single move they make has to be perfect and up to the mark. DOS9 gets caught. Paradox there around the corner as well towards U-Haul. Positions of every single player has been noted down. But they just need to win these duels, and that's where Revenant Esports, they prevail. The last man will be taken down by Paradox's showstopper, and there we go, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to be a 2-0 series from Revenant Esports.
They own the map of Pine. That's how it all seemed like. Rossi was just finding some nasty value. Paradox was just being Paradox on the raids. How many 4Ks did he even get? That's the question. DOS9 on the Empress, on the Reyna, finding so much value. All those important frags, and I mean, it just seems that, yeah, True Rippers had the good composition, but they just could not end up utilizing it to perfection. Because they potentially had every single answer for SK Rossi's chamber. They had 3 flash, one of which you can refresh it at every single angle. You've got a Thrash to push them back, you've got a Trailblazer, and then you've got Raze in the hands of Deathmaker to follow up with those satchels, maybe with the showstopper if you really wanted to. But it just could not end up being their game. I still feel Reckoning was also not utilized up to the potential or up to the mark. And again, it's just Revenant, man, popping off with all of their ultimates.
You gotta give it to Disrupt, though. The man was feeling himself in the series. True Rippers, for some reason, they were just playing so pushed back. The confidence was lacking from them. And yeah, Paradox, I mean, he's got a lot of money in his hands. I guess the man does not need the prize pool anymore, bro. If you don't need the prize pool, just, you know, you can just give it to me. I'm just messing around. But yeah, True Rippers, with the way this entire series went through for them, it's really a wake-up call. Because now they're going to move down in the lowers bracket, where the room for error is going to be even less. If they lose the series in lower bracket, they will be eliminated from the tournament. They will be sent back home. And who would want to go back home? In general, ladies and gentlemen, we need to go towards the stage because there's some interviews lined up, I'm pretty sure.
All right. What an epic start to this journey. Well, congratulations, boys, for Revenant. Paradox, ab aapka haath pakad liya, ab saath hi aa jao mere. How are you feeling? Well, fans aapke काफी खुश हैं.
बस as usual. अब तो आदत हो गई थोड़ी सी फैंस की. पहले हारते हुए ऐसा इंटरव्यू देने को मजा नहीं आता था. अभी जीत रहा हो तो और बेटर लग रहा है.
ठीक है. और वो जो आपकी बिग स्टैक्स थी, ये तो बस हमारे ट्विटर हैंडल पे जाओगे तो समझ आ जाएगा. नाउ इट्स टाइम टू गिव सम टिप. ओ ठीक है, अब थोड़ी टिप मैं आपसे भी लेना चाहूँगा क्योंकि ना थोड़ा सा कंफ्यूजन हमारे एक्सपर्ट्स को था। एक चीज़ तो आइस बॉक्स को लेके, आइस बॉक्स आपने हर बार पिक किया ड्यूरिंग ग्रुप स्टेजेस, इट वाज गोइंग 50-50 हियर एंड देयर। आज भी आइस बॉक्स पिक हुआ, आ गया, और उस पे यू प्लेड अ न्यू कॉम्प, सो टेल अस अ लिटिल बिट अबाउट दैट।
Nothing. Like one day, what happened is, हम लोग Icebox आ रहे थे and we had a team discussion. So in team discussion, like we were talking about like switching agent comps and everything. So one day, Mike, like Severin, comes to me and he's like, Para, what are your comfortable agents? And I'm like, I can play all. You can play Harbor, Viper, or anything. I can play all. He's like, no. What's a comfort? I said, this game is my comfort. And Mike is like, huh?
As long as the man is allowed to aim, he'll do it. एक और चीज़, अभी बाइंड पे भी जो आपने कॉम खेली, ये भी काफ़ी इंटरेस्टिंग थी, so tell us a little bit about this.
Nothing. Like we know like we have the best firepower in the team. So let's utilize it. We'll go double duelist and Rossi's chamber. Like chamber got buffed again in the last patch, so we are taking full use of it.
And now winning the first game, you know what you have to do next. How are you feeling about that?
Nah. जब आएंगे तब देख लेंगे हम लोग।
ये नया ट्रेंड स्टार्ट हुआ है प्लेयर्स के बीच में, कोई मतलब वैसे बोलता नहीं कि नहीं भाई ट्रॉफी जीतेंगे, क्यों यार?
नहीं, वो तो मेरे को पता है ट्रॉफी जीतने के लिए है, वो तो मतलब यहाँ पे जो लोग देखे बैठे हैं वो लोग को भी पता है, बाकी सब कंसोलेशन प्राइस के लिए।
ठीक है, अब पैराडॉक्स ने तो अपना कॉन्फिडेंस दिखा दिया है। मैं चाहूंगा रेवेनेंट के लिए, मैं बहुत चेयर सुन रहा था, सो कैन वी हैव चेयर्स फॉर रेवेनेंट अगेन गाइस? थैंक यू पैरा, कांग्रेचुलेशंस ऑन द विन एंड विल सी यू इन द नेक्स्ट गेम। But ladies and gentlemen, ये था हमारा आज के दिन का मैच नंबर 1. We still have another matchup to go, but that's gonna happen after this very short break.
I wake up and I repeat, it's only me that I can beat. I might drop a song a week. Let's go, 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 go.
Overheating is a gamer's hell. It tortures you with lag.
The upgraded OMEN tempest cooling technology. OMEN 16 with Intel Core i7 processor.
To live your life the way you want. Compete like the toughest challenger. Dance like there's no tomorrow. Celebrate every second you are alive. Life has no rule books, but we can give you a stage.
I wake up and I repeat, it's only me that I can beat. I might drop a song a week. Let's go, 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 go.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, after that short commercial break. And yeah, the previous game, completely one-sided. We also heard some words from the man, the myth, the Paradox himself. He had a lot to say, that's for sure. And now is also feeling quite confident that he's moved on forward in the round 2 of the upper brackets. Of course, makes a lot of sense too. In general, with the way they were playing, it's quite understandable. He clearly mentioned this as well. He knew that his team's got one of the best firepowers in the region, so it's time to utilize it. Let's go for the double duelist. One Sentinel, which is of course going to be Rossi on Chamber, which was pretty much being played like a duelist somewhere down line. And well, then the rest of the 2 players were just there to sort of give them the backup. But in general, the firepower from the side of Revenant Esports, it prevails once again.
I mean, you need to have the mobility with agent if you really want to play it like a duelist. Chamber has got that with the rendezvous. He can just snap his fingers and move out of the house. So yeah, he was utilizing it to its fullest potential in the world. So mentioned in the previous patch, Chambers was buffed a little bit. Basically, it was restored the force, but we're going to talk about that later. Might as well have a look at the MVP of the previous game, and it might be SK Rossi, the man on Chamber himself.
347 ACS. And KDA of 2.2, damage per round is going to be 223.1, and the headshot percentage of 34.2. SK Rossi, of course, the man has proved himself after that chamber play, and not just that, even in the previous map of Icebox, he was playing such a fantastic Sova.
He's basically been one of that key pillars who almost helps you clutch a round whenever it seems to be an undoable round. He did that in the previous Icebox. He did this in this one again. The 4K 2 times. We can also see the frustration on his face that he was not able to get the ace. But it does not matter, man, when you've got the ACS of 347 and your team is winning like that. Yet again, Disrupt on the other side. 19 and 15, 258. He was doing such a great job. 3 first kills on a Sky. That is mind-blowing stuff.
Without a doubt. I mean, the MVP list was there, the scoreboard was there, but now it's time to move on forward to the scoreboard of the previous game itself. I mean, in the first kills, this time it's going to be Revenant Esports because their composition was, of course, much more aggressive. As Revenant Esports, they were also playing aggressive on the defensive half. Then you move on forward towards Thrifties. It's being pulled out once by Revenant. In general, Revenant Esports' stats, they're just much more better. They're unparalleled to True Rippers.
And you could even see in the post-plant scenarios, right? They did not even need to go in for those plants as well. We will have a look at the heat map. You could see that there was not a major chunk of fight towards the B long, but clearly see the aggression towards the A side. Lamps, as well as, I mean, directly above the vehicle, the cars itself, towards as well the triple. It was all so very heated where you could see most of the duels. And then just outside the hookah, that's where you would always see those teams duke it out. And we also saw in one of the rounds where True Rippers directly pins the players of Revenant Esports on that specific area. At that point, I thought maybe there's still hope remaining, but Revenant just shut it up after that.
I mean, look, man, outside of hookah, it was just Revenant Esports pushing out from their defensive side and getting so many of those kills converted too. It was just impressive. It's something we all knew that was coming through as well, but for some reason, True Rippers was falling prey to that all the time. The judge just locking down the hookah entrance, then Rossi as well with the operator able to pop off. Even the headhunter was able to find so much value from Rossi. It was incredible. Every single player from Revenant Esports, it just felt like they were in sync, and every single player is in general just feeling themselves. They've got the firepower, they've got the aim to back it up, and they're playing on the back of that.
I really wanted Disrupt to pop off a little bit more, maybe. I mean, I really, I'm greedy about those nasty flicks. Rossi was doing that in almost every other round. And Disrupt, this one, oh my goodness, that is such a brilliant one. However, yes, you would always need even more players to slowly pop off as well, just like that one man was popping off. And maybe we might have seen some competitive play. Yet again, it was all a showdown of how Revenant was just so mechanically on top of True Rippers.
You can clearly see it in the faces of True Rippers players too. Later on, they just gave up. As soon as they saw a complete one-sided half in the first one, they just completely gave up. Their faces were down. You saw that in the tactical timeout too. And these type of things are really the massive mental breaker. But ladies and gentlemen, let's move on forward to the stage. I guess we've got some sort of a short interview lined up.
But that's going to be in just a little while. Yeah, you don't want more to give out the spoilers to the audience out there, maybe. Yeah, come on. Yeah. But yeah, at the end of the day, again, a series I was not expecting to end up in a 2-0 note has eventually ended up in a 2-0 note. Yet again, a surprising factor in front of our eyes. But I'll be looking forward to the next matchup that's going to be between Medal and Grayfox. If it's going to be a 2-0 or if we are going to see a 2-1.
I mean, as you mentioned, Medal and Grayfox, another interesting conversation. Now, we have been focusing on two powerhouses, but now it's time to move on forward. The teams that we did not expect a lot of performance from. Grayfox has been one of those teams that has been performing up to the mark in the league stages. I hope the same thing's going to be carried on forward inside of the finals too. Now, moving on forward towards Medal Esports, another team that has been looking super promising as they won their first 4 matches in quite a strong affair. But then later on, they lost those 3 matches back-to-back as well, which could have cost them the qualification, honestly.
Yeah, that's the main thing about their side, right? They lost against Reckoning, they lost against, it was Revenant Esports, and also, if I'm not wrong, they lost against Grayfox Esports. So, yeah, these were a few things that you could potentially say were the times when Medal, they kind of wanted to test a few things out, maybe. They went a little laid back, and they eventually were on a verge of disqualification as well, just because of how close all those 3 teams were and only 2 slots remaining. So it could have been anyone. People were also anticipating that maybe Reckoning will be the one to move forward. Grayfox might not be the team to take that slot. But man, this was an amazing run from their side.
Indeed, that was an amazing run. That was quite a nice run in general. And as I mentioned, Grayfox was one of those teams that has astonished me personally. I did not expect them to move on forward so late in the future inside of the tournament. And they're still here. And not just that, they have been looking really dominant too. They are showcasing their overall potential inside of the game. But ladies and gentlemen, now it's time to move on towards the stage because we've got something lined up for you guys.
104 level. Wow. Level तो ठीक है, rank क्या है?
Sorry, I don't want to tell anyone.
ठीक है, like if you all of you are supporting medal, right? और तो medal के लिए कुछ chair वेयर बनाया आपने? Let's go medal. Last time वो था. So can we have that now? Right. I'll join you guys. 3, 2. Let's go medal. All right. So that's a little bit of support for medal, but we're gonna find some more people. Hi. Have you been enjoying Valorant?
Loving it.
Which team is your favorite till now?
Medal. Yeah.
Right. Medal Esports. We have one more supporter for Medal Esports. We're going to find more people to interview. By the way, talking about Medal, I found the most important person associated with Medal. Kabir, how are you doing?
I'm good. How are you, Johnny?
I'm doing good as well, man. How confident are you in your boys right now?
Very. Yeah.
This is the first match. थोड़े से भी nervousness नहीं है. It's again Grayfox, by the way. सब लोग top contender बोल रहे हैं.
Who?
Grayfox.
Who?
Oh wow, nice. I like this. This is the first time I'm seeing Kabir like this. But ठीक है, कुछ motivational words for the players, and then we do Let's Go Medal again, okay?
Sainath ki jai.
All right, Sainath ki jai. And are you ready for the chair? 3, 2, 1. Let's go medal. All right. So we have a lot of medal supporters. Who is here for Grayfox? I found one. Hi, Vibhor, how are you?
I'm good, how are you?
I'm doing good as well. So we had a conversation outside. You were also very confident about the game. Abhi start होने वाला है थोड़ी देर में. How are you feeling now?
I think it's an easy 2-0 for us. I think it's going to be a quick game, then we can all go home and sleep.
Last time group stages में ऐसी एक rumor फैली थी कि आप लोग थोड़े matches अपने मजाक भी कर रहे थे. So अभी यहाँ पे finals में all serious?
हाँ, अभी यहाँ पे लैंड पे तो सीरियस है वापस. बाद में देखते हैं ग्रुप स्टेज में वापस थोड़ा मजाक करेगा शायद.
I love this confidence from both the side. अच्छा, Vibhor, do you guys have a chair or a chant or something?
Not really.
Do we make one during the game?
Yeah, for sure.
Okay, so we'll come up with a chant for Grayfox, ladies and gentlemen. But for now, I guess that was it from our side. We're going to go on a very short break, and we're going to be back with the action in a short moment. So you guys stay tuned, keep watching. And of course, if you guys are here in Pune, IGS is where we are coming to you live from. And उसी के साथ अभी हम लोग हमेशा experts की बात करते हैं. I'm going to dodge a lot of traffic. No. I have one last conversation to have, and this is going to be an interesting one. Because, all right, we have our caster joining us now. Spartus, Series 2, I want you to say something about it in 10 seconds.
Revenant is the phenomenal team. कुछ भी कॉम दे दो वो डिस्ट्रॉय करने वाले हैं. Teams better be prepared.
देखो बात सुनते नहीं हो, आपको बोलने की बहुत आदत है. मैंने second match बोला था. But anyways, ladies and gentlemen, as I was saying, if you are here, if you want to talk to this guy, and of course enjoy the amazing OMEN booth that's there, बेजोड़ gaming का अगर आपको experience करना है, drop down to IGS Pune. We are waiting for you, and of course the match is going to go live in a few short moments. In the meanwhile, we're going to take a very short break. You guys stay tuned, keep watching. We'll be back in a bit.
I wake up and I repeat, it's only me that I can beat. I might drop a song a week. Let's go, 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 go.
भिड़ेगा तो उठेगा जनाजा ना, तू मेरी तरफ आना, आ गया तो होगा फिर तनाजा ना. ये भारतीय भाषा फिर दुनिया सुनेगी ये तराना ना. 'Cause I am the Raja, 'cause I am the Raja. Cause I am the Raja. 顽强，你掌握不了，我是宣扬天空变化莫测，境况让人深思。可是败了你也都没办法，你的安排像灾祸，在我看来你帮就无奈，你们胜利也不受崇拜。I'm a great, I got wave up and paving my way through the smoke and the flame and the cold and the rain. Yeah, you wanna be me, but I stand out. You on flat earth, looking at my cloud. Standing tall through the test. Standing tall through the test. 精神要顽强，你掌握不了，我是宣扬天空变化莫测，境况让人深思。可是败了你也都没办法，你的安排像灾祸，在我看来你帮就无奈，胜利也不受崇拜。Standing tall through the test. Standing tall through the test. 你看我的 set 就知道我的团队在团结。Team's the best. 他们吃着 respect， 我们吃总有巨大的差别。连我妈妈也叫我永远的神。我一回家，她说大儿子你很 tough。一直不带不能被取代，比我更努力的人也不存在。倒是我起来和演算乃之间出的那种。I'm great, I go way up and paving my way through the smoke and the flame and the cold and the rain. If you wanna be me, but I stand out. You're flat earth looking at my cloud. Standing tall through the test. Standing tall through the test. Standing tall through the test. 我的精神要顽强，你掌握不了，我是宣扬天空变化莫测，境况让人深思。可是败了你也都没办法，你的安排像灾祸，在我看来你帮就无奈，你的胜利也不受崇拜。我的精神要顽强，你掌握不了，我是宣扬天空变化莫测，境况让人深思。可是败了你也都没办法，你的安排像灾祸，在我看来你帮就无奈，你的胜利也不受崇拜。Standing tall through the test. 咱们值得 respect. Standing tall through the test. 咱们值得 respect. 精神也很顽强，你掌握不了，我是宣扬天空变化莫测，境况让人深思。可是败了你也都没办法，你的安排像灾祸，在我看来你帮就无奈。And now we still go ape, hey. Standing tall through the test. Standing tall through the test. Cause I'm a true to respect. Standing tall through the test.
One enemy remaining. Flawless.
Spike carrier is
Spike down A. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. One enemy.
Y'all sit back and watch me speak. About to take over your screen. Talking bulls in 93. Talking mom, I'm on TV. Y'all know all I do is me. All I do is me. Y'all sit back and watch me speak. Y'all sit back and all I know, my money green. About to snap and make a scene. My cup off and make this free. My cup off and make them scream. Go back off for TMZ. Y'all sit back and watch me speak. Y'all sit back and watch me speak. Y'all sit back and watch. Watch me. Watch me. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back. Money long, nothing on credit. I got style, don't catch no feelings. All this bread ain't got no letters. I got style, don't catch no feelings. Watch me. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Sit back and watch. Sit back and watch. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. I ain't with it. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. Look, look. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. I ain't with it. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. Look, look. Look, look. Look, look. Look, look. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Watch me. Sit back. Sit back. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back.
The world from the eye of the horse. If you Alexander the Great, then I am the force. Coming straight from the mud like I am a lotus. So हाथियों का बल कैसे सकेगा तू मुझे रोक अब. देख तू कैसे मैं लड़ूं, तुम लोगों से ऐसे ना डरूं. करूं मैं जैसे मैं तरुण, पानी पे चलूं मैं जैसे मैं वरुण. चाहे मैं जीऊं या मरूं, जो करना चाहूं मैं वही तो करूं. आता है तू ना करीब, तू बेटी चीप, जब तक कटे ना तेरी ये जीप. Better believe you gonna bleed, pick up a seat, get in your team. I'm the king of kings, brother in arms in a battle. You all gonna die if you act like a vandal. Bring the realm to reality from every angle. This is the public service announcement from Mumbai to the rest of the world. I am a Raja. I am the Raja. भिड़ेगा तो उठेगा जनाजा ना. तू मेरी तरफ आना. आ गया तो होगा फिर तनाज़ाना. ये भारतीय भाषा फिर दुनिया सुनेगी ये तराना ना. 'Cause I am the Raja. 'Cause I am the Raja. I am the. 'Cause I am the Raja. What do you see? I'm more than average, man. I'm a maverick. I can grow flowers on a barren land. Break a mountain with my bare hands and step back and cause a literal avalanche. Should've been about traveling. आज तक बुझाई मेरी जैसा मैं tarantula. ना है कोई तोड़ मेरा जब से पूर्वजों का ज्ञान मिला. मेरे जैसा मिलेगा कोई ना टूर चाहे जो भी था सबकी कबर मैंने खो दिया. तुम लगाओगे बोलियां कम पड़े गोलियां. चंद्रगुप्त मेमोरिया या किला तू लोरिया. Come to me and you just gonna die. That's really a given. I am invincible and you are invisible. See, that's really a difference. Get out of my way, I'll leave the world. The choice is yours. I don't kill my enemies, I play with them. That's what the toys are for. From Mumbai to the rest of the world, I am the Raja. भिड़ेगा तो उठेगा जनाजा ना. तू मेरी तरफ आना. 'cause I am the Raja.
One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining.
我的精神也很顽强，你掌握不了，我是宣扬天空变化莫测，境况让人深思。快失败了你也都没办法，你的安排像灾祸，在我看来你帮着无奈，你们胜利也不受崇拜。I'm a great, I got way, I've been paving my way through the smoke and the flame and the cold and the rain. You wanna be me, but I stand out. You flat, and in my cloud. Standing tall through the test. Standing tall through the test. 也很顽强，你掌握不了，我是宣扬天空变化莫测，境况让人深思。快失败了你也都没办法，你的安排像灾祸，在我看来你帮着无奈，胜利也不受崇拜。Standing tall through the test. Standing tall through the test. 你看我的 set 就知道我的团队在团结。Team is the best， 他们值得 respect， 我们至今有巨大的差别。连我妈妈也叫我永远的神。我一回家，她说大儿子你很 tough， 一人不带不能被取代，比我更努力的人也不存在。倒是我起来和盐酸奶之间出了那战斗。I'm great, I go way, pop and paving my way through the smoke and the flame and the cold and the rain. If you wanna be me, but I stand out. You're flat earth looking at my cloud. Standing tall through the test. Standing tall through the test. Standing tall through the test. 我的精神也很顽强，你掌握不了，我是宣扬天空变化莫测，境况让人深思。快失败了你也都没办法，你的安排像灾祸，在我看来你帮着无奈，胜利也不受崇拜。我的精神也很顽强，你掌握不了，我是宣扬天空变化莫测，境况让人深思。快失败了你也都没办法，你的安排像灾祸，在我看来你帮着无奈，你的胜利也不受。Standing tall through the test. I'm a true to respect. Standing tall through the test. I'm a true to respect. 精神也很顽强，你掌握不了，我是宣扬天空变化莫测，境况让人深思。快失败了你也都没办法，你的安排像灾祸，在我看来你帮着无奈。Now we still go ape, hey. Standing tall through the test. Standing tall through the test. 'Cause I'm a true to respect. Standing tall through the test.
One enemy remaining.
Right area is
and I repeat. It's only me that I can beat. I might drop a song a week. Let's go, 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 go.
After the initial quick 2-0 from Revenant, now it's time to move on to the second matchup of the day between Metal Esports and Grayfox, where Grayfox, they have been looking in astonishing form, but Metal Esports, they might just be still on that recovering phase considering they lost their ending 3 matches in the league stages. But Grayfox, they might just have the upper hand. What do you think, Shaishanu?
I'm expecting it to be in the exact same fashion as you've told, because again, the main reason why things became a little too complicated back in group stages was the fact that Middle was not able to close out their last 3 games. They lost every single one of them.
Yep.
So yes, in terms of momentum, they might not have it, but again, we'll just have to see how things will pan out. I'm excited for the match.
I mean, hey, looking at the brackets so far, True Rippers, considering they lost off against Revenant Esports, they have moved all the way down to the lowest bracket, which will be probably played tomorrow. But then Revenant Esports, they have moved on forward towards the round 2 of the upper brackets, just one step away from solidifying that spot in the grand finals. You move on forward to the second match of the day between Grayfox and also Metal Esports. This is where we might just witness a close affair. But looking at the past stats, Grayfox, they have made the matchup completely one-sided.
Yeah, it was not close at all, because even previously when we saw both of these teams play back on the map of Lotus, it was a complete one-sided win for the side of Grayfox Esports. That's a cool cameo by the Hindi desk as well. But here's the main start that we're all looking forward to. Grayfox's lineup: Kohli, Hooks, Adrian King, Sayo and Venka. I mean, Venka is the man to watch out for, Nikro.
Without a doubt. I mean, Venka has been the man who has been sort of top of this form. I've been looking at some of his clips as well. Venka is a nutty player, without a doubt. But then how can you forget Adrian King as well? Even the last time when we saw him face off against Metal Esports, Bind was the map where we sort of kicked things off with. And Adrian King was popping off with that sky. He was pretty much topping the charts with 19 kills. But then later on, even Venka was not that far behind with the raise. He was right there next to him. So in general, we have gotten another powerhouse facing off against Metal Esports, as I mentioned, which might just be still on the recovering phase. And speaking so much about Metal Esports, let's move on forward and look at their team card, because every single player from Metal, hopefully they have patched up all the loopholes that were there.
I mean, specifically seeing the fact how the games in which Deadly 10 performed were the ones that Middle were able to win, and the ones in which he was not able to, yeah, you would really want to see some step up now from the Levi, Kibo, Sai as well as Excalibur, because this lineup, the way they were going in for the set plays, it looks phenomenal. Like, whenever they execute a set play, it just looks so flourished and so well prepared. But sometimes when they get countered, it seems difficult for them to pull themselves back and adjust on the fly. Now that's something I would really want Middle to kind of focus on, because even during those last stages, they were kind of trying to, you know, beat around the bush. But yeah, I'll be looking forward to the adjustments they've got now.
I mean, I would still say that everything's really going to boil down to the map veto, right? Before now, we've got a head-to-head between Adrian King and Sinov himself, with Adrian King with, of course, the ACS of 211.8, but then Sai not that far behind with 199. In general, Adrian King, he's got much more better stats compared to Sai, but still, Sai's not that far behind. In general, I'm expecting a close-knit affair, but as I mentioned, it's all really going to boil down to that map veto.
And map veto is going to be crucial, and yet again we can also see Adrian King likes to play on that sky, has played already 10 times, while on the other side you can see Sai playing on most of the times on that Sova with 6 matches played as well. So you can clearly see Sai plays in more with that info gathering, while on the other side Adrian King, he can switch things up and go in for those setup plays as well, because now again, previously in the group stages, Sky was being used up as the previous path, so it had refreshable flashes, but now that is not going to be the case, so maybe we'll see some changes.
Hopefully we're going to be seeing those changes as well, because it's needed. These two teams that faced off against each other, I'm mentioning this over and over again, it's because Metal Esports, they got absolutely demolished. And now it's really going to come down to the map veto in general. What maps you're going to be banning? Are you going to go for the counter bans, considering you guys got completely demolished on Bind the last time you guys played? So I would maybe want Bind being banned out, considering it's favoring Grayfox a lot. Lotus, I would still say you might just have a little bit of more room for improvement, but you never know what the scoreline is going to be, because Metal Esports, they even got completely demolished on Lotus itself, because the scoreline was 3-13. So hopefully maybe that room for error this time can be taken down a little bit more from the side of Metal Esports and just try and be as precise as possible with the moves that they're making in the game. Because every single player from Metal Esports, they're quite the known players. They pack a lot of punch and they also have a lot of experience to back themselves up. Sai, he's been one of the most oldest players in the IGC. You talk about Iskali, the same thing. Deadly 10, an upcoming rising talent, and he has been proving himself time and time. Deadly 10's got some insane firepower. How can you forget Kibajin as well? Another man who is there in the roster who adds on a lot of that interesting factor. Levi, another player who's been in the scene for a long time. In general, the lineup that Metal Esports has, it has a lot of potential, but unfortunately sometimes they're just not able to click in that well.
Yeah, I would agree, because there's one more map, right? You mentioned about the point of bind. I really want to talk about the fact how normally Deadly 10 would always play the duelist, but then back when they tried to play bind, they put Deadly 10 on the chamber and it did not eventually work out the way we really wanted it to. So these are a few adjustments that they tried to make back at the group stages, but some of them worked, some of them did not. However, another map that I would really want to see from Medal would potentially be Ascent, because they've got a 100% win rate on that map, and I really love the way how they always play with the vanilla comp itself. Now it's very tried and tested composition, the bread and butter of each and every team, but yet again, the more timing plays that you can make on that map and the amount of times you can get a read onto your opponent, it always kind of paves the way of how that is going to end up, right? But on the other end of the spectrum, for Grayfox Esports, I really felt that the only thing that they needed to fix previously was the fact that some of the players overheated a little bit, but in the group stages they've worked on it so very well.
I mean, they have entered in this finals bracket as like a formidable opponent. Grayfox, they have to improve in their medal over and over again in league stage. All they need to do is just keep on moving up and keep on hammering down the squads once again, just like the way they did in the league stages. The only difference is that you might just have a second chance over here. You won't be knocked out instantly from the elimination. Let's move on forward and look at the overall player cards as well, because this is where something's really important, and soon enough even the map veto will be revealed in front of us, which is going to be really important too. Sayo, a man who has been there for Grayfox time and time, even he has been putting up some insane numbers, and he's also been playing that duelist role for the team with the ACS of 252, and he's also got the ranking of #2, by the way.
Doing a great work indeed at the end of the day. Now that's the main thing, right? For Grayfox Esports, it's not just Wenka, it's also Sayo who kind of ends up popping off, specifically on that raise as well. As you mentioned, this guy has been putting up some phenomenal numbers for his team. Now, this is one of the main reasons why Grayfox is always set up to success as well, because what Medal can do with those set plays, Grayfox can also do the exact same thing while countering what Medal is also trying to do. And that was one of the main reasons why they were able to get a 2-0 victory previously. So, I mean, again, we are waiting for the map veto, but at the same time, if you really look at how these teams have been playing all around those entire map pool, I really feel that Grayfox is the one who actually has a better chance. Plus, also over the fact that they were the ones who ended up on a 5-2, 5 wins, 2 losses, while on the other side, Medal 4-3.
But then once again, the question still remains, right? If we're going to be seeing the same map veto, if we're going to be seeing Lotus back in the mist, are we going to be seeing the same lineup, the same agent select from the side of Metal Esports? Because they went for a Neon pick on Lotus, which was quite a questionable pick in my opinion. But for now, we've got the Excali card in front of us too, ladies and gentlemen, with the ACS of 212, KDA of 1.5, headshot percentage of 29.7. Excali, he's been doing quite okayish for himself.
I mean, he's a sentinel, right? And sometimes you could also see him going in for a little bit of a flex role. And it's not just entirely sentinel. Sometimes one of the most flexing player on the side of Medal becomes Excali, because he's kind of played almost all the different kind of roles. So you can always see him adjusting for the team. So I really feel that that is basically one of his own strength, that you can pave him in a way that your team really requires. And he eventually does that. And he works out really well. So he's kind of that missing piece for the side of Medal as well. But I really want to see them working out as a well-oiled unit, because that's what is going to be required of you to reach at that final spot. Because let's be honest, Medal is the only team who's won against just true rippers and has lost to every other team that is actually in this playoff.
And that was like their first matchup too inside of the split one. And they have sort of taken down a big powerhouse like True Rippers off the rip to start their journey off. But then later on, they kept on taking down teams like Carnival Gaming, OG, even some of the teams that were still in the race, but they lost out the matchups against the team that mattered the most. Grayfox being one of those, Reckoning being one of those, Revenant being one of those. They lost their 3 matchups back to back. And both on all these 3 teams that they faced off against, these 3 teams are the deadliest teams that this region has to offer. Yeah, unfortunately, Reckoning Esports could not really qualify, but still, you cannot really doubt their potential. They're capable of a lot of greatness. So, in general, when you lose out against some of the best teams that this region has to offer, once again, you might just start to self-doubt yourself and you move into the finals, because in the finals, you're going to find the best of the best. You're going to find the cream of the crop.
I mean, you've been mentioning about that really well, because that's what you would always want to focus. The momentum needs to be in your favor. But one thing is for sure, that Hooks, again, the man on the side of Grayfox Esports, he's got a solid potential, specifically on one of the heroes that he loves to play as well. I mean, Hooks, again, being the guy that is always there to go in for those trades. His ranking is 26. Yes, not that very high. And in case you're watching all those numbers, you would not potentially see some insane numbers. But look at that KDA, a 2.1 KDA. That is just mind-blowing. And it's the best in the entire tournament.
Without a doubt, Hooks has been that performer too, right? In the side of Grayfox. In general, every single player is feeling themselves, and that's what we like to see. Every single player being able to carry their own weight, so in general, the team play can be a little bit more fluid. People do not really need to rely on those heroic plays anymore, because everyone is doing a great job carrying their own weights. Everyone's doing a good job in winning their own duels. That means you can focus on the team play and the set plays much more, because you just trust your teammates in winning those duels. And when the trust is there, in general, the team synergy, the team communication just gets much more fluid and better, because you just know that the chance of your teammate coming out on top in that duel is much more, and you just trust onto him for doing so. And that's the same thing with the side of Grayfox. On the opposite side of things, if you talk about Middle Esports, somewhere down the line, yes, they're also having that team synergy, but in general, we also see them in some of those areas relying on the aim a lot.
They do. They kind of do. And that's something that will get you pretty far. I mean, like Revenant Esports, they've been doing that phenomenally. Also, utilizing their own utilities, that's one thing. But their primary focus is always the aim. That their aim is so very crispy, opponents are just not able to win out those duels, no matter the strategy they pull out. So we normally see quite a few teams going in the exact same direction. However, there's another few thing that if in case there's a kind of map that Middle has prepared, they are going to go for those set plays, and those set plays are something that kind of breaks your knees or breaks your back if you're on the receiving end of it. So if in case they're able to work around that well, Grayfox will potentially have quite a lot of problem. But again, you may never know the amount of adjustments they're going to bring on the table.
Adjustments are something that I would love to see from Metal Esports, not from Grayfox. For Grayfox, what they have been doing is working phenomenally well. Why do you need to change anything when you're doing something that's completely working? For the team that is not doing too well, they need to bring in some adjustments, because there's some problem with the thing that you're trying to do. So that's why you need to make something new happen and change something. And that's where Metal Esports might just need to change either their approach inside of the map or the complete agent select. Maybe they can try to bring in something new inside of the composition. It really depends on the map veto, though, honestly. As soon as the map veto is revealed, a lot of the things will be cleared up as well. A lot of that brain fog will be cleared up too, so we can understand where exactly we're moving forward to. Because as I mentioned, if Metal Esports, they do want to rely on the aim duels, but then Grayfox is not that far behind. They've got some of the great players too, right? Adrian King being one of those. They've also got Hoax, who's currently feeling at the top of his form. So in general, you just cannot afford to go for those aim duels against Grayfox. But hey, sometimes that's the only outcome that you're really looking for, and you just gotta hope for the best. Ladies and gentlemen, for now, it's time for us to toss to a short break. Don't go anywhere though, we'll be right back.
I wake up and I repeat, it's only me that I can beat. I might drop a song a week. Let's go, 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 go.
to live your life the way you want. Compete like the toughest challenger. Dance like there's no tomorrow. Celebrate every second you are alive. Life has no rule books, but we can give you a stage.
Phillips.
I wake up and I repeat, it's only me that I can beat. I might drop a song a week. Let's go, 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 go.
आज के दिन के मैच नंबर 2 की तरफ आगे बढ़ने की Ladies and gentlemen, once again, welcome back to the OMEN Valorant Challengers South Asia 2024 Split 1 Cup 1 Finals. और अब बारी है हमारी अगली 2 टीम से मिलने के. I'm pretty sure जो लोग हमारे साथ इस अरीना में हैं, उन लोगों ने तो प्लेयर्स को देख ही लिया. Everyone was getting ready, but now it is time to officially call the teams on stage. And of course, we start with the top contenders. So ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Grayfox Esports. Here they are. Can I have a cheer for Grayfox? There it is, ladies and gentlemen. The team that was number 2 on the leaderboard during the group stage is Lakin. Finals का stage है, तो #1 के अलावा तो कोई और पे बात होगी नहीं. But let's take a station. अब ये लोग तो कॉन्फिडेंट काफी ज्यादा लग रहे हैं, लेकिन इनके सामने जो आने वाला है वो लोग कॉन्फिडेंट के साथ साथ एंटरटेनिंग भी बहुत ज्यादा होता है. सो लेडीज एंड जेंटलमैन, ठीक है, ये नॉर्मली नहीं करेंगे. वेयर इज द लेट्स गो मेडल एंटायर क्रू? ऑलराइट, I'm going to expect them to do it when I call the team on stage. So ladies and gentlemen, here they are. We have OMEN Esports. Stars aligned center में, क्योंकि लॉर्ड साए जो खड़े हैं. But let's take your stations. Take your stations, boys. मैं अभी कुछ स्पेशल कॉन्वर्सेशन करना चाहता हूँ. Mr. Sai, could I request your presence, please? And Hoax, my brother. 2 भाई बिछड़ गए थे, हमने कहा हम मिला देते हैं. Yes, let's go. मैं बीच में आता हूँ थोड़ा सा. अच्छा, अभी आप लोग शुरू करोगे या मैं करूँ?
आप करो.
ठीक है, तो सबसे पहले होक्स आपके लिए क्वेश्चन है मेरे पास कि लास्ट टाइम भाई थे, इस बार भाइयों की लड़ाई कितनी डेडली होने वाली है?
डेडली तो हमेशा ही होगी. साहे भाई के अगेंस्ट खेल रहे हैं. हर टाइम कुछ नया कॉम्प होता है, हर टाइम अनएक्सपीरियंस. हमारा एक्सपीरियंस साहे भाई का है. कितने साल हो गए अभी?
बहुत टाइम हो गया, तो 9 साल से ऊपर हो गए.
बहुत टाइम हो गया अभी. तो वही हमेशा मज़ा आता है, कुछ नया देखने मिलता है हमेशा. तो वो भी इस बार भी होपफुली अच्छा गेम जाएगा दोनों का.
गेम तो अच्छा जाएगा, ये बात तो तय है. साए, काफ़ी आपके पुराने टीममेट्स फ्रॉम द लास्ट सीजन आर देयर, बट इस वक्त आपकी टीम एक मामले में स्पेशल है. फुली होम ग्रोन लाइनअप. हाउ प्राउड आर यू ऑफ दैट?
ऑफ कोर्स प्राउड होने वाली फीलिंग है, पांचों इंडियंस है। हमें इन शॉर्ट यही बोलूँगा, मैं बाहर के लोगों की ज़रूरत नहीं है जीतने के लिए। इस बार होक्स भाई को थोड़ी ज़रूरत पड़ गई। और आपने जो क्वेश्चन पूछा था पहला, भाईचारा हमेशा ऑन टॉप रहेगा। गेम तो गेम होती है।
एग्जैक्टली, गेम होती है और अब गेम को शुरू करने का वक्त है। सो बेस्ट ऑफ लक मिस्टर साहब, बेस्ट ऑफ लक होक्स। There it is, ladies and gentlemen. Brothers in the past, but now they are competitors. और अब ये लोग एक दूसरे का फेस ऑफ करने के लिए तो तैयार हैं. And I hope you guys are ready for the action as well. But before we begin the action, a lovely thank you to our lovely sponsors, ladies and gentlemen, for the OMEN Valorant Challenges South Asia, which is brought to you guys by Nodwin Gaming and styling partners Philips One Blade. But अभी बहुत हो गया. अब गेम शुरू करने के लिए हमारे casters के पास चलते हैं. So once again, let's head over to Mr. Krat, Spartus, and Fritz.
Well, not exactly Krat, Spartus, and Fritz over here, considering it's the English panel right here, Johnny. But thank you so much for that throw, man. And yeah, I mean, that interview too, Sai just throwing some shots here and there. He said we do not really need the imports to win inside of the game. And so far, I mean, Metal Esports, they have made it to the finals. That's all that matters. But let's see how this matchup's going to move on forward too.
Exactly, because yes, it's the playoffs, it's those finals, but what you really want to look forward to is going to the grand finals. And again, this is a team, this is a hurdle that Metal Esports need to cross. We've heard a lot of chants out there for let's go Medal, and I really hope they play up to the exact same expectations of their all viewers and supporters.
I mean, they've got a lot of supporters, that's for sure. As you mentioned, Metal Esports, the heavy fan favorite, you can say, but then Grayfox, they have murdered Metal Esports once in the past in the league stage. All they need to do is repeat the history once again. As I mentioned, Map Veto is going to be the massive icebreaker, and we're just waiting for that icebreaker to begin and pop up in front of our screens, which will be happening within a matter of seconds. Metal Esports, for them, they just need to get rid of that pressure that they can't feel probably moving inside here. I mean, Sai, he seemed quite confident with that statement he made. He said that he does not really need the imports. Instead, all the Indian players are much more than capable enough to take the victory in their hands.
But indeed, it is a very proud moment, and this lineup has shown so much potential time and time again. I mean, I still remember when it was the first time we were watching from the sidelines and we saw Metal Esports play, go with their executes. I was like, man, if this is the way this team is going to play, there's absolutely no way that anyone's stealing away that first place prize or the trophy from this team. But here we go. You were waiting for the map veto, and we have that right in front of our screens.
This is going to be the big icebreaker, ladies and gentlemen. Let's find out what map is going to be banned out, and it's going to be Ascent off the rip, being banned out by Gray. And then moving on forward, Metal Esports banning out Breeze. Once again, classic bans right here. Ascent, though, is definitely something that's catching me off guard, but we're going to kick things off in Lotus. Grayfox, they have defeated Metal Esports completely one-sided on the map of Lotus. That's why Grayfox, once again, just going for the safe bets. And then Metal Esports moving in with Split.
I like the idea from Middle picking up the map of Split as well. They played it one time though. They were not able to close it out. So I still am pretty surprised that what kind of composition we're going to see from them. It's again those understandable bans, Sunset as well as Icebox. We knew that was going to happen, and left for the decider is going to be none other than the map of Bind. Yet again, two of these maps where Grayfox were able to win against the side of Middle in the previous series. So I'm not quite sure how it's going to pan out for them. But one thing is for certain. And if in case Middle does not have anything cooked up for Bind, then Lotus becomes their priority. They need to close things out on that one, or at least give a tough fight to the side of Grayfox so that they have a little bit of an easier run on the map of Split.
Without a doubt. I mean, a tough fight is expected. Are we going to get that? It's something up to the players of Metal Esports. On Lotus, they have already been destroyed once, and now we're seeing a composition change from the side of Metal Esports. Interesting stuff.
Yep. Sticking back to the basics, not bringing the neon in whatsoever. Normally, they would actually bring in the sky on the map of Lotus. So this time, Sai is pulling out the Sova, so that's surprising though, I would say. Yeah, I mean, Sova, yes, those recons will be there along with the shock darts, but still, the amount of value that any other initiator might have brought in would have been a little bit better, I would say. But still, I'm excited to see how the addition of Sova is going to help out on this map specifically. But yes, at the end of the day, If you're also watching the composition from the side of Grayfox Esports, pretty standard, no major difference. Normally, what they love to play on that map. But let's see how things eventually pan out on the map of Lotus itself.
Just sticking to the comfort zone. On the opposite side, for Grayfox, they've got the double duelist composition, which is something that can definitely help them a lot when it comes to the three-sided map, especially on the defense. Lotus being the attacking-sided map, maybe the opponents, which are Metal Esports, they can definitely have the advantage if they do kick things off on attack. But if Grayfox is the one, if they do kick things off on attack, then for Metal, things will be a little bit more difficult. And what Metal Esports needs to do is showcase a lot of resistance. And if that resistance is not going to be there, then Metal Esports might just crumble down. Whichever team they start off with the attacking side, they should have the upper hand.
I agree with you, because again, normally we would see Grayfox Esports picking up what? A double controller composition with an Omen and a Viper, a very standard comp along with a Raze. This time around, Grayfox they brought in the Sova themselves. So I'm again pretty curious to see how Sova is going to pan out for their side. They've kind of got that standard Omen Viper comp, so you know the Viper lurk plays will be there. Slow rounds will potentially be the name of the game for Middle. On the other side, Grayfox, let's see.
Here we go. As you mentioned, Grayfox starting things off in defense, and Metal Esports starting it off on the offense. And for Metal Esports, what I really need to wonder here.
Yeah,
I guess we're having the UI bugged out.
Indeed. That's
yeah,
what I was
it
about
also
to
caught
say.
me
It's
off
actually-
guard. I was like, what? But yeah, this is the dream start for Grayfox, right? As I mentioned, if Grayfox is able to start things off on the offense, this is going to be a really great start. All they need to do is have a solid head start in the first half, and then Metal Esports on their attack, they won't be able to resist much because the composition that Grayfox has, it really allows them to be good on the defensive side of things. And here we go. Venka kicks things off.
I mean, playing on that Killjoy, this is basically the map. He switches on a Sentinel role and Excali on the other side though. Both the Killjoys popping off like anything, and that hit shot is perfect. Kohli got off position because of that smoke towards the tree.
I mean, the man just catches him off guard instantly. Venka, too, able to return back on Deadly 10. Snake bites there, dealing a lot of damage, but then Adrian King and Venka, they reply back in style. Playing it together in quite a great fashion. Beautiful stuff from Adrian King, just stepping up huge when his team needs him the most.
Skyley was the one who potentially opened things up for his team, doing a great job. With just a classic in his hand, was able to get 3 in that situation. But yes, the answer back from Venka and Adrian King was just even better. And again, Venka was the one who found that opener and then just easily repositioned. And the best part about that entire engagement was the fact that they were able to get the plant down as well. So the pressure was always on the side of Middle. But this time around, Middle going in for a gamble stack towards the A, while some early mount presence is going to be shown.
Oh my god, no way.
Oh my, Excali should be taken down. Yeah, he gets dealt with.
He found the dink, though. If he would have found that kill, it would have been huge. Metal Esports, yeah. I mean, it's the eco round for them. The opponent's on the anti-eco. A lot of shots missed with the Guardian. Venka maybe needs to back away. He does not have a lot of bullets left over in the mag. Yeah, gets caught instantly. Another player in the name of Hoax. Hoax is just ready to funnel him in his crosshairs. And that's it. Hoax with the closure.
Was easily able to close things out from that specific angle. But yeah, I mean, I really would have wanted Venka to back off in that situation, though still it's absolutely fine. I mean, it's just the second round of the game. Does not matter. Our progression working out really well for both of these Killjoys though. 5 for both of them. On the other side, a much needed round, but still 3 half shields into the mix for the side of Middle. So going in with a pretty standard default setup. Killjoy towards the C, Omen playing in for the contact. Went in back towards the waterfall as well, entirely giving up on the space towards the B side. Early rubble control established, while Grayfox will easily take away the orb outside the mount. So both the teams just trading off the map space.
Pretty much. Levi towards C. His position's uncompromised, but he's ready with the paranoia. Initial engagement
good shot.
converted. Excali, nicely done. The man was ready with the paranoia. His position's also compromised with that owl drone, but he just can't do a lot. He's playing under the cover, while Grayfox, all they can do is just convey all that information to each other. Guardian ready and primed, size position compromised as well. Good nano swarm, but of course the player back, but he instantly pops it. So the nano swarm does not find the activation. Once again, Levi's ready with the paranoia, just waiting for the players to flood in. Beautifully done, but the man in the front wasn't exactly paranoid, and Levi still gets away with the two-piece. Important kills on the board. Excali still on towards the site, playing behind the pillar, waiting for the right moment to strike, and that's it. He does not even need a strike.
What a great round by the side of middle. Investing just a few people, giving up the space towards Mount because they were so very confident over the fact they would be able to go in for that flood retake and would not even allow them to enter the site. Levi playing phenomenally well with the paranoia, was able to isolate the duel with Venka on towards that right side and then was able to shut him down, only to get another one in the form of Fox when he went in for the peak. They wanted to go for the double, but the reposition was even better, and then it was just a cleanup job left for the side of Middle Esports. But again, as we move directly towards the next one, Rebel control, the same exact default setup of middle from the previous round itself. Couple of players playing in towards the connector. We got that contact play directly towards the mount. One-way smoke up on the face. So the orb control will be established by Grayfox. They haven't taken the orb yet though. All slowly pivoting outside of the A. As we see Deadly 10 just back off over towards the stairs, giving up the space.
All Grayfox needs to do is maintain this lead they've got so far. That's all they need to do. Keep on maintaining this lead. Even if they end things on a 7-5 first half, it's really good. Because the composition, as I mentioned, they have, it really allows them to be super defensive. Deadly 10 denying the entry towards tree, but he's still pushed back a little bit. Now gonna go for the re-clear, because there was the stun of his teammate. Hibajin, good backup right there.
30 seconds left.
Grayfox now, it's time to reroute. There's not a lot of time left over on the clock, as Excali's looking for to make the rotation back to the site. Good catch. Catches the first man. Venka down and dusted. Still the plant's gonna go down though. The plant's not gonna be stopped, at least for now. Adrian King is also primed and ready, looking for the flanks, but that's not going to be the case. All the 5 players, they're going to try to funnel in from the front lines. But an instant trade from Coley to shut down Excali. Excali's found a 2-piece though. He's done his job. He's found a lot of value, more than enough. And now the rest of the players looking forward to just flooding towards the side. It's a 3v4. Well, make that just a 1v4 now. Coley all by himself, left in a clutch scenario. I don't think so he's going to be able to do it.
Absolutely not. And what a patience being shown by Deadly 10. He knew Hooks will play for the lurk, and Hooks' play needed to be the one which should have got the value out of there. But the awareness from middle, reading into the game plan of Grayfox, they took early rebel control and then just gave up all of that space, even towards the tree. Hooks was able to take that space away. With the snake bite, he was able to push back Deadly 10. And they were able to establish the control towards the connector, so just went in forward to take that space away. Now this wall clearly shows that maybe Grayfox wants to have a approach towards the B, but that stun is going to deny them all the space directly towards the rubble. And again, we've got the same angle by Deadly 10.
Oh my god.
Peek directly. That's a double peek, so good idea.
Good pinch
Oh,
okay!
The flash was massive.
Good kill. And also has a chance to run away with that. Before Grayfox, this is not good. The series is looking super competitive so far, at least. You just never know what's going to happen.
Man. Kibo's flash was phenomenal in that situation. It saved the life of Deadly 10.
Pretty much. But it's still an eco, so nothing can be said. Okay, here we go. Time to funnel in. Time to get these eco frags collected. Every single player's position is compromised, and for Kibojin, it's going to be an easy collect.
Yeah, there was a smoke on their faces. There was also an alarm board putting up vulnerable on Sayo. And then everyone was just able to wrap around. But if you look at the ult progression, Winka 1 away from the lockdown, Hawks 1 away from the Viper's spit, so they could potentially play in for the Alls. But on the opposite end of the spectrum, you've got a Hunter's Fury up, you've also already got the lockdown in the hands of Excali, so it could potentially be one of the most important rounds of the half that could determine what's going to be the momentum. And that's the pace change coming in. Hunter's Fury being invested. Sai making sure they've got that early control over towards the rubble. A lot of noise being made. And now they've got to pivot back towards the sea. That's where the execute is coming in for the side of Grayfox. Angles need to be checked as the shock dart goes out.
The man's in the close corner. And what's that, Sayo? Double satchels in, shuts down Levi, opens the floodgates for his team, but then Kibojin all by himself is still mowing down the lawn. Oh my god, the site's still on a lockdown. How is Grayfox not able to find the cure to this entire disease? And Hoax gets detained, as you mentioned. The lockdowns were traded. Hoax is completely trapped on the site. Position sort of compromised as well, and Sai's gonna soften the man up. Shock dart's there, and yeah, this one should seal the deal.
That's the second kill that he actually got on the back of that shock dart. One in the previous round and one in this one. So the utility is just phenomenal from the man himself. Knew that he was able to ding hooks. So again, a great round coming in for the side of middle. A heavy investment though with Hunter's Fury and Lockdown. But the best part about it is the fact that they've also got the Rolling Thunder available now. And the economy is basically broken for the Grayfox Esports. And if you manage to get 5 or 6 rounds on defense, I mean 5 is just much more than sufficient. 6 is a dream come true. And middle have already reached on their 4. And this one as well, looking at the weaponry, looks even better for them. Deadly 10 this time shows presence.
Oh my god.
Mount gets 1.
Overcommitment. But as I mentioned, Metal Esports is making this happen on the defensive side of things. And Sai was able to catch one man with the shock dart too. This has to be a joke. No way. The man's not even able to fade away now. Hooks trying to run away. Yeah, Metal Esports, everything just seems like a good sequence for them. It's quite systematic so far.
Yes.
Nate's out too.
Oh, good.
Every single round, it just feels like a well-systematic dismantle. And now for Grayfox, they still need to find the entrance towards the site. Here we go. Showstopper pulled out. The man's going to be taken down easily, but then Kibojin and Excali working together. The site's once again impenetrable.
You could clear what's in front of you, but there was absolutely no way for them to clear in towards the tree or towards heaven. And I still feel that investment of the showstopper was just an overcommitment. They should not have gone for that, because it was a scrappy buy either ways. And that showstopper could have been utilized right now in this round. So Grayfox, this is a much needed timeout. Because if you look at the amount of money in the bank, I mean, you can just clearly see middle, they've already got so much money that they can potentially buy for almost the entirety of this half that's left. But yes, their defense just look impenetrable at this point, because again, they're giving up on the control towards the mount. They don't care about it. They normally take control towards the rubble, and their counter utility is just even better because they have read into what Grayfox are actually trying to do, and their pivots have not been working out well.
Here we go. I mean, Grayfox pulling out this tactical pause. They really need to have a word with their analyst or coach. So far, the struggles are there. Grayfox really not able to line things up properly. And for the opponents, it's a day with destiny. 5 rounds back-to-back. Not exactly back-to-back, but getting those 5 rounds accumulated on the defensive half, it's really important. And so far, Metal Esports, they might just run away with the lead on the defense, by the way. Which is huge.
Exactly. And they've got all the retake ultimates as well for this one. They've got the Showstopper. They've also got the Rolling Thunder. They've got an expensive Recon. They actually preemptively invest the Rolling Thunder only to catch Hoax. That's the lurker out of the picture. Levi down to 9 HP. I'm not quite sure if that was actually the best possible decision, because the execute has now begun directly towards the B.
Okay!
3 players invested. And Sayo, that was a nasty shot.
There we go. Metal Esports losing their patience. And beautifully done. Grayfox this time. They read it perfectly. Metal Esports' defaults. Now they crumble down. They knew if they try to hit the B side, there's always going to be a little bit of resistance from the C coming in. And they caught the rotation from C instantly. I just love it, man. Nicely done. That tactical pause, it worked out perfectly for them.
The idea of Middle was to try and pinch the players of Grayfox in that one lobby by opening the door, but they were just not aware that it was Grayfox who was actually ready for that pinch. And all three of them were playing so far back that it was basically not a pinch. Everyone just opened the door and they were right in front of each other. Again,
Pretty much.
a good round coming in from Grayfox. A very well analysis done by you as well. The default of Middle did not work out in the previous one. They wanted to make a...
Oh, okay.
Jolly. Nice shot.
Oh, being pulled out. What can he even do now? Seaside, once again, a big danger zone. Goalie needs to smoke off the man. Goes for the smoke, pulls it out. Excali, does he want to disrespect the smoke and play a little bit aggressive? I would say the answer should be no. Shock darts out to clear out some of the close corners. Levi's position still left uncompromised, and Levi is probably going to be set up for a humongous play. Goalie gets caught. Hoax shutting down Levi instantly on the return. Venka catches Excali. The operator shut down 2 in return. Deadly 10 though. He's still got his hands on the showstopper. So the chance for the retake is still there. And Sai, if he's able to catch the Viper, this might just be it. But no, instead Hoax flicks onto him. And what is this? Kibochin through the pit. Catches Hoax. Pit now deactivated. It's a 2v2. But look at Adrian King's HP. It's only 3. He's still got the Hunter's Fury. And still the spike's not planted, bro.
Alright, presence being shown, noise being made, Venka's position, known as well. He repositions directly towards the box. That's a showstopper. Venka should be done in this position now.
He's ready.
There's no way he's winning out. No, wait, Deadly. Yeah, he's there. He's done. 3 HP, Adrian. Spike planted. It should be done for.
Oh my god. Oh my god, he finds the first! No, does not get the second one though. Once again, Metal Esports, these little communications that they're having between each other, it's really good. That's keeping them up to the sync. It's keeping them up to the date. Nicely done, Metal Esports. Man, the team synergy has definitely surprised me a lot. They're playing such like a well-knit unit this time. Yeah, some of the overcommitments in some of the rounds, it is there. But hey, I mean, you're playing on the defense and you're still having a massive advantage. I would take that.
That's the main part, right? Sai creating that opening for his team, making sure that Fox is down on a low HP, only for Kibo to follow by opening the door, but that's a very pacey round.
Oh my god. Okay, the second man caught as well. What am I seeing? Deadly 10. Pushed up close and personal, but then Venka and his teammate, they instantly reply back. 3v2 in the board. Metal Esports is Levi catching those two players. What am I seeing? How are they even able to pull these situations back where you think that the opponents have a clear-cut advantage? But then one single solo play comes in and just beats the hero. And now Excali's ready with the op. This push is anticipated and it will be caught.
What an understanding. What a smart understanding. And again, such a great play being made by Deadly as well as his fellow teammates, because that entire util dump along with that Sova recon dart, I used to think how Sova is actually going to work. It's working phenomenally, specifically on the back of that recon. He got out that information, and of course the smokes were already on the face goal. He could not win out his first opening duel. Deadly 10 was caught with utility in the hand. Sayo was caught with util in hand. Deadly 10 finished him off. But yeah, there were some quick trades as well from the side of Grayfox Esports, but it was just Levi again. Up on top towards A Heaven, able to get 2. Adrian King was caught lacking. Middle, they're just running away with the rounds, and Grayfox need this one, and they might potentially have a free side for themselves.
Who would have thought this? Who would have thought this will be the outcome? The only adjustment Metal Esports made was just stick to their comfort zone. That's it. And their comfort zone is able to find so much value, so much picks. In general, that comfort zone has really given them the confidence that was lost in the league stage. And Metal Esports now is a completely reformed Metal Esports. I'm loving to see it. Grayfox, what can be done? I'm not exactly sure. But something crucial needs to be done. Something massive needs to be done. Grayfox, they have positioned themselves in quite a proactive corners. But value is something that needs to be found as well. Sayo in the corner, whiffs all the shots. We'll need to pay the price for that. Sayo should not have whiffed that shot. Connection was needed to be found, but Sayo whiffed the majority of his shots and gave the chance away to the opponents. And here we go. Now it's probably going to be an easy stroll towards the site, but Adrian King, what? Oh my god, that 4K! Monstrous play from Adrian!
What? He had a stinger in the hand and then pulled out a freaking classic. I was just able to mow down everyone with that with the support of Winka. But that was on the back of lockdown if I'm not wrong. But jeez! Both players in the exact same corner. Adrian getting 1 second. Alright, anticipated. But what is this? That was a genius play coming in from the side of Grayfox. Yeah, Medal wanted to play in for an entirely retake scenario. But they kind of gave up on a lot of that space towards the waterfall as well as towards CT. And had to pay the price for that. So these are the shenanigans that Grayfox really need to pull. Their lurks are not paying a massive value though, so that's a major problem.
Oh!
Fury invested. What a flick from Excali.
Solid shot. Oh my god, the second one caught too. Sayo shut down as well. A single man able to find so much value. Just stop this. You guys are smurfing at this point. Metal Esports, they seem quite pissed after losing that previous round, and now Levi's here from the back to get the compromise. Oh my god. Levi catches the man off guard too. Venka taken down. He does not connect the crucial shots. Hunter's Fury pulled out as well. Adrian King not able to find the value that is needed to be found. A 2v4. A big man disadvantage now. Sai and Levi, both the players are quite chipped up, and Metal Esports, as they move in towards the site, they will be taken down easily.
Systematic dismantle, as you already mentioned. Used up the fault line as well to push Adrian King in that one nasty corner. Double peeked it. Were able to quickly finish him off. Realized that Kohli was playing up on top in heaven, so had to take first fight with Adrian. And again, such a great round. And it's the values that have been provided by Medal's lurks that have been getting them so much win in their defense. Plus, their defense looks as impenetrable at this point. You can get the
now
point
just
down,
hope.
we are going to retake.
Yeah, now just hope that on the defense they are probably able to pull off something better. Considering the second half is soon about to commence in front of us, ladies and gentlemen. Grayfox now being pushed on the defense. Where in my opinion things are going to be a little bit more tougher, but still the composition that Grayfox has really allows them to play that defensive half a little bit more better. But ladies and gentlemen, the second half will be there after this short break.
I wake up and I repeat, it's only me that I can beat. I might drop a song a week. Let's go, 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 go,
Overheating is a gamer's hell. It plucks the fun out of 4K graphics. Ouch.
The upgraded OMEN Tempest cooling technology beats the hell out of overheating. OMEN 16 with Intel Core i7 processor.
I wake up and I repeat, it's only me that I can beat. I might drop a song a week. Let's go, 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 go,
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, after that short commercial break. And now it's time to step into the second half of this Lotus, where Grayfox, they're struggling to find their ground, while the opponents, Metal Esports, they might just pull off a big upset and an astonishing move.
That's the kind of medal you always love to see. All those neon breach compositions. They're all just attempts to see what's going to be the best for them, and they've kind of settled down on this one. The breach and Sova, the classics that you've been mentioning. And again, it's been working out brilliantly. The way they've been playing so backside, and then just re-clearing all of that space, also going in for those pinch. Apart from just a couple of, you could say, rust plays, I don't think so there was any other that That was, you could say, I mean, not on good terms. Everything was just flawless. And
Okay,
now
hold
they've
on.
shifted on towards the attack side.
Now, in the second half, pistol round really matters a lot. It's the lifeline for Grayfox. If they lose out on this pistol round, it's done for. You might as well conclude the matchup in the hands of Metal Esports because there will be double digits on Metal's hands.
Found them.
Exactly. Made noise towards B, pivoting towards C. There's an alarm bot which was taken care of. Venka needs to play backside, still up front. Paranoia right on his face. Perfect util. There was snake bite. How does Levi push through a snake bite and get a pick?
Okay. I don't like this. Metal Esports, they've got too much confidence, and at this point, they're just stomping on top of Grayfox. Grayfox's confidence about to just come crashing down, and what was that shot from Sai? He finds Sayo. Oh my god, Adrian King as well replies back with one. At least Grayfox is still in the race. I mean, even the previous pistol round, it was two of the players from the side of Grayfox to clutch it out at the last moment. Is the same thing going to repeat? Or will Metal Esports play a little bit more better? Because so far, the post plants, they're looking quite disciplined. Kibojin in the smoke, and then Escali towards the entrance. Yeah, the closure is going to be there. Metal Esports, yeah, a step closer to the win.
There was just no retake utility remaining for the side of Grayfox. Had to use those shock darts to clear the angles that were close to CT, just because of the way how Sai showed his presence. And that eventually led them to just have one paranoia for the entire site. A brilliant play from middle. Showed some presence directly towards B, went in for a pinch to anyone who was playing aggressive out there in Mound, and then executed towards the site itself. And now, looking forward to play it a little bit safe though, just taking space towards the rubble. That seems to be the name of the game. Both the players, Excali as well as Kibo, playing so far back because they do anticipate a push that might be coming in from B, which actually is.
Interesting. Look at Kibojin all the way in the back. Oh, okay.
Right there.
Metal Esports, patience paying off. Especially for Kibojin. Just waiting patiently all the way back in the spawn. The man hasn't moved to muscle since he spawned in. And yeah, here we go. Sai. For Metal Esports now, it's just the playground. This is the eco round for the opponents. Metal Esports now, they just need to get these eco frags in the hands. And even the dart's able to find a lot of value. Venka towards the C side all by himself, but there's a last minute rotate being called towards A. And A side's completely left empty. And the post plant will be next to impossible to execute for Grayfox. So they need to show resistance.
This should be a simple round for them. Alright, Hooks was able to get one shot down, but I don't think so he'd be able to get anything apart from the fact that Adrian King, yeah, he's caught as well, so his position now noted. Excali would get activated. Recon, not scanning anyone. Clears out that there's no one playing rubble at least. But Adrian King again moves backwards. They're taking it way too slow. They might not have enough time remaining. They'll have to step things up slowly and steadily, but the discipline from middle is even better. Yeah, it's done. They're just dying. They're just gonna die to the spike, making sure that they don't give any ult points. So here's the thing, right? Middle, yet again, very systematic, anticipated an aggression, and as soon as it happened, Kibo found the value. They inserted a couple of players, Deadly 10, over towards a rubble, and then made a lot of noise by Sai and Excali taking the orb towards Mount and throwing a recon towards the site, which got the rotation away from the site itself, and then they went in to go and execute towards the A side, and that's just in a round where the enemy is on eco.
Interesting. Metal Esports, yeah, looking to take it to the face this time. Grayfox, chances there to get caught off guard. I'm not sure what Deadly 10 was doing in that position. He went a little bit too aggressive. 3 players ready to resist the control of Metal. But at least the retaliation was there for Metal too. They found one in return. Excali softened up a little bit, but it's completely fine. Excali's done his job to get the man number back on the equal grounds. Metal Esports, not that far behind. And considering it is sort of the bonus as well for Metal, it's Grayfox's round to lose.
Feeding the orbs to Sai to get that Hunter's Fury up. They've got the full control of the connector, rubble. They've got so much map space. I'm still pretty worried about what Grayfox are actually going to do. Because Hoax has to play all the way back to make sure that there's no one making that cross. They're kind of ready for this B execute, so they'll be playing in for that entire retake.
Oh my
Execute is
God.
perfect. Sayo wins out the duel against Levi.
Overextension does not work out that well. Sayo with a quick shutdown. Coley as well is now finally there to back his teammate up. Considering it's a 3v4 man advantage in the hands of Grayfox, the confidence is clearly being showcased as well. But Excali, important frag. It's a 1v3. Can Kiboji make this happen? The plant's right there for him. He lights up both of them. Oh my God, that's a monstrous play right there. And even the spike's gonna be pinged. Oh my God, Coley. He went for the stick. He had a decent amount of time if Coley wanted. He could have actually went for the clutch. He could have actually went for the fight.
They should have waited for the smoke to bloom towards the main and then tap the spike. They disrespected that situation. It was a 3v1. And that was just... Look at that. The smoke bloomed, but it was a second too late. And that was enough time for Kibo to finish off both the players who were lining up towards the spike. My goodness. Medal. This is just so one-sided towards Lotus, yet they're putting so much thought into what they really want to do. And it's basically the repeat of what happened in the second round. The anti-eco round. Because look at the position of Kibo as well as Excali. Exactly the same.
Yeah.
And they made the aggression towards Rubble.
Here we go. Grayfox now being pushed back once again. The confidence is definitely lost. And the economy for Metal Esports, oh man, it's blooming. Metal Esports doing really good. Hope's getting tagged up as well to 45 HP. What can the man do? Needs to back away, and that's what he's doing. C-Site easily grabbable. And that's what Metal Esports is trying to pull off too. We might see that rotation being pulled out as well. Rotating doors opened up towards B. Are they going to move in towards that? No, they're just trying to fake their presence. And they're just pulling off the rotation all the way towards A. Interesting.
30 seconds.
Exactly same thing that happened in the anti-eco round with just one small variation that this time they had no one posted up. The Rolling Thunder goes in, Sayo dodges that, but now has to also dodge Paranoia, gives up the space, 1-for-1 trade, and this should potentially be a round for the side of Medal. Yep, you jump down the smoke without the information, you jump down to your death, and it's all down to just Hoax now down to 45 HP.
You just can't do a lot. You just really can't do a lot. And yeah, now Hoax as well. Oh my God, they were trying to knife him. No way. The disrespect could have been real. But 12-4 is the scoreline. Last time when Grayfox faced off against Metal Esports, the scoreline was completely opposite. And now, Metal Esports giving Grayfox a taste of their own medicine.
What a cook. Hunter's Fury up for Sai. On the other side, everyone just away at least 2 or 3 ult points from their own ultimates, and it should be a fast B push yet again. Hunter's Fury invested along with the fault line, full dump of utility. Sai was able to get Sai though in the meantime because of a fast push directly towards the A rubble, and now it could be a potential pinch. What a good trade comes in. Grayfox, what a round.
Unfortunate. Overcommitment from the side of Metal Esports. It comes with confidence. And that's not confidence, that's overconfidence right there. Spike retrieved in the hands of Levi. And he's still got no clue that there's still 2 players in that room.
One enemy remaining.
Venka, yeah. Oh my God, he whiffs all the shots. Venka is in the pressure, but he still wins that duel. So I guess it's okay. But this could have been bad.
You don't look at me, I miss. You look at me, I hit. That's what he was able to do. But yeah, Medal had an idea that they've been showing constant A and C presence. It's better this time to just run directly towards the B. But Grayfox's adjustment and understanding was even better because they quickly re-cleared towards the rubble with both Sayo and Kohli, and they were able to shut down Sai, who was playing all the way back from the spawn with the Hunter's Fury. And with that done and dusted, they were just able to shut down everyone because this quick push that's towards the waterfall link has not been working out for the side of Middle even once.
Pretty much. Oh, here we go. Kohli on the top of rubble. Backs away instantly. But Adrian King up close and personal. Found one. Deadly 10 with an instant return. Is at least going to bring his team back in the contention. But so far, Grayfox just one round away from losing this entire thing. And Grayfox needs to make sure that that one single round is not being taken away by Metal Esports. The room for error is super low. And Grayfox, I really do feel that pressure coming up as well. What are the chances that we're going to go to OT?
You want me to be real or optimistic?
Optimistic. I want you to be filled with copium.
A little bit. We might see an OT.
There.
Excali
You're
on
just
that
making
lurk
a
was able
generic
to
statement,
take-
man.
Yeah, I mean, you asked me to be optimistic, and that's my optimism. But here we go. They execute.
Oh, moving in towards site. Levi's the only man who's moved in, by the way. And he's probably going to be caught as well. Yep, there we go. Easy pick. Kohli catches the man, just sniffing by. Another man. Excali with the lurk. Catches Svenka. It's not looking too good. Not a lot of time left on the clock. And Kohli still just denying the plant. He keeps on doing so far. Excali moves up to his death.
From the starting till the end, it did seem to be a pretty good round by Medal, but in those last few seconds, it could either be an overheat moment from Levi or maybe a miscommunication because it just seemed Excali and the rest of the two players, they really wanted to go pivot towards the B side, but Levi was again alone standing here, so that was kind of confusing because he had the spike. And he was open from a couple of directions and was taken down. Though, again, a good round. And in the previous two rounds, Grayfox have shown a quick presence towards Rubble. This time they've changed things up, taking control of wow, Deadly 10, not being caught. Was able to just run away or right on time.
Grayfox looking much more confident.
Deploying drone.
I like the follow-up on the shock dart.
Very clear.
Kohli, no, did not go for that peek. Yeah, backs away now. Finally learned his lesson. I'm not sure what he tried to do there.
He thought maybe there was a fast push coming in. So rather than giving away his foots, he quickly TP'd to safety.
Bomb grenade out.
Good util to clear out the angle and the killjoy utilities towards B. And everyone from middle pivoting directly towards A. Where
oh my god.
There's the major chunk of KJ utils and Hoax was able to find the perfect timing.
I thought he almost missed that shot. But then he connects the headshot in the end. Deadly 10 on that Sheriff. Considering the economy is completely in shambles, Sai's the only man who's got the Vandal in his hands. Breathes down to back it off with this push, and how are they not clearing this angle? All the time they're just falling prey to this angle, and then Hoax is now on a 4K, on his way to get the ace as well, and Hoax is still left uncleared. Metal Esports making some of the mistakes that they're not supposed to, and they're just repeating it over and over again.
That was a great ace coming in from Hoax. The first one, yes, perfect timing. And then the next three were because of the fact that the fault line missed. There was a small gap in that fault line, and that's exactly where Hoax was standing. So everyone on middle thought that maybe that angle is clear, it's fine, we don't need to check it. So they had to focus down on everyone who might be playing towards the heaven, and that's one of the main reasons why they all were shut down by Hoax. Full house on the ultimates by Grayfox. This should be their round.
Pretty much. Oh, Sayo in the corner. Good paranoia as well. The man's completely blinded, but Levi. Oh, huge play from Levi. Still keeping his team in the round.
You should run.
A 4-on-3 lockdowns being invested as well towards the B site. It's a fake, actually. Yeah, they're trying to pull the rotation towards the B. Grayfox, now they're probably thinking that there's a chance there's a take towards B. And they have done so successfully as well. They have pulled off the rotation. There's only one man towards C. There we go. A couple of clears. There's a man in the corner. He does find one, but that's all he's going to get. It's a 2v3 now. And a return lockdown as well being invested. But it was actually a massive bait. Oh my god, Metal Esports. That's a 5-head play right there. They knew that a counter lockdown's going to be there towards C. So they made that fake happen towards C. Making the opponents think that they're going to go towards C. But no, instead they once again came back towards B.
Placing swamp grenade.
There's a lot of ABC going on, but I hope you guys understand what I'm trying to say. 2 fakes happened at the same time in one single round.
It's all down to Kohli to clutch it out, to keep the hopes of his team alive, and no utilities remaining in his hands. He's got to try check those corners. Still got a turret and an alarm bot now. He's got to put it to make sure that there's Kibo does not push in forward. Sees the leg. Oh, does not win the fight. It's Excali to close things out for Medal. And what a great round, specifically on those attacks. Oh my goodness. Medal, they always steal my heart away with those rounds, man.
Oh, that 5-head play to close it off in the end. Metal Esports.
Yeah.
It was just an icing on top of the cake. A chef's kiss. Beautifully done. They knew that the lockdown will be there. So they first make the opponents think that they're going towards B, but then they move towards the C, faking their presence towards C too. And as soon as the lockdown's being pulled out towards C, they instantly use the rotating doors. And they go towards the B. And the man, he's already found a lot of overall intel and map control towards the B site. Oh my god, Metal Esports. Beautiful stuff done from them.
And I would still say, you know, the idea by Grayfox that the first lockdown could potentially be a fake, that was also pretty solid. But again, because they lost out early members, they had to spread out way too thin in that defense. So they had to put their members towards all of those sites. And that is one of the reasons why there was only a 1-for-1 trade at the end by Kohli. Because it's a one and done angle. You can't really expect yourself to survive if you get one from that. But yes, that lockdown on B and then space being taken on the back of it. That's again just one round out of all they played on their attack. On their defense, it was just picture perfect. Grayfox were caught off position, they were caught off guard. They kind of wanted to do the exact same thing that they did back in group stages, but they just could not.
They got completely proven unparalleled this time. As I mentioned, Grayfox, they pretty much got a taste of their own medicine. Yeah, in the end, they sort of did try to establish a comeback because the composition they had really favored the defending side of things. But, man, in general, with how Metal Esports was able to play, we saw some fluid communication between the lads, man. And this is what happens when all the 5 people, they reunite once again in that roster. And as I mentioned, these guys have been competing since years now. And I guess that team synergy really just clicked in that well. Deadly 10's addition, yeah, he's the newest man, the young gun inside of the roster. He puts on a little bit of more firepower, but Deadly 10 wasn't even needed there.
True. The team that basically has been making play after play with Sai's calling. That's one of the main reasons why Hawks also mentioned in the interview that they've got to be on their A game, because the way Sai gives out those calls, it always plays with your mind. And that's, again, one of the best plays being made by Middle, starting things in such a way in the playoffs, mind-blowing.
Indeed. I mean, with MVP of the previous game is going to be Excali with the ACS of 270 and the KDA off 1.8. In general, Excali, he has been doing a great job on that Sentinel role, on that KJ. And Excali, once again, just deserving to be on that spot too. Playing the Sentinel at the same time, just doing a fantastic job when it comes to getting those kills as well inside of the game. He's sort of doing everything by himself.
Pulls down the side, wins out the duels, trades his teammates. That's all you really need from the man himself. And I mentioned, if Deadly 10 does not perform, Middle faced some problems. Deadly 10 did not perform. Middle faced absolutely no problem. They made me eat my own words. And that was such a great game to watch from their side. And also in the post-match stats, we can clearly see they had 11 first kills, 9 for the side of Grayfox, and yet Middle were able to steal it away. All 5 post plants converted.
And once again, now we're going to move on to the second map of the series. This might as well be the last map. Looking at how the previous Lotus went, Metal Esports, none of us thought that Metal Esports will probably be the one to come out on top on Lotus, but instead, they prove us completely wrong. And we've got the heat map in front of us too, and just look at the C side. At the entrance, there were a lot of duels. Towards the A side entrance as well, there were too many duels happening. On B, we don't really see the heat map that much, but the main presence from the attacking side was towards CNA.
Yes. And look at the amount of space that they were being given, right? Without any major duels, you could clearly see that there was not a lot of engagements being taken to try and take the space away from Mound and Rubble. And if you give up on those extremities and you do not take any kind of space away, that basically means that it's going to be super problematic for you. But one of the main concept of Lotus is the fact that if you actually got control of the back area, then you can really go in for a retake. And I'll be giving a reference of one of the APAC EMEA matches as well. Fnatic and Carmine Corps, if I'm not wrong. Carmine Corps played all the way back during their defense. And I did see kind of similar idea from Middle, wherein sometimes they just gave up on a site entirely and then went in for a smooth picture retake. Worked out wonders.
I mean, just overall look at the stats, look at the plays that were being made. And Metal Esports was just dominating through and through. As I mentioned, the second half pistol round was supposed to be the lifeline for Grayfox, but then they lost out on that as well. And Grayfox somewhere down line, they themselves knew that it will be really tough. And you can clearly see Venka's aim too. His aim was shaking. That means pressure. One thing is for sure, Grayfox, they're definitely facing a lot of those jitters, and hopefully those jitters are going to be ironed out in the upcoming matchup. If not, well, the same scoreline might just be witnessed once again.
And again, it's also on the back of how they were kind of, you could say, rusty decision making coming in from Grayfox, wherein there was an investment of an ult preemptively, specifically that showstopper in one of the previous rounds. But again, man, how do you even land shots like that? Excali. That's some kind of operator shot that I really want to learn and want to understand. How do they even do that?
Now,
brilliant.
The only reason why I think this series is probably going to be a 2-0 is because Lotus was the pick of Grayfox, and they pretty much lost out on their own pick. The upcoming map is going to be the map of Split, and it's the pick of Metal Esports, by the way. And Metal Esports on their map pick, we all are going to expect that they will probably prevail and come out on top, considering their aim has been looking on point. A lot of the times, Grayfox, they were just not able to win those duels. Adrian King, though, another man who was sort of there majority of the times to win some of these duels. Hoke's been able to claim this ace as well. There's definitely still a chance to make that comeback happen on the map of Split, but I still think the benefit of the doubt really sticks with the players of Metal Esports.
You're basically mentioning a perfect thing, because again, at the end of the day, when you would always go through the stats as well as to what happened previously on Split, it was again Medal up against Reckoning, and it was an OT map. It was a 14 and 12, so could have gone anywhere for anyone's side.
Yep.
And Medal, again, they were running that double initiator composition with KO and a Sky as well into the mix. So, I mean, I'm really excited to see how it's going to pan out, because again, the double controllers is going to come into play with Viper and an Omen. It kind of, or mostly is in those kind of situations where you have to run a Viper in your composition, specifically if you're playing Split for those default setups. But how are Grayfox going to counter it is going to be the question.
That is still a question that I guess only Grayfox can answer, right? Moving in towards Split. Split is one of the most classic maps out there, right? I would say it's been a while since we've seen Split in the competitive pool. Every single person is pretty much well familiar with the overall outline of the map. They know how to play the maps. They know each and every single nuke and cranny of the map. But in general, Split is much more of a compressed map. Close range duels will be seen a lot of the times on the map of Split, unless you decide to go towards the A side, where things can be a little bit more different. On the side, it's quite opened up. But in general, there's quite a lot of those close quarter angles, which can really bring a duel down on the defending side of things. So I would say on split, whichever team starting off on the defense, they will probably have the upper hand. But I mean, hey, what do I know? I mean, last time when I said that Grayfox should be the one to start things off on an advantage, it was a complete opposite thing. So I guess the same thing can be said over here as well. Anything can happen, man. There's just a lot of question marks in my brain right now.
I mean, it just is always going to boil down on what the composition is going to look like and how will teams play with that composition. Because normally, yeah, on the map of Lotus, you would always see things being tested out by middle. But this time, they went in for a very standard comp, and now they've entirely changed things up. They are bringing in a Breach, Cypher, that's possibly for the side of Grayfox, ladies and gentlemen, don't get confused. It's a Cypher Breach composition. They normally run with a double duelist, but this time, yeah, I mean, it's split, right? So you normally do not have a Sentinel in that composition. You kind of let it be. That's the kind of way that map plays out. But yeah, this time for Cypher is present in the hands of Wenka for the side of Grayfox. So let's see how it eventually is going to pan out.
I mean, the only advantage I can say having Cypher in your overall lineup is that you can completely leave one side on that Cypher setup. If you are, for example, in a 3v3 scenario, you could just completely, for example, leave the B side and move in towards the A side together, and you can have your camera looking towards, so you can have the tripwire making sure that no one's going to be trespassing through. You can put one of the tripwires towards Heaven, one of the tripwires towards the entrance. In general, you're pretty much having the entire side on lockdown. That's the only advantage you can have. It can really help you sort of play together in some of those crucial scenarios. But other than that, I would still say that this is supposed to be quite a close competition. Looking at the overall Asian select, that's what I think. But we never know what... Once again, I'm going to say the same thing, but we just never know. We just never know how this overall thing is going to be panned out, because Metal Esports, they have shocked us. Let's be honest. They definitely have shocked us. And all the theory, all the analysis that we did, we just need to throw it out the window at this point. It's a complete new Metal Esports that we're seeing in front of us.
True. And here's the thing, I always love the compositions, specifically on Split when you do not have any kind of Sentinel, because Viper plays out like a pseudo Sentinel, wherein mostly you would see the Vipers being on that lurking position, with the way you can always pull out those walls, as well as the Poison Orb that will potentially go in mid, if in case middle start on defense, that is. While on the other end of the spectrum, we normally saw the double duelist compositions being brought in by Grayfox Esports, but this time, they are changing things. They are bringing in the Cypher, and again, as you mentioned, one of the solid points of Cypher is that you've got the utility that give you that passive information. With the tripwires, you know that there's no one crossing them until they're actually breaking them, or at least using some utility, maybe an updraft, or since it's a race, a double satchel or a single satchel to jump over on top of that Omen with the TP. You've got the camera, you can basically look into it for all of that information. But how are they going to deal with the setup that's coming in from the side of Medal is going to be the name of the game.
Dealing with that Cypher setup is definitely going to be a little bit tough, but I would still say more than that, it's going to be about who starts off on what side first. If I'm saying Grayfox, they start things off on the attack, then that Cypher's not going to play that much of a crucial role. But if they start things off on defense, then they can definitely have a chance to, once again, make that momentum happen. Once again, make that lead happen on the board and continue on along with that second half on the lead on the attacking side too. So I just want to see which team is going to start off on what side to find out how things are going to be looking like over there, because in general, for Grayfox, they need the defensive side to start things off, and for the side of overall of the opponents, they need the attacking side in their hand too, considering their composition is KO, man. And we know the flashes, the overall 0 point that you can use to gain the information as well, and then an instant quick burst on towards the side can really help you.
That's one of the main reasons why you would always pick a KO as well, because of the refreshable utilities, and it has got one of the best pop flashes, I'll say. Yeah, you can kind of dodge those sky flashes. Reach flash, pretty slow. Two of the main flash that I think are pretty difficult to dodge, and one of the best with the pop flash is the fact that you've got a KO. You can go in for those low hand pop flash, the right clicks. You can also go with some pop flashes of the Phoenix, but we are not usually seeing Phoenix, so that's a sad story.
Yeah.
I'm a Phoenix farmer, man. I've been loving Phoenix, specifically on Ascent. I'll let you know about that composition though. But so that's going to bring out a massive value, and the null command helps you retake, helps you take over a site, entirely clears it out. I think so they will have a massive potential.
Potential in general is something that I just want to see now what Grayfox can do to nullify off Metal Esports, because Metal Esports have already got the mental edge, right? And looking at the past stats as well, Metal Esports, as I mentioned, when it came to facing down some of the best teams inside of the region, they struggled in the league stages. And now that this type of a start is over there from their side, inside of the finals, and we also saw quite a lot of those jittery aims as well from the side of Grayfox. One thing is for sure, they're facing that jitters, they're facing the land jitters, and hopefully they're going to get rid of that pressure as quick as possible. Even the prize pool is something that can add on a bit of a pressure as well on these players. In general, I just want them to clear their mindset, moving forward with a clear mindset inside of the game, and just hope for the best. Because Adrian King, this man's feeling himself. Sayo, unfortunately, in the previous game, he definitely lacked out, but then Hoax was over there to step things up. Venko's not able to play that well as well. Nothing said, nothing taken away from that man, but in general, it was Hoax and Adrian King trying their best to pull things back in the court. It was not the entire team performing on the equal level.
I would agree with you on that fact. And specifically seeing Venka on the role of a sentinel, you could potentially say that he likes to play with the jet. He likes to dash around a lot. He likes that mobility on his agent. And if you're giving him a role that basically cancels out all the mobility, yes, there's a change of playstyle entirely. It's just like how Deathmaker used to play on KJ, and now since he's on Raze, he's basically popping off like anything. So Venka has got kind of the similar situation, but I mean, nothing taken away from Grayfox Esports, because they have made it work previously in the group stages. So it could be possible that I might just eat up my own words and they will be able to prevail in this one. But I mean, both the teams have got that double initiator composition. However, in terms of the control that could potentially be established, I think so. I am going to give slight edge to middle, because again, they're running with the double controller, Omen Viper.
And once again, I mean, looking at Grayfox's matches history, right? They've taken down True Rippers in their debut matchup inside of the Split 1. The first matchup they played was against True Rippers. They instantly won that matchup too. Then they faced off against Carnival Gaming, which was looking like another solid team. And in their third matchup, they lost out against Revenant Esports, because we know what Revenant Esports is capable of, what they're doing so far inside of the game. Grayfox definitely struggled a lot on that matchup. But then they once again 2-0'd Metal Esports, a team that they're facing currently. And I guess Metal Esports, the only change they have really made is that stop overthinking a lot of the scenarios. Instead, let's just stick to the comfort zone and let's just play the way we want to play, and let's just overall be comfortable in the game instead of trying to bring something new on the table. That's really fiddling with their brain.
I mean, that's middle, man. After all, you know that the basics were so very clear. I still remember that there was conversation that I was having with a few of my friends as well, and we were both just vibing on the fact how clean the executes looked for middle. I'll be honest, we've seen all of the teams out there. The utility is good, but for middle, it's more than good. It just seems that they're a well-oiled unit. For the other side, yes, they've got some pretty crispy aim as well. So I'll be looking forward for how they are going to play on this split, because we've only seen them play once, and I was already excited when I saw that map veto itself. However, on the other end of the spectrum, for Grayfox Esports, it's almost a do and die situation for this specific series, and if in case they do not win it, they'll be going down to the lower bracket where they will be facing True Rippers next time. So again, having a look at the agent select, it's going to be exactly the same as we saw previously. Sai playing on KO, Levi on Omen, Excali, this time on Viper. I mean, this man is super flex. Kibo on Sky, Deadly 10 on that Raze with Kohli, on Viper on the other side, Adrian King on that Sky, Venka sticking in with the Cypher, and Sayo will be playing on that Raze itself, Hooks on that Breach.
I mean, this agent select is something that we saw a while ago, and once again, it's being flashed in front of our screens. As we know, Grayfox starting things off in defense. The composition that they have is definitely quite decent, but speaking of the opponents, their composition starting things off in attack, they just need to get as many rounds as possible. If the first half will be 7-5, then I would say that's still a solid half on the attacking side from Grayfox. But if they're not even able to do that, then, well, it's a big sign of concern for Grayfox. Right now, they just need to buckle up, because if they do lose out of this series against Metal Esports, they will be moving down in the lowest bracket to face off against True Rippers, which they have already defeated in the past with a 2-1 scoreline, but still that will be a super intense match.
Okay, hear me out, Necro. I'm gonna ask you a question. Just a quick prediction, who do you think will win and with what scoreline?
Metal with 2-0. I think so this split is their pick. So I'm going to give them the benefit of the doubt, and I'm going to say that Metal Esports is much more better prepared than Grayfox.
I'm going to go with the exact same thing. 2 medal this time around. But here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Pistol round on the board.
Pistol round starting up.
Super slow. Super slow. Trap fires being already set up out there. We've already seen the default wiper wall. No changes whatsoever. Contact play being made this time around. Deadly 10 gets the first pick on the Cypher. Oh my goodness! The utility is just pretty late. But Sayo would be able to quickly close things out. And constant peek by Excali shuts down Sayo. Oh my goodness. Grayfox. There was just one small half a second delay on that fault line. And on the back of it, you could see already Middle controlling the entirety of that round. Lurk from Kohli needs to provide a massive value, but then there's also Excali looking at that angle.
Yeah.
What?
And here we go. At least Kohli's able to get one. It can't give him that piece of his mind. It's a 2v3, still the man advantage in the hands of Metal Esports. They do not really need to do a lot of things, honestly. And Hoax is still just going for the plant. He's quite paranoid. He doesn't exactly know if the site's cleared or not. And finally, the rotation's being pulled out as well by Metal Esports. It's time to move in towards the A site. Kohli's position's left uncompromised. He's still playing inside of the ropes. And as long as Kohli's left unchecked, he can definitely have the surprising effect inside of this entire round. The man in the front, Hoax, is quite softened up. Hoax finds that return kill on the side. And if Hoax is able to return back with one more, he's done his job more than enough. Hoax might just close it off. He finds the duel up close and personal. A lot of the whiffs from the side of Metal Esports too, but finally they shut him down. And Levi in the end with the closure onto Kohli.
Kohli had the paranoia as well. I was expecting him to play it slow, but really, with the way he was able to get that value on that lurk, finishing off Excali down in wins, and then again moving forward, making sure that the attention was towards the B side, gave time to Hoax going for that plant. The first step was a fake to try and bait out someone, and then he went in for that stick. Also was playing inside the smokes, which again dropped down by Kohli to support him. A brilliant way. They kind of wanted to play in an up-down setup wherein Hoax was on side, Kohli was up in heaven, but they could not just work on their timing for that peak, and the smokes kind of work against Kohli. Yet again, a good round from Middle, and now they've got the better weaponry.
Interesting. We're hearing a lot of those chants in the crowd as well, I guess. A lot of people turned up to the venue. I'm seeing a massive crowd. Levi smokes off the entrance. It's a one-way smoke. Still a little bit of a pixel left over. Just waiting for someone to step in that overall site. But that's not going to be the case. Metal Esports as well playing it quite defensive, even though they've got the better weaponaries in the second round. But still, Metal Esports not overcommitting at all.
Good move.
We might just see a quick burst on the B site. Yep, ready with the paranoia. Good paranoia as well. Kohli completely blinded. Does not even have a chance to sort of fight back here. But then Kibojin finding a two-piece. Levi with a quick return as well.
Brilliant.
Oh, man. No shot.
The knife paired up with the paranoia. Perfect. There was absolutely no way for Grayfox to use any kind of refreshable utilities either. No flashes on side. Had to go in dry. And on the back of it, Middle was just able to quickly mow them down one after the other.
Yes, this should do.
That's the thing, right? Even though it was a round where you've got the better weaponry, they're so tactically clear. Though it was a valiant effort from Grayfox, I would still say, because they made some noise towards the mid and then pivoted towards the B. And that was the good ideology, because you were not on a good weaponry buy. However, in this one, a couple of Sheriffs along with a couple of Spectres and a Bulldog. So this round should go in the favor of Grayfox Esports as long as they play safe.
Sai's only got 21 armor. I guess he's risking it for the biscuit, considering it is the bonus round. Deadly 10 and Kibojin on the Sheriffs. Kibo needs to go huge with that, including Deadly 10. If he pops off, then, oh man, it's just going to be the nail on top of the coffin. Middle Esports,
Mid
3
given up
players
entirely.
playing towards B, 2 towards A Heaven.
Kind of made the noise again towards mid itself. But this time around, they're not pivoting towards B. B Heaven, that's where the util dump was. So both the players will be jumping on side, gives them some enough room to quickly move directly towards the A with a pivot. A good flashback comes in and a nasty shot by Deadly 10. Who can do in that?
Oh my god, a 3v3 in the end though. And Adrian King, I mean, he's managed to find a decent amount of value for his teammates, and now instant spike plant is going to be there too on the board. Venka needs to pop off a good dink towards Heaven. The man's quite softened up. Venka now looking forward to back away towards the ramps, but considering his position's compromised, he can't really do a lot. He still needs to go for the resistance. He needs to go for the fight as well, and that's what he's trying to do. Good stun to back it off as well. Sai can't really do much, but then Levi from the screens, he will shut him down. Venka's lifeline cut off towards the elbow. There's Hoax just waiting to mow him down, and Metal Esports. Oh my god. Well, I guess that round's been stolen away.
Yeah, because Skibo wanted to go in for a pop flash play, but again, the timing. He was just caught out with the flash in hand and was then just shut down perfectly. On the other side, though, still they were able to take 3 of the weaponries out of the hand, so that's massive. Specifically this play, my goodness. Yeah, there was no flash in hand. He was just caught off lacking. That was the timing play coming in from the side of Grayfox. Good round indeed, and a much needed one as well, but still a couple of half shields into the mix. On the other side, you can see Operator in the hands of Deadly 10 who will be playing in mid. A change in the Viper wall though, this time around to again give them a lot of room towards mid to work with.
Yeah. They're probably looking forward to go a little bit more proactive towards mid, huh?
Possibly.
And looking at Kibo, has only got 25 armor. Struggling a little bit when it comes to the economical side of things, but then Grayfox Hoax, he finds Levi. Shouldn't have went for that push in the first place. Controller, or at least one controller taken down from the game. It's not a good news.
Whoa.
Deadly 10 overextends, and he loses his life too. I'm not exactly sure what Deadly 10 was trying to pull off right there, but Metal Esports, they might just be getting a little bit too complacent now. And this complacency is working against him. Orb collected. Ultimate back in the hands. It's still a 3v4. It is doable. It is pullable. And I like the fact the side's still on a lurk as well. Majority of the positions being revealed as well towards main. And Venka getting caught towards Heaven. A big pick. Now it's a 3v3. Still, there's not a lot of time left over on the clock, and they still need to move in towards the site. Only 20 seconds left on the clock, and Excali gets a crucial 2k. Rolling Thunder utilized. The players will now try to back away as well, but still they're somehow safe. Hoax has only got 2 HP to back himself up with. All Kibo needs to do is connect one single shot onto Hoax, and that's what he will do.
Such a great util dump coming in from middle at that one choke point. And the timing on the back of those peaks, a couple of snake bites to slow down anyone who want to push through. So Kohli went in for a TP play, but was again welcomed with just a shot onto the head. He wanted to follow up on the back of Adrian King's Trailblazer, but just could not do that. Look at that. Perfect play from Excali. And then again, got the second one as well on the back of that peak. And then it was just a fragment being thrown in by Sai to stop any kind of push. What a great round. Pretty expensive one though, because Levi is down to just on a Guardian. Deadly with another Operator in the hand.
Metal Esports, they're winning these series of rounds. And Levi once again going aggressive, getting the kill, falling back. This man's able to get away with murder this time. He gets the revenge. In the previous round, he got caught in this doing the same thing. But this time, he gets the revenge. He gets that initial kill. Deadly 10 towards A. With the Operator in his hands, just waiting for that initial peek from the opponent. And the peek's going to be found, but unfortunately the shot's not. Shot being missed by Deadly 10. All he needs to do is give up on that angle, and that's what he does. Gives it up. But look at Adrian King. He's already found so much control. He's found so much ground. Deadly 10's got no clue that Adrian's already sneaked up deep. But somewhere down line, Kibo knows. Kibo spots out the man. Adrian's position compromised. And now this is where Deadly 10 will try to take matters in his own hands. The flash was on his face. He gets distracted, gets shut down. Deadly 10's ops not able to find the value, but at least they're able to win the rounds.
Oh, what a timing, Excali. No way. Shuts down the man. It's just last guy remaining, Sayo. Should not be able to find any kind of value. Gets the rifle, but the classic on the back of the skull is enough to deal the damage and seal the deal. Operator not being taken now. They've decided, all right, Deadly 10, you had your chances. No more off for you. Might as well just sit down back on that rifle. But yeah, jokes apart, his operator again was not able to find that value, but still medal in terms of the way they're retaking and the way they're holding the angles. It's been working phenomenally well.
It indeed has been. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, a huge thanks to our sponsors, Philips One Blade, for making this tournament happen, of course. And then you move on forward with Sayo just straight up jumping into his death. He jumps into a pit of death. And then Kibo able to follow it up with a quick two-piece on the board. I'm not even exactly sure what to say at this point. It's just the players of OMEN Esports straight up just diffing Grayfox. Deadly 10 with the flank. No one's even going for the check on towards the flank, and he just finds the kill too.
There's nothing to break down about that previous round because it was again Sayo just going out up front. There was absolutely no utility for the support. He got taken down first with a spam over on top and then on the side by Excali. Deadly 10 went in quickly with that lurk, able to shut them down. And almost full
got
house
4
on those
ultimates, by the way.
apart from the Stokes. Yeah, exactly what I was about to say. Quick push. Viper Spit being invested directly in the bait. But the cross has been made.
Seekers, Neural Theft. Deadly 10 using a showstopper. Yeah, well, that first kill should have been the nail in the coffin right there in this round. Side's position compromised towards mid, but Side just keeps him mowing down the lawn. He's not going to stop. It's going to be those quick eco frags for OMEN Esports. And they're probably going to go for some of these ego challenges. Good shot from Deadly. These ego frags really do make your confidence come back inside of the game. And for Deadly 10, these eco frags are needed a lot.
Everyone's just going to push back Kohli to finish him out. And the reason why Sai was pushing so far forward was because of the fact how Deadly 10 was watching the other angle. And they were able to get a peek out of that. But I would still say, in terms of a macro game, that was a big win for Grayfox Esports because they were able to bait out 2 of the massive ultimates. Excali's Viper's Pit as well as Deadly 10's Showstopper, though he's still already 3 or points closer to getting his ultimate back up. But yes, this timeout needs to provide the value to Grayfox. Because again, their executes now in the previous 2 rounds were looking very rough. So they need a break, they need a breather.
They do. Indeed they do. And for Grayfox, yeah, I mean, 1-5 being the scoreline, OMEN Esports just straight up dominating through. No matter what they're trying to do inside of the game, it's just not working out. The Cypher composition that they have, they're also getting lurked up from the back. Venka just needs to make sure that he's staying alive inside of the game for as long as possible. If he keeps on getting picked off like that, then it's a big problem. And every single player needs to perform up to the occasion, up to the mark. You cannot keep on relying on some of those heroic plays that these teams are pulling off. You need to perform equally well. You need to be converting those duels equally well in all the rounds. And somewhere down line, Grayfox is just straight up struggling when it comes to converting those duels in their hands.
A change in play now. This time, heavy presence towards the B and now pivoting towards the mid as well. Utilities being exchanged. That's about it. Wall again going in the exact same way towards mid, wherein they would want to play a little bit aggressive, but that's the strength of a double controller composition. You've got so many smokes out from and then a bunch of utilities.
Oh my God.
Flash comes in. What a horde of util dump.
Just look at the amount of resistance we're seeing towards mid. Grayfox is not even having a chance to gain the control back. And Grayfox is playing this one super passive.
Yep.
Grayfox on the attack, they're playing this defensive. I'm not exactly sure why, but they need to assert the dominance. That's what the attacking side is for. It's called attack for a reason. And Grayfox finally, they're deciding to assert some dominance towards the site, but then Deadly 10 pushes up close towards the entrance, and Venka, all the way from the back, he gets the two-piece. Grayfox still back in the race. There's a chance. Metal Esports can be shut down in this round. But considering it's a 2v3, still there's a solid chance. Venka's position compromised. Kibo as well in the clotheslines. Just waiting for someone to peek out as well. And there we go. Both those players, they peek out at the same time. Pain shield's being pulled out. Adrian gets caught as well by Kibo. Beautiful stuff from Metal Esports. They're just winning the duel straight up.
Grayfox had absolutely no flash to work with. And Metal found the spike. So they just had to go in back for those dry peaks. Venka was able to get a 2k in that smoke, but that's about it. They were not able to get the round. It was a good look from Adrian King. He was able to catch someone on towards the heaven. But jeez. The only round that Metal has lost was the one in which they had weaponry disadvantage. And again, I love the way how Sai is always throwing his knives. It always lands on the perfect place at the perfect time, because even in the previous one, Showstopper could not get the massive value because he could not use the second satchel. But alright, Levi being shut down for now.
Oh my god, 7-1. Whenever I look at the scoreline, it just does not make me feel good. I mean, at least they've started things off on an advantage this time. And Kohli as well sneaks in deep. Sayo gets that chain effect. He gets another kill to back it up. And now it's all down to Sign Deadly 10. But keep this thing in mind. The economy on the side of Metal Esports, it's looking really good. Sai, good pick. Catches Venka. Another Young Gun shutdown. Adrian King towards the side as well. Someone down line. The clear-cut advantage is still in the hands of Grayfox. And I guess for Metal Esports, it's not about winning. It's about taking as much guns as possible away from their hands, which is understandable. They know Grayfox's economy, it's quite in shambles after this round. And that's why they just want to punish Grayfox as much as possible. And you can see Metal Esports, they went for the commit for no reason.
Yeah, I mean, they've already got 7 rounds on board, right? So might as well just go in for that try. Take it with the guns. Make sure there are as many half shields up as possible. Full house on utils though, so that's good. Apart from Hooks, does not have the aftershock. However, since Hooks has got his rolling thunder, so you know they can potentially invest on the back of it and go in for a full-fledged execute towards the B site if they really want to. But Levi, how does he always get one in that situation and run out? The flash goes in on towards the side. Good follow by
There we
Kohli.
go.
Wants to double it up. Will be shut down.
Levi towards the site, gets a 2-piece. 2 important kills. TP's away to the back, but then he gets caught once again. And Adrian King turns around, slaps side 2. A 1v2. Deadly 10. This is where he needs to pop off. The young man needs to show his prowess. 2 of the players in the front lines, and Deadly 10 was feeling a little bit too pumped up. Satchels into his own death.
He wanted to close in that gap very quickly to try and surprise his opponents, but eventually they both just split up a little bit. If he was half a second early, he would have got both of them lined up. I mean, that was an unfortunate timing indeed. But on the other side, though, it was a good round coming in from Grayfox Esports with the execute being perfect. Catching all the players off guard, and the way they always push directly towards the CT, that has basically been the problem for Middle for the past 2 rounds at least.
I mean, operator in the hands of Sai, so let's hope for the best. I mean, Metal Esports, they have been losing a series of rounds now. They lost 2 rounds back-to-back, and Grayfox once again gaining the confidence back and gaining the momentum back. Metal Esports, It's not a good news for them, but still they have gotten a decent amount of cushion to work around with. And yeah, Venka might just be able to catch on Levi, but no! Levi instead slaps him on the face. Venka shut down. Spike's been planted as well towards the B site, and Grayfox. I'm not exactly sure what they're going to do here. The defuse needs to be there. All the players looking forward to just flood in towards the defensive side. But can this flood come through? That's my question. Good kill with the up. Sai shuts the man down. It's still a 3v2. The man advantage now back in the hands of Metal Esports. Anything can happen. Hoax using his tremor, using his flashes, trying to get anything that he can. And the man just jumps inside of the smoke with the shorty in his hands, and Sai just falls down to his death.
Ouch. For a second, I'll be honest, I really got concerned about what Grayfox were trying to do, specifically when all three of their players pushed towards the CT and no one was actually watching the entrance towards the B main, where the main fight was happening, where Venka actually fell down against Levi. And I really thought this retake pinch could potentially come in, but yet again, that was a great game and great awareness by Grayfox Esports, turning around at the perfect possible time as well. But on the back of it, 4 and 7. And that's such a massive mind game coming in from their side because they've changed their default.
And now Metal is probably going to try to close it off in an 8-4 fashion. There is a showstopper available. Let's see. Levi as well has got his ult up, so he can make that quick rotation happen anytime if he wants. But Deadly 10 with the showstopper needs to go huge. He needs to at least get a multi-kill. Well, if he doesn't, we'll at least find some confirmed value, I guess. Because Metal Esports losing a series of rounds can really affect their confidence in the game too. And here we go. On the back of that Seeker, it's time to make the push happen. But Metal Esports, they're ready with the resistance too. Deadly 10's position compromised. He's quite softened up. He's barely surviving. And Sayo's paint shield's going to find the closure. The nail in the coffin that was needed. Deadly 10 taken down. And Sayo's still up.
Drinking posted for that lurk angle. Phenomenal. Use the showstopper to clear out the B side. Sees the head. Takes the body down. That's Grayfox going in for the execute. Paranoia comes in to clear the angle. Levi still stands. He needs to go multi, but only catches one. Adrian King was taken care of though, so it's a 3v2 situation. Right now, it could potentially be doable, but Bulldog is in the hands of Sai, and it's only got one flash to work with.
It is still easily doable. Excali needs to find at least one right here. If he does, he's done his job. Sayo is softened up. Coley, not that softened up, but still something Metal Esports can't punish. Excali's position's compromised completely. Gets caught off guard. Cypher Cam able to spot outside too, and Sai's now just starting to get tagged up, and he just stands in the same spot and tries to take off the dart. Interesting. Well, anyways, that's going to be the 7-5 first half, ladies and gentlemen. Time to move on forward to the second half, where the sides will be switched. But Grayfox, in the later phase of the game, they played it, this one, phenomenally well.
Yeah, that was a great recovery. I love to see that happen when they got those couple of rounds, and then after that, they just played with the mind. They found the loophole on Metal's defense, and that was just constantly pushing towards the CT whenever they went in for that B execute, and that's what worked out in the last one. They went in for a double pick by getting
they probably just want to close it off in this map itself. It is their pick, by the way.
Getting the control
and so far,
of the
Grayfox is making it look quite competitive. 7-5 half, as I mentioned, on the defensive side.
And as soon as it was broken, he just went in.
As the second half, it's quite good.
Pivot for B.
And the same thing can be said for Metal Esports too. That's quite a solid start. 7-5 half.
But as now the sides have swapped, now we are going to have to witness how Metal will play this attacking side. Because on split, you can say that, yeah, attacking is comparatively difficult. But 7-5 is not a comfortable place to be at. Pistol round and anti-eco is all it needs to try and equalize the scoreline. Deadly 10 taken down low, and the nade is going to finish him off yet again. Different round, exact same story, and what a nasty shot on the head.
Yeah, there we go. Oh my god. Trade's just happening back and forth, and now it's all down to Sai. He does not even have a lot of HP, and Grayfox, they need this round desperately, and they do claim it. Second half, start things off in great note. This is probably going to be a super intense matchup, ladies and gentlemen. This split will be insane.
Pretty solid round coming in from the side of Grayfox yet. Because that's the exact kind of play that you really need when you want to make sure that you're coming back in a situation where you are in a deficit. Now that's already 5 straight rounds going in their favor. Maybe the 6th one as well, because the investment is pretty solid. No half shield, so the Marshal is basically going to work like an operator on the body with 101 damage. So middle. Oh, that's such a quick play, but a nasty support coming in from Venka. Gets 2, but that's a quick trade from Kibo as well. He gets 2 pieces of his own.
He does. Kibo, solid stuff. It's a 3v3 though. Hold on, Hoax. Good frag. Considering there's still a Sheriff available in the hands of Kibo. And Levi now trying to pull something incredible off. Overall, the advantage is in the hands of Grayfox. It's all going to come down to this initial play they're trying to make. And if Levi finds something well, if he pulls off the shenanigans well enough, well, which he won't. But if he would have, then it would have been a big slapper to Grayfox.
Coulda, shoulda. That's going to be left for the previous round. But that's the equalizer Grayfox were looking for. And it was pretty solid anti-eco as well. Carrying forward 3 weaponries to the next one. So they might go in for some light investments on the remaining. Oh, Sayo pulls out a judge. This seems to be a fast mid push, or maybe he's going to play directly towards the B heaven. That's where we might potentially see a stack come in. Middle might fall into a trap play if that is about to happen.
Still a big might there though.
Yeah, he's playing in mail room. Just don't peek there. Oh, just outside the mail room. That's a nasty angle. That's a nasty angle.
I mean, okay, good. That's still really good. Judge holding that angle, he should have been able to find at least a multi-kill, but unfortunately he wasn't. So I would say 1-for-1 trade is quite worth it. And once again, the trade's just happening back and forth. It's a 3v2. Grayfox, they might just lose out on this bonus, but it's completely fine. It's the bonus round, right? You can't afford to do so. OMEN Esports, they cannot afford to drop down on any more bodies anymore. They need to keep every single player alive right here.
Yes. The main goal for Grayfox right now is to try and equalize the number, get one more weaponry off of their hand. Because they've got the upgrade as well. Adrian King has got the Vandal in his hand. And Venka has been doing some nasty pop-offs with the Guardian.
He indeed has
Slow re-clear towards the mid yet again. And they might potentially end up going in towards the stacked site.
30 seconds left.
Levi solo, 13 HP. And yeah, both the players are just primed in towards that initial spot. First bullet found. Grayfox, oh no, this is just a quick funnel for them towards the site. And OMEN Esports, now it's taken down to 1v1. Deadly 10, the young man in this clutch. Will he be able to clutch it off? And he does. It's a run and gun in the end too. Deadly 10. Beautiful stuff. Salt on top of the wounds, I guess.
A tree on top of the body. But
that
yeah,
too.
I mean, the team already gave in the information about the fact how he was pretty low. So he just went in for a run and gun shot. But on the other side though, all the half shields up on board now. They're lucky that there's no one pulling off an outlaw on the side of Grayfox. Otherwise, it could have been super nasty. And we've seen quite a lot of teams just not opting for the outlaw whatsoever. No information being gained by Kohli, so
yeah,
going back to safety.
Kohli just trying to bait a couple of shots from the opponent. And also gain some information, but he didn't, as you mentioned. And now OMEN Esports going for that proactive mid control. I love it. Mid control is super essential on the map of Split. It opens up so many possibilities. And OMEN Esports, they're easily able to strafe on top of mid. As long as OMEN Esports is getting the mid control, Grayfox, they've got a big problem brewing up. They've also moved in deep towards vents. If they want, they can move it all the way towards the heaven from vents and do something incredible. Look at Deadly 10. There's probably going to be a tripwire right here. If he wants, he can use the satchel. But no, instead, they're just going to break it. It's going to be a quick burst towards Heaven. His position's also compromised in Deadly 10. He's also getting tagged up by the camp. Venka finds Kibo, which is an important frag. And now it's a 4v5. The players towards site, they're not able to find a lot of value. Adrian King, he whips a lot of shots. He gets taken down easily. But then Venka towards site. He's able to shut down the man flowing in. Cuts off the flood towards elbow. There's Hoax available, and Hoax is able to connect all of his shots. On the important time when he needs to be done, Hoax is popping off.
Shenron over on top to close things out. But yeah, that's a great round coming in from the side of Grayfox. Yet again, a good read, and they gave up on that space on the mid. They did not care about that because everyone was playing in so far back directly towards the CT. They were just prepared for it. And they kind of baited Middle Esports onto that push and were able to quickly get that shut down. Perfect play from Venka on the site as well, able to get that important pick, and then followed up by Hoax, who was able to wrap up the last few finishes. And this time around, Middle is just going to look forward to try and gather the orbs or maybe try and do some eco damage. Couple of Sheriffs, Spectre in the hands of Sai. That's really about it. We've got nothing else. Spread out defense, everyone playing so far back, a few shots being collected. Levi, my god, that's unfortunate.
Yeah, Venka through the wall, finds those connections. If Middle Esports, okay, no!
What?
He misses that! A Rosa ult from Deadly 10. But at least the kill is secured, I guess that's all that matters. Hoax stops Deadly 10 from pushing in even deeper. But then a Rolling Thunder is going to be pulled out by Hoax. The spike's been planted too. Kibo Jin, he's way too low himself, but he provides the heal to his teammates. And now for Hoax, it's going to be an easy move towards the site. A casual stroll on the summer's day. Excali able to shut down Hoax. The defuse is going to come through, and Excali just going for the save.
Yeah, the spike was not planted for him after all. It was planted for a site hold. And that Rolling Thunder being used in, I'm still surprised that Deadly 10 Showstopper did not kill off Venka. So he had to invest a lot of utilities. Things might have been different if in case that Showstopper did connect, but jeez, my god. I'm so sorry for Levi. Happens with me all the times though. But a good retake yet again by Grayfox. They already had an idea that since there's a Showstopper available and they've got the Rolling Thunder, they'll just directly play for the retake by playing all the way back. And Deadly 10 wanted to fight for the space, and Kohli welcomes him with open bullets.
Oh my god. What was that? Such an awkward engagement right there. They need to fall back because of that fragment. Middle Esports, they're really struggling to find anything in the game so far now. Initially, they did find a lot of value, but then after that, they have been struggling through and through. Sai, he's managed to find the entry for his team towards Heaven, which is quite good. The man underneath is quite softened up as well, but then Kibo finds a quick 2K. But then an instant shutdown is there too, and Kohli pops off too. It's a 1v3. Sai left in this clutch scenario. 1v2 now. He could definitely clutch it off. He's taken a lot of damage at this point. I don't think so he can do it anymore. He's trying to make a rotation happen at the last second, and he's also pulled off the rotation all the way from the B. Oh my god, but this flash is going to find the confirmation. That Sai's still towards the Heaven. And there we go. Position compromise. Sai's trying to pull off some shenanigans. Only 30 seconds left on the clock. Make that 25. And Sai now is trying to wrap all the way from the back lines once again. Grayfox, they anticipate that.
I know everything. And the more time Sai is going to spend, the less he'll have to try and go for that replant again. Wants to try and find one pick, but it's going to be a double peak coming in. And the knife did not give him a full information of that as well. It only scanned Adrian King and not Kohli. So again, another good round. And now Grayfox seem to be running away with all of those rounds. And I love the way how they're setting up all of their defense. They are giving up so much space to middle, yet they are able to take it all away later on. They don't care about giving up space on mid whatsoever. They're just holding down the fort, holding down the site and watching for CT. So there's just no flank happening. Fast push towards the A though on the back of the null command as well as the expensive recon.
Judged in the hands of Deadly 10. And this time, Metal Esports, they're definitely quite pissed. But what am I seeing through the smokes? They're getting some unreal frags. And Grayfox, for them, it's just a meat grinder. They're just grinding through the opponents. And Metal Esports, within a blink of an eye, the entire team just come crashing down.
Slow hits, not working out. Fast pacey hits, being shut down. How do you even deal with a setup where they're giving you so much free space only to steal it back from you? That's the main question. For now, Sai is also communicating everything to his team. Because they really need to stop this momentum right now. This is basically their last chance. Otherwise, Grayfox will move directly towards the map point and they will force map number 3. Bind has not looked pretty previously when Middle played on it.
That is true. It has not. Well, I mean, the same thing you can say that Lotus did not look too good when they played on it in the past. But then Metal Esports, they pulled off a complete upset, a reverse wipe in my opinion. Shutting down Grayfox on their own map pick was a big statement being made by Metal. But now the same thing is also being repeated by Grayfox too, where they're almost on the verge of shutting down Metal Esports on Split. This tactical timeout, hopefully it's really important for them. Because they're not going to have a lot of chances.
Operator being pulled out now. The question is, will Middle anticipate it? A nasty off angle as well. Kohli has not been playing on that angle since the beginning of their defense, so Middle might not expect it. Look from Excali. Needs to find some value, but Venka's setup is towards the B side this time around. The flash comes in. Ouch.
Yeah. Breaks his legs. And oh my god, Deadly 10.
What?
Crucial. He gets that, instantly backs away. That's Kohli out, my friend. No controller inside of the game to stop anymore. The visual denying possibility is not there anymore. I mean, they've still got the flashes to do so, but for how long? Controller can always be a big piece of the puzzle. And now that's missing for Grayfox. Showstopper being pulled out. No value being gained from that Showstopper. But the Paint Shell's still going to find the confirmation on Venka. Trades happening back and forth. Adrian King still in the back lines. Pulls out the Seeker. It's a 1v2. And oh no, Sai.
What?
He aims at the Seeker and he loses that entire round.
Match point.
Wait a second. I just need a replay for that one. How did Grayfox even manage to pull that one off? That was not supposed to happen because of the early picks that Middle was just able to take. But jeez, Middle are not able to take away the space from Grayfox from the CT. And every single round, that has been the exact same story. Showstopper not finding the value. It's absolutely fine. Deadly 10 right now. He just needs one more pick to get the Showstopper of his own. Adrian King with the Trailblazer gives out the information to his team. And Venka's setup is towards the A side already.
Pretty much. And for Kohli, I mean, in general for Grayfox, they've got too much economy. You just cannot stop them anymore. You win this round, still Grayfox is going to have enough money to buy the next. You win the next round, still Grayfox is going to have enough money to buy for that round as well. You need to pretty much win 2 rounds back to back And the stats so far say that Metal Esports, they're even struggling to get one single round on this attacking side. So I'm not exactly sure how they're going to make this happen. Showstopper pulled out on the back of that. Deadly 10's going to be the man to enter first. There's a man available towards screens, but Venka on site. He catches Deadly 10 off guard. On towards site, is able to find so much value. Venka's whiffed a lot of shots, but I guess he's done his job. He shut down the Showstopper single-handedly, and then Hoax as well being able to reply back in a great fashion. Coley towards site. Hoax as well towards the heaven, but the man towards site gets taken down. Kibo, he gets the kill, and Kibo gets the closure too.
Jeez, that was so very messy at the end. Though I would still say Kohli with that paranoia, he went humongous as well. Venka was able to hold his fort on the side, yes, and then Kohli provided the support right up from the heaven, stopping the entire push from middle, and they all were just confiscated in that one small cubby. How were they even able to pull back out from that one? It's surely mostly based on the aim. Their early util number was brilliant, but the answer from Grayfox was even better. And again, Deadly 10 not checking one corner was punished on the back of it, and Sayo delivers a blow on Excali, and that's the smoker out. Yes, you've got the Omen, but no more potential lurk plays.
Yeah. Grayfox, they have received a punch in the cut. But as I mentioned, the economy's still not broken. It's easy to recover from that punch. Operator spotted towards heaven. Trailblazer pulled out as well. The Trailblazer's gonna give the operator's position away. Are they really gonna go for their dry peek? Luckily enough, Sayo whipped that shot, so he's still gonna be alive. The TP comes through as well at the last moment, but then still Grayfox is able to catch two players. Deadly 10 and Levi. Their life's being cut short. And now it's a 2-on-5. Metal Esports somewhere down line this round's almost done for. You can see Kibo's facial expressions too. He knows it's almost done for as well. Side just drops down and Vents. Make sure Venka's gonna pay the price. Venka shut down. It's a 2v4. It is doable now.
Look at the spread yet again. Couple of players directly towards the B side. The operator in the exact same angle does not get the value, but the blast pack pushes everyone back, and you've got the support already coming in from Hooks as well. Smoke right on their face. Paranoia catches Sayo himself, so that's not exactly the best one. But they can quickly go and pivot towards the A as well, and that's exactly what they're doing. But look at Adrian King. He can just go in for a retake. He can try and find a timing on the back of it as well, because it's given a call to his team, and Sayo falls down.
Oh my god.
That's going to be Kibo. 5 seconds, 4 seconds. Has got the time for the plant, but 3 people will be trying to hunt him down. They're already on the side, and he will not even win the first duel. That's Hoax shutting down everything and taking away the map.
Oh man, Grayfox. Maps being traded by these teams, huh? Lotus being won by Metal Esports, completely one-sided. But then Grayfox, they shut down Metal Esports on their own map pick. Maps being traded by these teams. And now, as you mentioned, the decider's going to be on the map of Bind. Bind is one of the most classic maps out there. And once again, considering how this BO3 series has been moving forward, it has been an astonishing affair. It's really tough to say what's going to be happening in the future lines, but for now, Grayfox being able to come out on top in such a good way. Initially, Metal Esports, once again, they started things off in such a great note. They had the wind in their sails, but then later on, they just started to slip out in the competition. And Metal Esports, they really need to have a word with themselves, with each other, and figure out what exactly can be done in the upcoming map now, and what mistakes they made in the previous map.
Because again, they only got 1 round on their attack. It was 9 rounds on the defense for Grayfox. Not 9, it was 8 rounds. If I'm not wrong, it was a 7-5 half. Yeah, that's correct. But again, at the end of the day, it was yet again just a steamroll from the side of Grayfox on their own defensive side, and the setups were just too difficult for Metal Esports to break through them. Yet they use the utilities. I love the util dump as well, specifically the pair up of the fragment along with the snake bite. But it was not that it was happening in every single round. Most of the times they were still getting picked off, and one of the main reasons why that happened was because they were not able to take the space away from the CT. Every single time you would see a player off the side of, I mean, come on, their opponent is staying back in the CT, making sure they've got that space. Grayfox never let that space go away.
That is true. I mean, in general, with how Metal Esports were trying to play that split, it just feels like Grayfox were much more better prepared, I guess. And Grayfox, as you mentioned, on their defensive side of things, Grayfox were unstoppable, unbeatable. And this is what I mentioned too. Grayfox's lineup, or the agent select that they had, it's going to favor them much more on the defensive side of things than on the offensive side. And that's what exactly happened. On the offense, they lost a lot of rounds initially, and that's why Metal Esports, they found themselves on the lead with a 7-5. But then on the defense, Metal Esports, they were not even able to get a single round in their hands. They were barely able to squeeze that round away. You can see the MVP of the previous game is also going to be Hoax with 285 ACS and the KDA of 2.5.
The man doing a massive job, and that's the initiator you're talking about. He was always there to provide the support to the anchor of the side and also going quickly for those rotations. He was always on point with that, on top with that. Along with the support coming in from Sayo as well, Adrian King with a couple of his lurk plays, and also Venka holding the fort. It was just a great run coming in for the side of Grayfox to hold down their defensive line. Medal, however, on the other end of the spectrum, yet again trying their level best, but this could not convert those post plans. You can clearly see 2 out of 5. And that's where the problem always had, because they could not take the space away from CT, and the retake was just comparatively easy.
Yeah, no, hands down, Metal Esports, they fair and square just lost that map split. And the only thing they can do now is just look forward in the future. Look for the upcoming decider that's going to be there. I mean, you see clearly in the stats as well, the first kills, majority of the times, were being found by Grayfox. Grayfox was just looking much more confident. Adrian King being able to pop off, getting those multi-kills. Sayo was still struggling, but Adrian King is one of those players on the back of Hoax, and even another man, they were just able to play quite well. Coley as well was there all the time, just providing them that backup on the A site.
Support is much needed, and yes, as you mentioned, we also saw Kohli playing on a few nasty angles as well. He tried to kind of be cheeky on towards that B angle on the extreme right, was caught off in that position, though I'm still surprised how Deadly 10 got away with a daylight kill like that. But that was actually a pretty fun game to watch. But you know what, let's quickly have a look at the highlights as well of the previous game and see all those flashy plays that we are talking about.
Exactly, I mean, unfortunately, we did not really see a lot of flashy plays in the second half from Metal Esports, but definitely in the first half, they started things off in quite a dominating note. As I mentioned, the wind was in their sails, but then later on, for some reason, Grayfox, after that one single round win they got, Grayfox just did not stop winning those rounds, and Metal Esports were even struggling to get any type of things back in their hands. And now moving it forward for Grayfox, they're still in the momentum now. Grayfox is going to be feeling great, considering they ended things on such a great note on the map of Split, that now they have the momentum, and they just need to start off and kick off with that momentum in the upcoming map.
Great Fox, huh? That's what we might as well call them on Split. But yes, playing a phenomenal run. Attack, yes, the start was shaky, but the recovery was even better. And then, of course, the side holds, massive. And how do you even end up winning that one shot, though? Retakes, flawless, util usage, perfect. And again, you already know the aim of all these players is just crispy.
Yeah.
There we go.
I mean, majority of the times, it barely came down to those retakes as well, bro. They were not even able to step inside of the site that well. You saw so many of the kills just flowing in through the smokes. Look at this. Grayfox, some of the angles that they were holding, they were being left unchecked. And I think so all the props to the teammates, because they were positioning each other so well on the sites.
I mean, out of the 10 rounds that we saw on attack, only 5 were the ones that we did see going into those post-plant situations. And in 5 of them, you could clearly see the struggles for middle. They were not able to quickly get close to the site, as you already mentioned, and even get the plant down, because they were being shut down, denied entry. And in the ones they were, they just could not steal away the round for their side. They were being stopped right on their track. Now, that's one of the reasons why Split did not work out for them. It was their map pick, though, but I mean, that's kind of the shaky thing that has been happening previously. The Split has not been looking pretty, and so is the case with Bind, and that's where we'll be heading next.
Exactly. Now, Bind will be the decider, ladies and gentlemen, and at least in the day one, this is the only series that's going all 3 mapper. Bind is one of those most OG maps out there. Every single team is quite familiar with this map. I just want to see the same composition from the side of Grayfox, and I just want to see sort of the similar type of story, even from the side of Metal Esports. I do not really want to see something new. I want to see these players stick to that comfort zone. I don't want to see a super close gameplay, because we know what Metal Esports is now capable of. Grayfox as well, they have showcased a great resilience, and now Bind being the decider, it has to go OT, right?
I'm not quite sure, I'll be brutally honest, because looking at the previous stats, Grayfox has played on Bind 2 times in this tournament, and they have won both the times. And they don't even go with some flashy Viper plays, right? They go with such a default composition with double initiator, with a breach and sky in their setup. That's about it. On the other side, we did see Deadly 10 pulling out the chamber, but that was not really working out for Grayfox.
Exactly. Now, as you mentioned, pulling out the chamber, it is still, I would say, quite a big gamble, right? And pulling off a agent select like the previous game that we saw Revenant pull out, it's something that these guys should not do at all, because Revenant Esports did realize one of their strong suit, and that is playing completely on the mechanical aspect of the game. For Metal Esports, their strong suit, of course, mechanical side is there without a doubt, but they're also quite good with the set plays. They're also quite good with getting those trades in their hands. Mappa split was completely astonishment for them, because even they themselves got caught off guard, but I'm not expecting the same thing from the side of Bind, right? These guys are probably being practicing offline as well in the scrims, and I want to see those implementations come through. I want to see the adaptive nature come in.
Even in the first series, we saw a Harbor Viper composition. Now, since you've already mentioned, you really kind of want to see those same default compositions. I honestly want to see something like a Yoru map. Come on, show me something along that lines, or maybe show me a double controller composition on that map. You always love to see all of those things happen, because we have seen Yoru comps, and that too work fairly well, specifically against the Cypher compositions, because again, Cypher trips pretty nasty to deal with. You can all you can do is just throw out your clone and then follow up on that clone, break that trip, TP away, boom, you're already on the other part of the map where your team could potentially be to go in for the executes. Now, all of those things could be done. I know that these teams have also been practicing on the map, but what are they going to pull off? That's going to be the main question. Medal have pulled out Deadly 10's chamber, has not worked out previously in the past. Grayfox's bind has been looking flawless, so the series could potentially go 2-1 in favor of Grayfox.
As you mentioned, that's a really good point that you brought up. Grayfox's bind has been looking flawless, but that also means their strategy is already out there. And this is where Metal Esports can sort of have a little bit of an advantage too, considering Grayfox, they've been looking flawless on their bind, and I'm pretty sure Metal Esports, they have been doing their research on Grayfox. Considering Grayfox is one of the strongest teams on mine, then it really does make a lot of sense to research against them, find a little bit of those loopholes, find some counter strategies, and I'm pretty sure Metal Esports should be ready with those counter strategies too. And as I mentioned, everything will be revealed in the agent select itself. A Viper Omen composition can be quite solid too. A double controller, I'm down to see that. No issues on that as well. Maybe a double initiator lineup can also be quite solid. It really just comes down to the preference, and I would say it's better to just stick to the basics. Maybe the best basic agent select that you guys have with the Breach, Brimstone that we saw in the previous game, and it might just be better as well.
You really need to have a Brimstone on that map. That one thing is for sure. Just like as you mentioned, we saw previous series as well in which Revenant, they were able to bring it out as well on the table. Chamber worked out flawlessly for them. Yeah, you might not really go with that exact same composition, but maybe something around the similar lines, because again, it's the map of bind. You've got those TPs to work with. You normally would keep a sky in the composition, but of course no refreshable flashes, so maybe you can switch things up, change it, pick a gecko, or maybe pair both of them up, go for a double initiator composition, something like that. True Rippers were able to do. But I really want to see, you can fairly go with a single controller comp, go for a double initiator. That's something that even I would love to see with those extra flashes. You would be able to deal with the operators as well that might potentially come into play. But then again, that's all what we have been discussing time and time again. We've normally not seen these teams play on the map of bind that much against each other. So it eventually is going to be a new territory for both of them.
I mean, let's be honest. So far, this BO3 series has been surprising. We did not expect such sort of an outcome. In the first place, we did not expect Metal Esports to win that Lotus game, but they somehow did come out on top with the composition they had and also the team synergy and communication they had. It was quite fluid. Now, moving on forward towards Split, we thought the benefit of the doubt can definitely go to the players in Metal, but then no, it's Grayfox making the complete series one-sided, or making the complete previous map of Split one-sided. Now, Bind just brings in a big question mark. You mentioned, yes, it has been really flawless for Grayfox, but the same thing could have been said for Lotus too, where Grayfox just completely one-sided dominated in the league stage, Metal Esports, but then things completely changed. And I guess, considering Grayfox's bind is flawless, somewhere down the line, Metal Esports should be doing a lot of research onto that, and they should come up with some sort of a counter agent select.
I'm expecting that to happen as well, because we normally do see the researchers going as well, and also those counter agent selects being pulled up. But you know, it eventually comes down and boils down to the fact how well you're able to adapt in game itself. In previous series, we did see Grayfox do that against Medal. They were able to adjust on the fly. They adjusted their attacking strategies and then quickly went in forward, and then also brought in their default mid attack strategies as well, right? Because they took control of the B heaven and then moved forward going for those executes. It eventually worked out, but first they had to find a way to break through that defensive setup, and one of the way that they did on Split was to quickly push towards the CT. Now those kind of adjustments on the fly is something that I'm also looking forward from Middle. If they're prepped well, they will perform really good, but if in case the opponent finds a counter, that's where they always struggle, and I want to see that kind of adjustment or adaptation right in the middle of the game.
Split was a whole different conversation. Now moving it towards Bind, it's going to be a complete different thing as well. And talking about Grayfox, they're one of those teams that likes to play a little bit more on the tactical side of things. Both these teams, duelists, they have been struggling. Keep that thing in mind. Sayo has been struggling. Deadly 10 has been struggling. So in general, duelists not being able to perform, it's a lot of pressure on the other teammates back, man.
It indeed is. You always want your star players to be out there on top, but yeah, I mean the follow-up that also comes in, it kind of you know clears up that even if your duelist is not being able to perform, you've got your initiators stepping up, or maybe the controllers stepping up, who always go for those trades. But I mean, the executes on the map of Lotus look flawless. On the map of Split for Middle did not look flawless. So I'm still pretty concerned about what might happen on the map of Vine. Though I'm still surprised over one fact, right? We did not see any Outlaw being picked up.
Yeah, we did not.
Second series.
We did not. And in general, in this region, we haven't really been seeing a lot of those Outlaws being picked up as well, right?
Yeah.
So once again, Outlaw not being picked up is definitely another sort of a factor that can be quite good, honestly, for the team that is on the eco side of things, and even for the bonus rounds, right? Now, if a team is on the bonus round, and if the opponent team decides to go ahead and pick up the Outlaw, then it can be a big problem. It can be a big momentum stopper.
True.
But so far, we're not really seeing the Outlaw being utilized, which is okay. I wouldn't say it's a big deal breaker. It's completely fine. Outlaw not being used, it's okay. That weapon, it's not really going to be creating a lot of that difference in the economical side of things, or even in the overall game perspective. But still, it's there. So if you want to use it, the players can definitely can. Moving on forward towards the agent select, ladies and gentlemen. I want to see a classic agent select. Nothing really out of the box. Stick to the comfort zone. But no, instead we're seeing a Euro being pulled out from Excali. Interesting. A double duelist. Single initiator. Brimstone as the controller. And Sai as the sentinel.
I love it. I love it. Let's hope it eventually works out in the way that Middle really intended to. But I always love that. Now, yeah, there's a Sky, Yoru, you can potentially play him as a secondary duelist or more like a pseudo initiator. That's how teams always prefer to play on that one. But again, they're the exact same Sentinel as well as the duelist for this one. Teams normally go with them. Cypher along with the Raze. Sky, another common agent. There's only literally one difference. There's a Breach on one side and the Yoru on the other side. I'm looking forward to how Metal will be able to show us what they have cooked on this map. But yes, looking at just the agent select, I'm already becoming a fan of what Middle is now bringing on the table.
But keep this thing in mind, it can also go completely south if not played well. Yoru is an agent, it has so many possibilities of outplaying the opponent. but one single mistake can completely bring your play down. Metal Esports, they need to execute this entire composition to perfection, while Grayfox, they're just sticking to that comfort zone and bringing in the classic lineup. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Grayfox kicking things off on defense and Metal Esports on the attack.
Gate Crash already going in towards the TP, and the flash to push anyone back directly from the garden. So the orb control will be taken. B-main presence being shown, while the rest of the members from middle working towards the extremities on the other side. Deadly 10 already taken a lot of space in showers. It's going to be re-cleared. Goalie! Oh my god, that's a dry peak. Still wins out.
And that too with a frenzy. And yeah, Venka still not looking forward to take the duel against the opponent. Good paint shields. Gonna force the man away. And the paint shield's not able to find the value, but still the trades are happening back and forth. It's a 2v3. Metal Esports in a man disadvantage. Kibojin softened up way too much. The classic right clicks, they're clicking in quite well. There's also the tremor being utilized, but unfortunately it's going to be a team stun. And now Excali, left with only 22 HP, needs to back away. He's got the spike on the back, but he can't do anything.
Deadly 10 needed to win that first duel against Kohli towards the showers, and maybe the entire round might have gone differently. That was one of the most important duels out there, because that would have established a full-on extremities control for middle, and they could have basically pivoted anywhere they wanted to. But on the other side, as soon as he lost the duel there, and Sai also fell in, where Venka throwed his paint shells, that's where you needed the players on the B to get activated, and Saya was just able to play phenomenally. Also got a Bulldog now. Judge in the hands of Venka. Will be welcoming anyone who want to push through the smoke. Oh my god.
Oh my god, it's going to be quick pop. The pop flash was definitely there, but then the Judge replies back, and Kohli as well with the mowdown. Just the two players, more than enough to lock down the entire bathrooms. And yeah, of course, it's going to be a flawless round too. Now, moving on forward to the bonus round, where Metal Esports, they will have the perfect buys for themselves. Let's hope that Metal Esports is able to get something done here. If this bonus round's been taken away by a Grayfox, the economy buildup will be insane.
And it's not like they haven't done that in the past. They have. So yes, the economical build-up would be mind-boggling, and it could potentially be the confidence breaker as well for middle. So they've got to make sure it works out. But Kibo does not even have a rifle. He's got a Bulldog and a full shield. With the default setup, Fake Out goes out to take care of the Tripwire. Yep. Blown up. The feeding with the orbs to try and get
god, hold on.
Dimensional drift. How did Hoax even get that pick on Deadly 10?
And he also gets a better weapon retrieved in his hand. Not good. Vandal in the hands of Kohli. This is not a good sign at all, my friend. And now Sai looking forward to just slowly and steadily creep and crawl his way towards the site. Position compromised. I like that jiggle peek. Goes for that information peek. Gets the position, gets the information, instantly backs away. Retaliation should have been there. Excali's position compromised too, considering they know it's Yoru. A last-minute teleport can definitely come through. And Metal Esports
in the hands of Venka.
Yep. Hookah is on lockdown. There's no chance. The man with the Vandal just baited for the Judge, and they've got no clue that there's a shotgun waiting for them around the corner, but still he gets caught. Good shutdown. Hoax looking to pop flash out of his way, but still, can he really do so? It's a 3v2. Anything can happen still. There's a chance Grayfox can close it off. A good pick from that Bulldog. And now Hoax as well moving in towards Hookah will get one. Nicely done. Kibo taken down. It's a double peek, and Excali does not stand a chance. Beautifully done by Grayfox. The economy buildup is now going to be insane.
That was such an unfortunate miss by Kibo. He needed to connect those shots, but yeah, at the end of the day, what a great round by Grayfox. All the way starting on the back of Hoax getting that nasty shot on the head. Deadly 10 falling yet again in towards that shower position, and I believe it's high time to kind of change the way they're playing those previous few rounds. The gate crash has been sent in. The lineup should potentially help him out, go directly in the showers towards the back, while he will show some early presence directly towards the B. So it could get pretty aggressive there.
I don't have a good feeling about this. Cedars of round being won by Grayfox, 3 back-to-back to be precise. And also decoy being utilized by Excali, fake presence given away. Hoax ready with the trimmer. And Sayo has conveyed the call that the man was a decoy. Levi is still looking forward to break that trip. He does so. And now instantly looking forward to back away.
But no rotation has been called.
A pop flash was there too to gain the information on exactly where the players are. So they know that there are some players available in the backside of B. There we go. Time to move in to the A side. Coley with the Odin able to shut down the player. And then Adrian King with a quick 2-piece. And out of nowhere, you blink it and you miss it. It's a flawless round.
Shenron comes down to claim the crystal. And it's an Odin in the hands of Kohli already. 4 straight rounds for Grayfox Esports. Medal now seem to be in a dilemma as to where they should go and what kind of strategy they should pull. They've tried to show presence on extremities, has not perfectly worked out for them. They've tried to go in towards the hook as well, did not work out for them. They've been constantly going in for those pivots, but it just seems that Sai's reads have always been read by the opponents. Again, a shower push.
Okay.
Could be amazing. Oh my goodness.
No, my God. Backing up into that spot was not a good idea by Excali. And he's also taken down only 85 HP. Excali trying to bring up some of the outplays. There's Odin all the way towards the backside. But still, Grayfox, I mean, at least the defensive half so far is looking quite good. Even in this round, yeah, it's a 2v3. But overall economy, if you talk about that, Grayfox is still looking solid. A last-minute rotation being pulled off by OMEN Esports towards B. And this is where Sayo is quite ready. He's just waiting for the players to funnel in his crosshairs. His position's compromised. Sayo's position's taken away as well. But Sayo, he loses that duel, which was crucial. And now Hoax as well gets taken down by Kibo.
Good recovery and good follow by Levi on the back of Excali. Going in that dimensional drift to try and dodge the orbital strike. They isolated the duel on Deadly 10, finished him off, and then it was again just Excali moving forward, trying to be a nuisance. The flash was as well a great one. Sent in the gate crash forward, tried to get that one pick, was taken down and gave the information to the team that the players will eventually be on that side. So they pivoted directly towards the one where there was not a lot of players. Yes, Sayo basically tried to buy as much time as possible, but was just not enough for Hoax to go in for that support. Similar kind of presence being shown towards Showers. Adrian King is the one who's basically got that control.
Oh, wow. Well, look at the confidence of Excali. Interesting.
That's the peak on the back of Flash, so you always see that happen.
Is this Excali or Ethos?
Right here.
Those are the type of plays Ethos pulls off. But yeah, Adrian King. Oh my God, the amount of info that Trailblazer found, it was insane. Yeah, the Seekers is also going to give the individual players his position away. Showstopper pulled off. Yes, it does find the value. Deadly 10 taken off. 3v3 scenario. A man available towards bathroom, and Kohli realizes that fact. He knows there's a man towards bathroom, but the man still hasn't flown out just yet. Considering it's a 3v3, the intensity is still quite equal on both the sides. You just never know what's going to be the one to sort of get that initial advantage in this. Spike being planted. Kohli can hear the tap as well. Within a matter of seconds, the spike will be planted too easily. And now it's a post plant.
Lamps need to be clear, so that's what Kohli will also do. Aftershock goes in, so he's going to get that space all to himself. Stim Beacon in the hands, that's going to be a double peak. Excali needs to go at least 1 for 1. That's the bare minimum. Levi is there as well for the crossfire. Excali goes 1 for 1. Perfect. But they've lost the control of entirety of that side, so we'll go in for that double peak.
Oh my God, they almost lined up.
almost lined up.
Oh my god, Metal Esports themselves know how close that round was. They lined up. This could have been super bad. And you can see Sai instantly giving a lot of callouts. It's a brainstorming session for them. And Grayfox, now they're starting to lose some back-to-back rounds. This is where their economy is going to be in danger.
I would still say Deadly 10 is kind of facing some struggles on this map itself.
I mean, Deadly 10 has been facing struggles on all the map in general.
Normally he performs on the other ones. On Bind, it just seems that it's not his territory at all.
And still, it's quite the initial phase, though, I guess. You got to give him a little bit more time to saturate.
Smoke's down.
Smoke's out. Good smoke from Kohli. Good timing onto that.
Right here.
Scally there in the front, too. Spots out the TP. Kohli knows that there's the TP in the back lines, and he's not going to break it, too. Being quite cheeky. And look at Grayfox. A lot of proactive control. They've pushed it all the way from showers to the back lines, looking for to flank the players that are towards B. And yes, it is going to be a quick B burst. On the back of Excali's flashes, they just want to move in. There's also a teleport being pulled off. And yes, even a showstopper being pulled out as well. Metal Esports not looking that fluid anymore, but the showstopper, if it's able to find even one value, it's going to mean a lot. The flank comes through, it finds Sai, it's a crucial pick.
Okay, Levi will be moving backwards, has to concede the space. They're so very claustrophobic now, and it's going to be a retake from 4 different directions. Medal, there should be no way they win this one in hell, but they kind of win out on all of their starting duels. But Wenka, Adrian King will shut them down. Excali, the last man standing, was in a 1v4, only to be taken down by Adrian himself. What a massive retake by Grayfox. They had the control of elbow. They had the control of CT. They took the long control away from Levi as he all the way retreated back towards Garden. And they had no one watching hookup whatsoever. Everyone just confined in that side. It was
There we go.
Inevitable that it was going to be a full burst.
Yeah, we're back to the basics, though. They've lost the round once again. And I guess with that, it's also going to be the momentum breaker for Metal Esports. And for Metal Esports, one thing is for sure, the players are quite vocal. You can clearly see them communicate quite a lot. They're trying to make sure that the communication does not break off in some of the pressurizing situations, which is understandable. Excali once again with the dimensional drift, trying to accumulate as much information as possible. And Grayfox looking to push up close and personal, all the way from bathrooms. Venka's position compromised. Venka at least needs to get 1 or 2 here, but no, instead he gets denied. Hoax is still there with the backup off the sky, and Adrian King, he's been getting those multi-kills over and over again, but he needs to do that once again. And look at the amount of space Metal Esports is able to find. They're looking forward to just flood in all the way from the A towards the defender spawn, maybe.
That's a great plant as well, over towards the back. So they will have that CT control. They will keep the lamps control for themselves. They don't have any kind of control towards longer shot, but my god, this fight needs to be won by Sai. He's so very paranoid. He's basically got in such an awkward position. And Kohli will find the timing on the back of
What?
it. No!
Kohli caught taking a nap. What was that? Kohli caught taking a nap instantly, and then Adrian King able to reply back onto the Cypher. Sai taken away. And out of nowhere, once again, it's Grayfox to get the momentum back in their hands. What just happened? I'm not exactly sure what Kohli was doing there, but he should not have lost that duel in the first place. He did. But yeah, I guess his teammates got his back. Metal Esports, as I mentioned, after losing the previous round, they have lost the momentum.
Maybe a map moment occurred to him. As he was walking out there, check the map for a second, and that's exactly when Sai peaked.
Yeah, I think so. As you mentioned, he was looking at the radar. I think so as well. He was looking at the minimap.
Yeah. Might have been a map moment. But yeah, at the end of the day, they knew that Sai was out there in the open. They were able to quickly finish him off as well. And on the back of the Rolling Thunder, they clear out the entirety of the backside. Grayfox, even though that was a save round from Medal, they invested their Rolling Thunder, but they don't have any problem with that, right? Because they're just 3 points away from Orbital Strike itself, along with a few points away from the Seekers. Simbeacon out. They're still stopping them in the choke point. My God.
Yeah, no matter what Metal Esports is trying to do, it's just not working out. Straight up. At this point, Metal Esports, once again, just trying to latch on to anything that they can. It's desperation showcasing from Metal Esports. This Euro composition that they try to bring, yeah, a couple of rounds, they did get that. 2 back-to-back rounds, but then after that, once again, it's just falling apart. All it takes is a quick adaptation from Grayfox, and the entire composition strategy gets read like a book.
Slowing down the pace, Trailblazer to reveal the possession of Kibo. But again, there's no one going in for any kind of pivot. Grayfox still holding the side. 3 people out there over towards the back. And that's already the first duel being won. Sai actually wins out too, but now that's the spike down in the open and Kohli shuts him down too in the hookah. Grayfox are basically doing the exact same thing that they did in the previous map of Split. After getting the information, they fall back all the way towards the CT. And Middle have got absolutely no way to clear that space. Now yes, B site in general is comparatively difficult to execute. But even after that, you need at least 4 or 5 rounds whenever you're playing on buy and attack. Specifically with the Yoru.
Yeah.
Because the amount of shenanigans.
I guess they focused on Lotus too much after losing to Grayfox in the league stage that they just completely forgot about the other maps. They focused on improving on Lotus so much that they just forgot to practice on the other maps as well. I'm sure that's not something that exactly happened, but somewhere down the line, they should be more prepared against Grayfox, facing off against Grayfox in the map Bind, in Split. The preparation was definitely lacking. This Euro composition that they brought, I like the unique take that they're trying to bring inside of the game. I like that. But once again, sometimes just trying to do something unique does not mean you're doing something right. And sometimes just sticking to the comfort zone can really give you the confidence that is needed to win inside of the game.
Evo, Excali, Deadly, all of them are just not being able to perform.
Yep.
Not being able to win out either of their duels. So with the false information that there might not be anyone out there on long, Scally wanted to go in for the peak. Just some utils being drawn out. You've got the full setup of Sai over towards the A. That will be so very annoying to deal with. Venka has got the showstopper for the execute. Kohli has the gate crash into the side. Excali could potentially provide an opportunity or an opening. But yeah, the backside control still maintained. God flash, and that's the wrap-up you were looking for.
Oh my God.
Get the first two, both the side tankers down, and that's the showstopper on the place. He gets
one.
Oh
no, not good. These type of kills can really be the difference maker. Sai just caught in the corner. Sai gets caught as well easily. There's another man in the back lines, and Excali's gonna find a free piece in front. And he collects that piece too. 1v3 upcoming. It's a post-plant scenario too, so Kohli does not really have a lot of time to back himself up. Beautifully done, catches the man. It's a 1v2. He's also got the smoke, and he's gonna smoke it off. Goes for the fake tap, trying to pull out at least some of the peaks from the opponent. And now he knows there's Kibojin in the corner. They're gonna try to go for the double peak, and they do so as well. And the molly's misplaced, and Levi still connects the shot.
Quickly run and grab the rifles. Unfortunately, they were only able to take one. But it's fine. They should have the money to buy themselves back a good round on the back of that timeout. Middle Esports now having two massive ultimates as well. Orbital Strike along with Neural Theft. Kibo one away from a Seeker, so they could potentially play in for either of the orbs. While Grayfox, Adrian again one away from his own Seekers, but everyone else quite far away. Sayo 2 away from the Neural Theft.
That was a massive round right there.
Oh
winning
my
that eco pretty
God.
much. But then Adrian King just catching Excali off guard. Okay, no way. I thought he was almost going to get the 3K, but it's fine. His teammates there to back him up. It's a 3K anyways. A 4v2, position compromised as well. He knows exactly there's a man in the front lines. And Sai should be caught as well. He misses that initial bullet. But there's also rotation coming through. Sai looking forward to push up close and personal, but he prevails in that duel. Takes down Sayo. Neural Theft is also going to give each and every single player's position away. They know every single player is all the way towards the defender's spawn. And now Levi, what was that? Catching Venka through the smoke. A random span, getting quite lucky with that. And now Levi is going to face off two players at the same time. He stands no chance against him. But Sai, he's still just waiting for that peek from the front. Good flash. Sai gets blinded and he backs off.
Good idea. Quickly taking that TP, running away towards the A
But
side.
even they're quick. Even they're quick on the TP.
Obviously be. And he's gonna go for another TP maybe? No.
Nope.
Default plant. Fault line on the face. Repositioned by Sai.
Yeah, goalie is just straight up marching forward. He does not care if his position's compromised. Good. That's going to reveal his position as Sai's left with no other option than to go for the peak. And he's being collected easily. Grayfox, another solid round. 8-3 is the scoreline. Probably the first half is going to be 9-3. And yes, there's probably going to be a lot of people saying, oh, 9-3 curse. Guys, it's not real.
An okay-ish weaponry for the round maybe. Spectre, Judge. But that was such a massive play by Kibo. I was saying he needs just one. Maybe we could play for the orb. He's like, nah, I'm just gonna get 3 kills. So he's got the Seekers now. Kibo as well. Adrian King. Players with their own. Excali. Needs the orb. Dimensional trade.
Okay.
He runs away in that one. 1-for-1 trade comes in.
Good pick. Seekers out as well. So many shots missed.
Oh
this
my
time
God,
from Levi.
Levi.
Oh no. It's something we do not want to see after some of those crispy shots that we witnessed. And Coley with a 4K. On the verge of getting the ace. Sai gets caught. Position compromised. And Sai still moves on forward inside of the site. They know exactly where the man is. His position's being compromised and even gets stuck in the tripwire. Sai looking to pull off a last minute rotation. And Coley's just ready with the ult.
My
Good
God.
ult!
Nah, yeah, he was
Oh
ready.
my God, perfectly done, Coley. 9-3 first half, ladies and gentlemen, in the favor of Grayfox.
Switching sides.
You wanna jump into the TP? I'm gonna welcome you with my orbital strike out there. What a great play coming in. And on the back of that, he was able to take the ace as well. Phenomenal performance from the side of Grayfox Esports for now. And the question is, will Middle be able to steal something away on their defense? Because again, it's bind. You're pretty comfortable on defense. But Grayfox's attack has also been looking pretty solid. Now, this is a stat I wanted to mention previously. They've got more wins on the attacking half than on the defensive half.
I mean, let's see. And at the end of the day, this pistol round is going to be the lifesaver for Metal Esports if they do win it. Well, if they lose it, well, it's the salt on top of the wounds, pretty much. Metal Esports, they have managed to deal a lot of damage against the opponents, but is that damage really enough to get the closure? That's my question, and the answer is probably no. Yeah, they do lose out on that player, but once again, they have managed to get the free site control, which is much more essential. Hoag's being caught, but it's still a quick trade on the board. Venka now looking forward is just flooding all the way towards the defender spawn. He's got no clue that there's a man towards heaven. And Excali sneaked in. Coley's still just looking at the lurk. He's looking at the flank, and Kibo's going to be spotted too by him. And Coley comes out on top with that. Finally, the man towards heaven has been spotted, but look at that shot from Coley with the classic. He's doing some insane stuff. Excali catches Venka. What a big blunder that was. Excali's low, though. It's still a 1v2. Excali's only got 16 HP. And yes, it's going to be Adrian King with that haircut.
This still was important, and that has been lost as well. So Grayfox now looking so much more comfortable. And you can already see the frustration now being built up onto the heads of Sai. Hooks on the other side, pretty happy with the way his team is performing. But that's what I was talking about previously as well. The in-game adjustment that Grayfox brings, that's not the same as Medal. Medal prepares for the map. Oh, what a bomb
Oh my
blast.
god. Oh my god, he went for that blind spam, but it just does not work out. And then once again, it's Grayfox to still get the trades on the positive side. 3 Bulldogs, 1 Spectre left over in the hands, and Deadly Tens holding the close quarter. And somewhere down line, Grayfox just do not really need to overextend anymore because they've got the site control. They will also get the plant down easily, and Deadly 10 is left in the U-Haul. With the shorty in his hands, cannot do a lot. But he's also got the paint shields in his hands too to try and pull something off, but I guess I'm being a little bit too optimistic.
Adrian King with a perfect strafe was able to finish off the last man too. 4K for this one, and he has been popping off like anything. But it was a save round, so this one's going to be a full buy. On the other side of the spectrum, though, if you're looking at the ult economy, it's looking still pretty close for Grayfox. They are closer to their ultimates, so even if Medal are able to take a round or maybe 2 away, you know eventually one of those rounds will fall for Grayfox, because again, that's how important those ultimates are, specifically on this map wherein the orbital strike has got a massive impact. Seekers as well. Excali.
Oh my god, okay. Good pick.
Alright.
Excali instantly backs away with that. That's all he needed, man. The early game advantage. And they've gotten that. Time to satchel inside of the site, but Kibo, he just clips his wings. And Kibo just follows it up with a 4K. Oh my god. A humongous play. Kibojin just clipping the wings of the man in midair. That just keeps him going up. Just keeps him doming down the players.
He jumped down only to land on his head. But Kibo, what a nasty play. On the back of the support of Levi, was able to quickly mow down every single person out there. And that support was basically from the smoke. It was Excali who joined in directly from the CT for that fight, and he was the only one who actually fell. So, a very solid round for the side of Medal. The hookah flood was basically wasted. And now it's the time for adjustment for Grayfox, because this is going to be the full buy round for them. Previous one was just a bonus, so they're totally okay with giving up on that.
I mean, you want to talk about the satchels that we witnessed?
No. Let's not.
Yeah. I mean, a little bit of a mess up with the satchels. But I guess it's fine, right?
Yeah.
They've still got a
It's
massive
totally
advantage.
alright. I mean, 11 and 4? Things are not even close. Yes, you can argue we've seen a comeback from that situation. We have also seen back in Sao Paulo, Fnatic bringing themselves back against Loud. Could Medal pull out the same thing? That's the question. Do they have the potential? For sure. But do they have the momentum? Not quite sure about it.
11-4. And Metal Esports, they have been handed out a reality check. Sai was looking really confident in that interview. But now I guess the confidence is starting to fade away slowly and steadily. The players are definitely doing good when it comes to the individual aspect of the game, but then the team play is now lacking a little bit. And it just feels like Metal Esports, they're just playing their default game, their normal game. Metal Esports, they really need to get their head back inside of the game. They need to understand that they're playing a tournament and try and adapt as quick as possible. Adaptability is really important as an esports athlete. You need to adapt inside of the game, outside of the game as well. And if you're not able to adapt and improvise, then it's a big problem.
Now, Middle always goes in with their first wave of utilities to try and take that space away. What Grayfox is doing is that they're giving away that space entirely. They're playing all the way back and then going in for the re-clear with all of their full house utilities and those crossfires. Now, on the defense, Middle are just not being able to play on the pace that Grayfox are playing right now. You need to get those reads. Grayfox are always going in for not a solo clear, but a double clear for every specific angle. Does not matter which angle that is. It could be showers, it could be any. And we also saw that previously in one of the rounds where Winka could have been caught on the raise in the showers, but then again, Adrian King was there playing anti-flash. And as soon as the pop flash happened, Adrian King was the one who got a two-piece. Finished off, I believe it was Excali and maybe Kibo. Yeah, it was Excali and Kibo. So those are the kind of plays that Middle now need to anticipate and play counter to that. But a full-on defensive setup, no aggressive plays whatsoever, giving up space on almost all those areas. With just Trailblazer to clear out B long. 47 HP on Deadly 10.
Initial engagement, nothing found. Just a bit of a flesh damage. That's it. 47 HP. The man softened up. And now slowly and steadily, Grayfox looking for to move up. There we go. Kibajun with that haircut. On to Venka. Shuts him down. Beautifully done. Sayo as well replies back on to Deadly 10. These headshots are now really starting to be a big pain in the foot for the players. And Grayfox, well, at least they're able to get the man advantage nullified that the opponents had. Positions compromised. They know that the A side's in the takings, but Sai's going to let them have it. Almost wanted to catch one of the players off guard, but he unfortunately misses the opportunity. And now the site control's been taken away. All the opponents need to do is play it as safe as possible, but then Excali, he just lines those players up. Beautiful stuff. And OMEN Esports with the closure too.
Middle with the exact same medicine that Grayfox were giving them a taste of. Playing all the way back just for the retake once they've got the numbers. Not giving enough time to Grayfox to go in for those repositions. I love that adjustment to come into play. Now the question is, how will Grayfox adjust? Will they try and push all the way towards the backside? Because that seemed to be working back on the map of Split. So maybe they could try and pull off the same shenanigans on this one. But that's the kind of pace break you were watching, you were waiting for, and Middle are now finally showing some signs of life with Excali now having his dimensional drift. But on the other side though, Kohli has got his orbital strike.
I'm not even exactly sure what they can do at this point. But Grayfox, once again, aggressive approach. Managing to get the U-Haul control easily in their hands. And now Deadly 10 left to try and resist that control once again. Sayo's position's compromised. Good flash. And Excali's got no clue where to stop as well. He can see the players rotate. He can see the players taking a TP as well. And somewhere down line, Excali, he has given and conveyed the information. Venka shuts down Excali. Big pick right there. Grayfox, they might just come back towards the A side. And yes, that's what they're doing. It's a rotation. They're trying to play the mind games. And Grayfox, they might just successfully pull it off. And what was that? Sayo through the box. He finds the connection. The second one too. Two headshots back to back. And Grayfox with that headshot. It should also be the nail in the coffin in this round.
How did even Sayo found that?
Here.
That is just brain cracking. And you could exactly see the reaction of Saya as well. Like, how could that be possible? And they lost all the weaponries. This seems to be a done and dusted round. The best option would be to go in for a save, maybe not to force in a fight. But alright, I might have said it way too early. Liver was able to win out the first duel. Kohli still has got his orbital strike, so he will try and play for that survival. But they've got to make their work quick. Nah, alright. They're going in for a save.
My ult's ready.
Rough luck. Really rough luck. In the end, once again, it's Grayfox to sort of get things back in the court.
Match point.
We thought that it might just be a little bit of a back and forth type of stuff, but no, instead, Grayfox, they win another round and they just get things sealed instantly.
Let's be honest. Before everything began, we did talk about who do we think will move in the upper bracket, and we said Revenant and Grayfox. That is exactly what seems to be happening.
I mean, they've got 3 ults up, by the way. Seekers, Showstopper, Orbital Strike. It's more than enough to get them that side control easily. So I'm pretty sure Grayfox are now going to feel privileged. But they also need to watch out Deadly 10. They need to avoid this man because he's got the Showstopper and he can definitely stop the entire show. So Grayfox avoiding Deadly 10 should be the way to go. And so far they're doing a great job trying to move in towards the A site. Seekers is going to give the position away to Orbital Strike being used too. And this is where Venka might just find the opener, but no, he gets denied by Deadly 10. The ults were being traded, but what is going on? Grayfox, out of nowhere, they just lose out the round.
Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa. Give me a replay of what exactly happened in that showers. Because there was absolutely no way both those players would have survived, but they actually did. One out on the duels as well. What a play with the Showstopper by Deadly 10. And along with Kibo, that was a massive movement. Because again, they were not supposed to come out of that alive. Venka was watching their 6, making sure that they were not going to escape from out of there. And the placement was absolutely phenomenal. Unfortunate, there's no replay out there. Maybe we'd have to go and check back on the stream though. Excali now with the operator in the hand. Presence noted. But who's...
Oh.
The jumping. Gave it away.
He dropped down to decoy as well, by the way. Just one round away from getting the entire rounds in their hands. And now...
everyone over to a shot.
With the 3 sheriffs. Okay, Excali. A quick shot. Instantly backs away towards heaven. Good repositioning. And now with Kibo as well being able to find out Sayo. This might just be it for Gray. But still, Sai towards the B side all by himself. Now it's his time to showcase some dominance. Sai waiting for the players to flood in the front, and a good flash as well to back it up. Hoax gets completely nullified. Sai able to find that 2-piece, and with that, that's it.
That flash basically blinded both Sai as well as Hoax. It was just Sai who was able to finish Hoax off, but yeah, that was a fun duel between the brothers out there. Switching up directly towards the shotty, shutting them down. The reposition from Excali was phenomenal. He knew the importance of that operator in his hand, so he made sure that he's not going to play long towards that TP. As soon as his presence was noted, the jump spot noted him, he went in for that TP play. Good gate crash usage.
Jumps around the corner.
Hold on.
And good rolling thunder as well. Oh my god, 2 free picks right there.
Massive.
Yeah, the flash was there as a desperate move to try and save themselves to get the opponent blind, but it did not exactly work out the way they planned it to. And even Levi gets caught through the smoke. Excali still with the operator, looking to at least find some connections, but he whips that shot. A 2v5, ladies and gentlemen. This might just be it. OMEN Esports. They lose out against Grayfox probably, but no, hold on, Excali. Still trying to keep his team in the race. There's a chance. There's definitely a chance. OMEN Esports, they're looking to grab onto that 1% chance that is still available. And what is that from Sai? He finds the spam perfectly. And they're able to isolate the duels as well. Good tremor. It's going to stun the player out. And Sai is now still trying to move up close and personal. He loses that duel, and that's it, ladies and gentlemen. Grayfox is going to be the one to come out on top against OMEN Esports in a 2-1 fashion.
Was so unfortunate in the end for the side of Middle, but yet again very well played from Grayfox Esports themselves. Great performance, great resilience, and their attacks were looking amazing. Defense flawless. Apart from the first map, that was a pick of Lotus. I think so. Everything was just played phenomenally well from their side. One of the tournament favorites for sure and for obvious reasons.
You can tell Grayfox was definitely sweating in that game. Especially losing out on Lotus, it's something they did not expect at all. And getting such a massive reality check, Grayfox were definitely sweating after that one. But then being able to win that really sort of restored the confidence in Split. And then moving it forward in Bind, they just had the momentum rolling up their sleeves and they just carried on forward with that.
Well-deserved victory for their side, but on the other end of the spectrum, Middle, clearly a team that has got one of the biggest potentials in the region. But they've got to work on the way they adjust in the game on the fly. That's something that they really need to find a way to deal with. Because again, those are just mid-games adaptations that you really need to make right then and there to understand what your opponent is trying to do. You could clearly see that Sai, yes, apart from a few rounds, he was being read like a book where he's going to go in for those calls.
Yeah.
But I mean, that was a fun game.
Indeed, that was. Ladies and gentlemen, let's move on forward to the stage.
It is over. Ladies and gentlemen, Grayfox, the winners of the semi-final. Hawks, I want to talk to the captain. Venka, आपसे भी बात करूँगा मैं, but कल. Ladies and gentlemen, the captain of the winning team. Can we have a round of applause for him? Folks, how are you feeling?
Good. It feels good. First game, we got the win. We are facing Revenant now, I think.
Yes, tomorrow. Game तो जीते, लेकिन पहले मैप की बात करते हैं. आपका पिक था, क्या हो गया?
I mean, हमारा वो मैप पे इतनी प्रैक्टिस नहीं हुई थी. मतलब अच्छा प्रिपेयर्ड है, बट रिसेंटली प्रैक्टिस नहीं गई थी, तो थोड़ा रस्टी थे. और पहला मैप है स्टेज पे, सब मतलब इतने टाइम बाद सबका, हमारी टीम में 2 इम्पोर्ट्स भी है, वेंका भी यंग है, सारे यंग है, तो सबको ग्रूव में आने के लिए एक मैप लगा. और फिर बाकी 2 मैप पे मुझे इनिशिएटर्स मिल गए और फिर मैं टीम के साथ खेलने लग गया और फिर आपको दिखाया क्या हुआ है.
सब ने देखा है क्या हुआ है. अब मैं इस अगले सवाल के लिए इस साइड आ जाता हूँ, बिकॉज दिस वन आई थिंक आप उधर बोलना चाहेंगे. टुमारो योर ब्रदर्स दे फेस ऑफ अगेंस्ट ट्रू रिपर्स. क्या बोलना चाहोगे, आपकी क्या गलतियाँ आज हुई जो कल नहीं करनी चाहिए?
मुझे बोलने की ज़रूरत नहीं है, उन्हें पता है क्या करना है. वो आदमी बैठा है जो बीच में हंस रहा है, उसको पता है कल क्या करना है और वो करेगा, नो डाउट करेगा. व्हेनेवर ही इज डाउन ही कम्स अप, फिर से जीतेगा टीआर के अगेंस्ट.
फिर से ठीक है. अच्छा, अब आपसे आपके कल के मैचअप के बारे में जानना चाहूँगा, बिकॉज टुमारो यू फेस ऑफ रेवेनेंट. दैट्स द ओनली टीम दैट वाज एबल टू बीट यू. नंबर 1 पे थे आप, सेकंड पे रहे ओवरऑल लीडर बोर्ड में. कल के लिए आपकी क्या प्लान?
कल के लिए मैं ऑनेस्टली बोलूँगा, कल के लिए हमारा रेवेनेंट के लिए कोई स्पेसिफिक प्लान नहीं है. जैसा हमने आज खेला है, इवन दो फर्स्ट मैप वी लॉस्ट, बट वी आर प्लेइंग गुड वैलोरेंट, अ गुड गेम, सो वी बिलीव इन आवर गेम स्टाइल. एंड कल भी वही बेसिक्स फॉलो होंगे एंड जो बेटर टीम होगी कल वो जीतेगी.
For sure, but today you were the better team, so congratulations on the win. Ladies and gentlemen, that was the captain Hawks from Grayfox Esports. और इसके साथ हमारी आज की जो 2 सीरीज थी वो समाप्त हो चुकी है. For now, we're going to go on a short break, but before that, a huge thank you to our lovely sponsors. Of course, OMEN Valorant Challenges South Asia is powered by Nodwin Gaming with styling partners Philips OneBlade. As I said, we're going to go on a very short break, but you guys stay tuned, keep watching, because coming right after is something very interesting for all of you.
I wake up and I repeat, it's only me that I can beat. I might drop a song a week. Let's go, 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 go.
To live your life the way you want. Compete like the toughest challenger. Dance like there's no tomorrow. Celebrate every second you are alive. Life has no rule books, but we can give you a stage.
I wake up and I repeat, it's only me that I can beat. I might drop a song or read. Let's go, 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 go.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, after that short break. And yes, with that being said, both of the series for the day have ended. And we've also got the teams that are going to be moving down in the lower brackets. And we've also got the teams that are going to be proceeding on forward in the upper brackets too. The upcoming matchups, which will of course be happening tomorrow, will be super exciting. Because Revenant Esports, they are looking in a red hot form. And when they're going to face off against Grayfox, I want to see how this collision is going to come through. But then True Rippers facing off against OMEN Esports can be another solid rematch that I want to witness personally. As we move on forward and look at the MVP of the previous game, it's going to be Coley with 301 ACS and the KDA of 3.1. Coley was popping off.
3.1 kills per round. I'll be brutally honest, that's one of the highest KDA that I have seen from a player. 301 ACS, yes, we've seen somewhere around even 400 ACSs, but my goodness, the way everyone on the side of Grayfox were popping off. I mean, 301 ACS for Kohli, 254 for Adrian King, 201 for Venka. On the other side, it was just Kibo who was being basically present in that moment and getting those frags for his team. Deadly 10 facing so many struggles, 7 and 17. Not really what you would want from your own star player. 6 first kills only for Medal, 14 for Grayfox. It just seems so heartbreaking.
That's a stark difference. I mean, yes, the bind was completely one-sided, hands down, without a doubt. OMEN Esports just felt like they did not stand a chance with that Euro composition that they try to bring up. I understand they're trying to bring in something new in the meta, but once again, as I mentioned, sometimes just sticking to the comfort zone should be the way to go. If something's not broken, there's no need to fix it. And that's something OMEN Esports should realize. As we move on forward in the heat map of the previous bind game, you guys can see a lot of engagements were happening towards the bathrooms area. Just look at the heat map.
I was just so very hell-bent on going towards that A side even more. B, yes, there was some executes, but there was not that much. And they kind of showed the extremities presence a lot of those times. And that is what is required when you are playing on the map of Vine. Show some extremities presence, try and grab the rotation because you've got the TP to quickly move away. And then if you really want to go in for some flashy executes, you can go in for those splits towards the A by going in from short as well as showers. And that basically pinches the player over towards the backside. But yet again, we're going to have a look at the highlights of the previous game as well. And basically, it was most of it where Grayfox were just shining stars.
As I mentioned, Deadly 10 not being able to play as expected, which is also a bit of a problem for OMEN Esports, without a doubt. But I'm pretty sure Deadly 10 is just feeling a bit of a pressure. Hopefully, tomorrow is going to be recovering back from that pressure. Because if he doesn't, well then, they are pretty much moving into the elimination bracket right there, the lower brackets. And if they make a single mistake, they will be eliminated from the tournament. There's a lot on the line here. There's a lot on the stakes, and I'm pretty sure the players would not want to face off that.
I mean, you've reached till the grand finals, and now there's absolutely no way you would want to go back home. You'd really want to grab that maximum first place cash prize. But I would still say, right, you either win or you either learn. And this has been literally a wake-up call for the side of Medal because the Lotus has been looking out of this world. But that's the only map that has been seemingly picture perfect for the side of Medal. So I'm also hoping them to quickly work their way around on the other maps as well. But on the other side of the spectrum, Grayfox, yet again, having their basics clear, going in for those very, very simple, straightforward executes, has been working phenomenally well.
I mean, being completely honest, I did not really see a specific impact of that Euro. I mean, that agent came in as like a specific Asian. That Asian came in like that off pick, but I did not really see that specific pop-off from Yoru in general in any of the moments. Yeah, we saw him play with the operator. Yeah, he was getting those kills here and there, but we did not really see those solo incredible plays from Yoru. We did not really see those outplays that we wanted to see with Yoru. Well, hopefully, maybe in the future, he's probably going to be sticking to the same composition. So, as you mentioned, you never really lose, you learn. But unfortunately, now there's not a lot of time to learn, because tomorrow itself, they're going to be facing off against the opponents in the lowers bracket, and there's not a lot of time to adjust anymore. Maybe it's time to go back to the basic composition Alpine and just hope for the best.
Because again, it's True Rippers that they'll be facing against tomorrow. So Medal did win previously in a 2-0 fashion, and if I'm not wrong, part of the game was played on the map of Sunset. So this time around, True Rippers will obviously have set things up in the motion, because we've seen both of these teams, they kind of like to play on that specific map. I would love to see that happen though. But yeah, at the end of the day, I'm really looking forward to how things will unfold tomorrow itself.
Exactly. We've got the brackets in front of us, ladies and gentlemen. True Rippers versus Metal. This matchup will be happening in the lowers bracket, but in the upper brackets round 2, it will be Revenant versus Grayfox. As I mentioned, a team that completely relies heavily on their firepower, and Grayfox, a team that likes to have a good mixture of tactical and also the mechanical side of things. This will be an interesting matchup. Will it be close? Might not be.
It can be difficult to answer that one, because again, it depends on the momentum and how things are going to be played out, because Revenant have clearly showed that whatever they did back in the group stages, it does not matter. We are pulling some weird shenanigans that you would not expect. So if Grayfox are able to quickly adapt on the fly, that basically is their skill, they should be able to give a good competition to Revenant. But yet again, it's Revenant we're talking about. They might as well take it home.
So tomorrow we're pretty much going to be kicking things off with the upper brackets round 2, where Revenant Esports will be facing off against Grayfox. And one thing is for sure, for Revenant Esports at this point, no matter what map you try to face off against them, they're just feeling like they're in the comfort zone when it comes to the aim duels, because that's what something they are winning the majority of these rounds with. And considering with also couple it up with a little bit of a team play, try and go for the trades, even then Revenant Esports are looking quite fluid. Now, speaking of the opponents, Grayfox, we clearly saw them struggle in the first round. Not just struggle, it was a complete one-sided affair in the first round of Lotus. But then later on, of course, they made it quite quick. But overall, even for the players of Grayfox, the momentum isn't looking as strong as the momentum for Revenant Esports is. So overall, the benefit of the doubt, in my opinion, should be going for Revenant Esports. They should be the one to come out on top. But once again, that's for tomorrow. Any last word from your side, my friend?
I mean, I was having a blast today, now being on the desk as well, casting for all of these teams out there for the players. I'm having super fun, but yes, looking forward to what's going to unfold tomorrow. As I've already mentioned, I'll be really excited for how Revenant and Grayfox is going to unfold.
Exactly, ladies and gentlemen, that was OMEN's Valorant Challenger South Asia, presented by Nodwin Gaming with our styling partner Philips OneBlade. It's going to be me, Necro, and Shaishanu signing off. We'll see you guys tomorrow.
I wake up and I repeat, it's only me that I can beat. I might drop a song a week. Let's go.